Yu Qing could destroy people's 7 apertures and easily kill people. Nobody thought Lin Feng stood a chance. When Lin Feng heard Yu Qing, he smiled indifferently. He walked out to the center of the area and faced Yu Qing. He said calmly, "You rank 7th, it's not bad. Prince Wu Qing and Zhouling Huang are not weaker than you. But now, you won't be lucky anymore." Lin Feng and Yu Qing said similar things to one another as their qi collided. Yu Qing smiled coldly. 2 beams of light emerged from their eyes and collided. Lin Feng's eyes turned pitch black and vortexes appeared inside them. Lin Feng saw a pair of gigantic eyes before him. 7 apertures destroying technique. He can kill people with his eyes. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sword intent rose to the skies. He raised his fist, his sword humming intensely. He heard his opponent shout furiously and had the impression he had instantly become deaf. "Humph!" Lin Feng grunted coldly. He looked expressionless. He started chanting an incantation. Around him, words appeared and rotated, they resonating at the same pace as the cosmos. No strength could affect him. Yu Qing ran towards him with his fist raised. Lin Feng released sword strength without the least hesitation instantly. At that moment, more dark eyes appeared. Lin Feng had the impression he was going blind. A terrifying strength surrounded his body. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Yu Qing's 7 apertures destroying technique was indeed fearsome. An incredible amount of cosmic energies appeared around Lin Feng. He remained as motionless as a mountain, grand and solemn. He condensed the strength of the earth and sky. Nothing or nobody could affect him. Boom! Yu Qing's hand smashed down on Lin Feng. His cosmic energies crackled and collapsed. Lin Feng shook. However, Yu Qing had the impression he had just punched an indestructible diamond. Die! Strength condensed. The 9 words exploded. Yu Qing was astonished at Lin Feng's defense. He shouted furiously, drawing on the earth and sky, his energies pulsing loudly. The 2 cultivators were both driven backwards as a burst of wind blew out from them. His 7 apertures destroying technique is formidable. You can run away from an attack, but your ears can't, thought Lin Feng staring at Yu Qing. Your defense is incredible, but your position is all set, you'll rank 7th, stated Yu Qing calmly, sucking in the strength of the earth and sky in. Is my defense good? Said Lin Feng smiling coldly. Since you think so, I'll show you my offensive abilities. 2, retorted Lin Feng. 9 words rotated around him, brimming with explosive power. A terrifying ancient intent surrounded them. As he ran forwards, they swirled around him. With my strength, I can use Saint's techniques. You're going to lose, said Lin Feng calmly. He continued chanting his incantation, and a terrifying oppressive strength filled the air. He had learned the ancient holy techniques from the saint. His attacks were getting better and better. Lin Feng had even modified the attacks and adapted them to his own strengths. He had created an attack made of pure strength. The sky-oppressing holy punch. Lin Feng jumped forwards and a pressing qi surged towards Yu Qing. Lin Feng was now surrounded by earth cosmic energy. Die! He continued chanting his incantation and punched out in his opponent's direction. Yu Qing grunted coldly. He communed with the earth and at the same time he also punched out. However, it was only the beginning. Punches kept colliding. Yu Qing stared helplessly at the number of punches moving towards him at that moment. So many dangerous punches. Each punch contains a deadly strength. How strong? Murmured those watching. Lin Feng had based his attack on a saint's technique, and coupled with his initial strength, it was obvious that it was extremely powerful. Yu Qing shouted furiously as all those punches moved towards him. Yu Qing moved as fast as he could to dodge the attack. Die! 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 Shouted Lin Feng furiously. There were more and more punches filling the air. His qi was growing more and more powerful. Yu Qing was being oppressed. How could he resist? The watchers' faces felt numb when they saw the number of punches. Each punch could easily crush cultivators of the top of the Huang Qi layer. How could Yu Qing resist them? Luckily, his perceptions were acute, he could hear and see things perfectly. Otherwise, he would have been crushed immediately. Finally, some dazzling punches crashed into Yuqing's body. Just one punch made him shake violently, and his organs shook. He coughed up blood as his face paled. He knew that he had to stop, otherwise, Lin Feng would continue releasing punches. I lose. He left the fight zone. Lin Feng didn't chase him, and stopped releasing sky-oppressing holy punches. The ground was still shaking, and the rumbling in the air took a while to trail off. The crowd was staring at Lin Feng, not understanding. Lin Feng was so strong. He had used a saint's technique to defeat Yuqing, and could now finish in the top 6. Yuqing was 7th. We underestimated him once again. He unveils his strength step by step. Each time he fights, we discover that he understands another type of strength. He has too many trump cards. Maybe in the next battle, he'll end up in the top 5 and then for who knows now? Wondered the people in Godly Cloud City. 6 people were left now. Hua Qingfeng, the great deployment master, Chu Chunqiu, Kong Ming, Zhou Rongman, and Lin Feng. The crowd was shaking when they saw those cultivators. Who would fight the next one? All of them were peerless at the level of the Huangqi layer. Ordinary great emperors couldn't compete with them. They could even compete with ordinary great emperors of the top of the Diqi layer. It was getting complicated now. Who would fight whom? Yuqing was extremely strong, but he wasn't as strong as Hua Qingfeng, and he couldn't be as strong as Kong Ming, who had defeated Tianhun either. There was the great deployment master as well. He could use saint's techniques. Nobody knew how strong Chu Chunqiu was when he used his full strength, but he was fearsome. Now let's finish with the battles, said Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. Let's stop wasting time. What an incredible guy. He wants to finish now. The most terrifying battles are going to start. When the crowd heard him, they shook. Lin Feng was crazy. You made it until now. I underestimated you. Everybody underestimated you, Chu Chunqiu said calmly, walking forwards and continuing. I agree. The most powerful battle. We both come from dark clouds. This battle will also determine who the new first master of the region will be. You 4 people, fight against one another. Chu Chunqiu agreed with Lin Feng's idea. Last battles, 3 one-on-ones. He wanted to fight against Lin Feng. Kong Ming and I are both from Holy Mountain. Therefore, we can't fight one another, said Hua Qingfeng calmly. One of you fights against me. You're the first master of godly clouds. You're first right now. If I, Zhou Rongman, defeat you, I will become the first master of godly clouds, and everybody will know my name. I will fight against you, and everybody in godly clouds will know that my name is Zhou Rongman, said Zhou Rongman calmly. The crowd trembled even more. How insane! How crazy! Even Lin Feng was astonished. Zhou Rongman looked simple and honest and liked to show off, but now he was challenging Hua Qingfeng, first master of godly clouds, who temporarily ranked first. All right, agreed Hua Qingfeng to Zhou Rongman. If you defeat me, everybody will know your name, Zhou Rongman. Therefore you will lose, said Zhou Rongman. He looked excited. He stood up, looking eager to fight against Hua Qingfeng. Only the great deployment master and Kong Ming were left. They were both terrifying. All the battles were going to be terrifying. That was the clash of the heroes. The 6 people walked to different sides on the battlefield. A strong wind started blowing. Who will be the 3 winners? Chattered the crowd in Godly Cloud City. Everybody in the outer and inner part of Godly Cloud City was staring at the battlefield. The 6 battles started at the same time. It's difficult to say. 10 minutes ago, I would have said that Chu Chunqiu was definitely going to win. But actually, we don't know how strong Lin Feng is. Each time he fights, he displays new talents. But we don't know how strong Chu Chunqiu is either. It's impossible to tell. And that deployment spellcaster, his deployment spells are terrifying. But Kong Ming is an incredible Buddhist cultivator. Everybody saw it a moment ago. Therefore, the only person we know will win is Hua Qingfeng. He will definitely defeat Zhou Rongman. For the 2 other battles, we can't predict anything. Indeed, that's what I think too. They're too strong. It's difficult to guess. Chu Chunxiu was staring at Lin Feng. His robe was fluttering. A king intent filled the air. He said to Lin Feng, "The competition is going to end for you now. Use your strength to support your point," replied Lin Feng calmly when he sensed Chu Chunxiu's sky-absorbing king intent. He released a vast demon power to surge out and sweep away that force. A demon shadow appeared behind Lin Feng. They both looked like gods. "We are the last 6 people left. I will show you what my most powerful sky-absorbing king intent is like," said Chu Chunxiu calmly. An awesome sky-absorbing intent filled the air. It could oppress any other kind of intent. Chu Chunxiu has absorbed so many people's wills in his life. He's probably much stronger than what he's willing to show, thought Lin Feng. Then, the source of the 9 netherworlds appeared and encompassed everything. Demon intent slowly filled the air as well. At the same time, his 9 words began rotating around him. He was like a king of the 10,000 things of creation, all his cosmic energies turning into demon strength. His demon cosmic energies are so powerful. When he fought against Anaitsong, he used cursing strength. When he fought against Yuqing, he used earth strength. Now he's using demon strength. He really controls the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. Besides, he can switch as he wishes. Is that his Tao? That would be a terrifying Tao. He's releasing demon strength along with the strength of his 9 netherworlds' demonic song. Kong Ming is moving too. His Tao strength is terrifying. If Kong Ming and Lin Feng fought, it would be great. Of course, Kong Ming is fighting against the deployment spellcaster, so the battle is going to be interesting too. Kong Ming is stronger than Zhou Huang. His Buddhist techniques are incredible. The audience was excited. The 3 battles were all going to be awesome. They didn't even know which one to watch. 9 netherworlds demonic song. Chu Chunxiu raised his head and looked at the source of the 9 netherworlds. An incredible amount of intent exploded around him. He started forwards, the rumble of conflicting energies preceding him. A terrifying amount of vitality and intent rolled in waves chaotically. Nobody could make him flinch. Nobody could break his vitality and intent. He had absorbed so many emperors and great emperors' wills. He was an army by himself, the ground shaking at his footsteps. However, the source of the 9 netherworlds seemed indestructible. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards to meet Chu Chunxiu. Demon intent rose to the skies. His 9 netherworld strength resonated with the cosmos, penetrating into Chu Chunxiu's body. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by dazzling Devamara Kulpa lights. Lin Feng could sense that Chu Chunxiu's sky-absorbing intent was deadly, and could absorb his own intent. However, Lin Feng's intent was extremely stable when facing it, and the 9-word incantation protected him. He was in symbiosis with the earth and sky, and Chu Chunxiu's intent couldn't really affect his own so far. "Lin Feng, sense my sky-absorbing king intent," said Chu Chunxiu, smiling proudly. Behind him, an ancient king appeared and slowly walked forwards. Lin Feng sensed that his vitality and will were trembling. It was a deadly intent. The sky-absorbing king intent was explosive. "Absorb!" shouted Chu Chunxiu explosively. The ground kept shaking. Lin Feng was shaking from head to foot at his strength. But the 9 netherworld strength remained. Chu Chunxiu is so strong, thought the crowd, seeing Chu Chunxiu's sky-absorbing strength. It was truly dreadful. Lin Feng looked at Chunxiu coldly as he roared out. He rose up in the air and released ancient intent, before jumping into 9 netherworld strength and becoming one with it. At the same time, an endless amount of demon lights condensed in the 9 netherworld strength. The 9 netherworld strength moved forwards and bore down on Chu Chunxiu. The source of the 9 netherworlds penetrated into Chu Chunxiu's eyes, mind, and will. Chu Chunxiu raised his head and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng surprisingly used Saint's techniques and fused them together with 9 netherworld strength. "Let's see how powerful your Saint's technique is," said Chu Chunxiu disdainfully. He raised his head and sky-absorbing strength began to hum. He was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky. The source of the 9 netherworlds streamed through the air. Even the 9 netherworld strength in which Lin Feng was merged was absorbed. He was absorbing Lin Feng's 9 netherworld strength. How frightening! The sky-absorbing scriptures allow him to absorb the strength of a saint's technique. The crowd was shaken at the sight. The sky-absorbing strength could absorb the 9 netherworlds. 9 netherworld strength continued surging out. A gigantic 9 netherworld sword condensed at that moment. The sky-absorbing strength suddenly turned into demon lights. It also contained Culpa strength. That's the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill. Lin Feng knows the skill of the Devamara Thunder Clan. Many people were startled. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan were astonished. Their faces frozen. How was that possible? How did Lin Feng know their skill? But most people didn't pay attention to that skill. They paid attention to the 9 netherworld's demon sword. How powerful would it be? Could Chu Chunqiu resist such an attack? Could he absorb it? Chu Chunqiu raised his head and watched the demon sword descend from the sky. He shouted furiously and punched out violently. Intent surrounded the 9 netherworld's demon sword. Many kings appeared in front of the demon sword and oppressed it. The space between Lin Feng and Chu Chunqiu turned black, filled with demon lights. Energies fought loudly. The crowd realized that a demon cloud was condensing in the sky above them, and that Culpa lights were twinkling inside it. That's what the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill does when a cultivator is about to break through. Someone blurted out. Lin Feng really had studied the skill of the Devamara Thunder Clan. Was he going to level and break through to the Diqi layer? A terrifying Culpa lightning bolt streaked across the sky and sliced through the air, crashing onto the gigantic sword dazzlingly. However, the gigantic sword didn't break. The sword was Lin Feng. What's going on now? The strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder Clan were furious. They all pulled long faces. Why was Lin Feng using their skill? Why was he bathing in Devamara Culpa strength? Boom! Another terrifying wave of Culpa bombarded the gigantic sword again, and it trembled. After 9 waves, Lin Feng's strength was equal to that of the Diqi layer. That's not the signal that he's going to break through to the Diqi layer. Lin Feng hasn't even reached the very top of the Huang Qi layer yet, someone observed. Chu Chunqiu roared loudly and released even more explosive intent. He drove the gigantic sword back and ran forwards, craters appearing under his feet on the battle stage. Lin Feng reappeared in the air, looking at Chu Chunqiu with his pitch-black eyes. Chu Chunqiu's vitality and intent were terrifying. He had felt oppressed. The sky-absorbing strength was deadly. Chu Chunqiu had absorbed so many strong cultivators' strength. He was the best there was in terms of intent. Terrifying demon energies surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's Devamara Culpa strength had just cleansed his body, strength, and soul. He was stronger. His 9 netherworld strength was incredible. Even if he hadn't defeated Chu Chunqiu, he had the impression he belonged to a new world. He could sense that he would break free from the Huang Qi layer some point soon. He had really reached the very top of the Huang Qi layer this time. Unfortunately, I don't have time to bathe in a demon pond. If I could increase my Devamara body using the Devamara body cleansing technique, I would surpass Zhou Rongman in terms of physical strength, thought Lin Feng. He was standing there as demon strength kept penetrating into his body. Chu Chunqiu was stupefied. Lin Feng could resist his sky-absorbing strength. On the other side, Buddha's halos rose up in the air. Deployment spell strength surrounded the fighters. Lights flared and the air thundered from their intense battle. The ground kept trembling around them. Kong Ming and the Great Deployment Masters battle was electrifying. Zhou Rongman and Hua Qingfeng were not colliding at that moment, as neither of them could defeat the other. The crowd was stunned. Zhou Rongman liked to brag, but he was really breathtakingly strong. All 6 of them were stronger than anyone had expected. Lin Feng glanced at the others. Kong Ming was extremely strong. His power surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. Back then, in the small world, Kong Ming rarely showed up in public. He was extremely discreet. However, Lin Feng had never underestimated him. Back then, among the 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang, only Kong Ming was enigmatic and unfathomable. Now, he was still discreet, but he was still shockingly strong, too. When fighting against such opponents, you have to use your full strength, and that's how you break through, thought Lin Feng. Just like him against Chu Chunqiu. He had used the ancient holy techniques and had turned the strength of the ancient holy techniques into 9 netherworld strength, oppressing Chu Chunqiu. Then, he had turned the 9 netherworld strength into a 9 netherworld's demon sword and used demon strength, too, before the Devamara Kulpa strength had cleansed his body. "My name is Zhou Rong Man," said a voice at that moment. People turned their heads, including Lin Feng, looking at Zhou Rong Man. What a guy. As if nobody knows he's called Zhou Rong Man, thought Lin Feng. He was speechless. Zhou Rong Man was strong enough to compete with Hua Qingfeng, but he sounded a bit dumb. Zhou Rong Man. Those 3 words were the words the crowd had heard the most during the competition. Hua Qingfeng, now, Zhou Rong Man will defeat you and become the strongest cultivator, said Zhou Rong Man with a smile. He released an ancient bestial qi, which filled the air. Zhou Rong Man had gone into a frenzy. Hua Qingfeng was surprised to sense danger. Zhou Rong Man was bestial and dangerous. At the same time, in Zhou Rong Man's third eye, a red imprint appeared. Arms appeared on his back at the same time. Hua Qingfeng's face stiffened, his face suddenly turning pale. 1,000 arms, Zhou Rong Man had 1,000 arms. If anyone else had 1,000 arms, it wouldn't have been a problem. But this was Zhou Rong Man. He already had a terrifying strength with 2 arms. With 1,000 arms, it would be even more terrifying. Everybody had noticed how terrifyingly strong Zhou Rong Man was. His physical strength was incredible. He could resist Hua Qingfeng's ordinary attacks with pure physical strength. Now that Rong Man had 1,000 arms, Hua Qingfeng, Godly Cloud's first master, was starting to have a bad premonition. He wasn't as confident as before. He didn't think he was certain to win anymore. Zhou Rong Man. The crowd was confused. They remembered his name. At that moment, Zhou Rong Man started walking towards Hua Qingfeng. Golden lights appeared in his third eye. With his 1,000 arms, he looked terrifying. Is that guy a human or a beast? Hua Qingfeng's celestial book was floating above his head. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He looked like a scholar. Ice-cold sword intent filled the air, and his qi was increasing. He took a step forwards and said one word. A terrifyingly sharp sword energy shot towards Zhou Rong Man. Zhou Rong Man's arms intertwined and turned into a gigantic fist. At the same time, he continued walking forwards as if nothing existed that could threaten him. He looked all-conquering. Hua Qingfeng summoned the strength of the earth and sky and condensed a terrifying force. His gigantic arms streaked across the sky, 2 gigantic words appearing in the sky. Ancient strength. He condensed deadly strength and then released it all. A strong wind started blowing. The building energies were ominous. Zhou Rong Man continued walking forwards. An overwhelming strength emerged from his gigantic arm. Nothing could injure him. Let's see how incredible your defense is. You're not a god, shouted Hua Qingfeng coldly, infuriated now. He condensed more deadly strength. He was Godly Cloud's first master. He was truly strong. His strength shot towards Zhou Rong Man. Zhou Rong Man raised his head, the golden lights in his third eye shining. He absorbed the strength which was moving towards him, and it disappeared instantly. At that moment, Zhou Rong Man looked like a monster that nothing could affect. Zhou Rong Man is a monster. With 2 arms, he's terrifying already. But with 1,000, it's even worse. His golden eye is indestructible. It can absorb such terrifying attacks, swore one of the watchers. Zhou Rong Man hadn't shown his real strength during the meeting, remaining discreet the whole time. For the first time during the event, Hua Qingfeng was facing the risk of losing, and his first position with it. Hua Qingfeng knew he was in danger. The guy everybody initially thought was a moron was extremely dangerous. His arms all contained powerful strength. It was difficult to evaluate how strong his attack was going to be. He could also use all his arms independently so he could carry out different attacks at the same time. At that moment, Hua Qingfeng's hand streaked across the sky, condensing strength in his celestial book. He wrote ancient words. They contained an astonishing amount of sword strength. "Let's see how long your arms can protect you," said Hua Qingfeng coldly. The strength his celestial book contained penetrated into the ancient words. They all crackled and then turned into one word with ominous strength. "Die," said Hua Qingfeng. At that moment, the gigantic word was filled with an endless amount of sword lights. At the same time, it moved towards Zhou Rongman. Zhou Rongman moved his arms. An illusion appeared and moved to intercept the ancient word. The ancient word and the arm collided and started crackling. Zhou Rongman's arms kept crackling. However, he stood his ground and continued walking forwards, although not very quickly. "Arg!" Finally, he shouted out furiously and started running towards Hua Qingfeng. Hua Qingfeng's face stiffened. He spat out a sharp weapon at Rongman, but it instantly exploded and broke into pieces. He was driven backwards as his face paled. Hua Qingfeng is going to lose. Zhou Rongman is a terrifying monster. He can't lose. He's amazing both in terms of defense and offense. His soul defense is formidable. "Hua Qingfeng, you lost. I, Zhou Rongman, am the strongest man of the continent of the 9 clouds," said Zhou Rongman, smiling. At that moment, nobody dared make fun of him or say he was stupid. His voice echoed in people's heads unceasingly. His ordinary sentence became a symbolic sentence. "My name is Zhou Rongman." Everybody knew that if Zhou Rongman had been weak, everybody would have made fun of him, and his sentence would have become a joke. But he had defeated Hua Qingfeng. If people remembered the sentence "My name is Zhou Rongman," it wouldn't be because they were amused, it would be because they remembered how terrifying he was. In the top 10, there were 4 first masters, but now he's going to be 6th? That would be embarrassing for a former first master of godly clouds, murmured many people with schadenfreude. Was Hua Qingfeng eliminated from the top 5? If that was the case, he would lose his reputation. However, it also showed that there were many geniuses in the continent of the 9 clouds, and first masters weren't necessarily the strongest people. When Hua Qingfeng heard Zhou Rongman, he remained silent. Could he say anything? He was Godly Cloud's first master, and he had lost against Zhou Rongman. No matter what, he couldn't win. But even if he couldn't defeat Zhou Rongman, he didn't deserve to rank 6th. Other people probably couldn't defeat him, but Zhou Rongman's strength had exceeded everybody's expectations. At the same time as they were fighting, Kong Ming and the Great Deployment Masters battle was taking place. An incredible amount of golden lights blotted out the sky. Buddhas were everywhere around them, and they were chanting mantras in mighty Brahmic voices. At the same time, many deployment lights kept glittering. The Buddha and deployment energies kept colliding. Kong Ming's eyes were closed. Behind him were 108 Buddhas with indestructible golden bodies. The great deployment master found it difficult to resist him. 10,000 celestial Buddha solution, indestructible golden body. "Who are you?" said the great deployment master, grimacing. His deployment spells couldn't be weaker than those Buddhist attacks. But Kong Ming's defense was awesome, far better than his own. With the 10,000 celestial Buddhas and the indestructible golden body, he seemed indestructible. His defense is also terrifying. Kong Ming might be stronger than Hua Qingfeng. In Holy Mountain, Kong Ming is discreet, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Hua Qingfeng is stronger than him, pontificated someone with the wisdom of stating the obvious. Xian Run was astonished, too. He was staring at Kong Ming and said, "That bald donkey has always been hiding his real strength. He's actually this strong." The great deployment master finally stopped fighting. He was injured and admitted his defeat. Like Hua Qingfeng, he had lost. He wasn't necessarily weaker than the 4 other cultivators. The battles had to continue. He definitely had the potential to finish in the top 3. Those people are all terrifyingly strong. Zhou Rongman proved he was stronger than Hua Qingfeng. Kong Ming is stronger than the great deployment master. Lin Feng and Chu Chun Chou's battle was incredible, too. But this way the rankings aren't accurate. They need to fight again, the people exclaimed eagerly. "Lin Feng, you and me, let's fight," said Hua Qingfeng at that moment, walking towards Lin Feng. He didn't want to be eliminated because of his battle against Zhou Rongman. There were many people in the inner part of the city, but the numbers outside were far larger. There was literally an ocean of people. They all remained silent, used to it already, or maybe they had actually anticipated such results. Someone appeared, wearing a black armor containing demon intent. He looked like a demon king. Next to him was a young man wearing the same kind of armor. They looked imposing and awe-inspiring. People from the demon shrine are here, thought Duanfeng when he saw that. He was startled. Those two people were strong cultivators from the demon shrine. People from the other shrines are here too, he realized. His eyes were glittering. He knew that the Fortune Shrine was in charge of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds this year. The fact that some young people from other shrines came to watch wasn't surprising. What was surprising was that some extremely strong cultivators from other shrines were there, too. There were some old men among the people of the Snow Clan. Xianxia looked at that young man next to him. The young man looked at those people and asked, "What's going on?" "Watch and you'll see," said an old man. Then, he waved his hands and a few snow chairs instantly appeared. "Little Xianxia, what do you think of the battles? Anything in particular?" An old man asked Xianxia gently. "They're all extremely strong. Even in the Snow Clan, those people would be considered as some of the best emperors," said Xianxia. The old man of the Snow Clan smiled and nodded. "It's the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It takes place every century. Those people are the most outstanding cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even in the shrines, there aren't many cultivators as strong as them. At the same cultivation level, your uncle might be able to defeat them. But your mother has to practice cultivation really hard." "Oh," replied Xianxia. "Of course, in the future, you'll be even stronger than them," said the old man, smiling and caressing Xianxia's head. The elders of the Snow Clan all attached lots of importance to Xianxia. Within 20 years, he'd become unbelievably strong. But for now, he couldn't leave the Snow Clan freely. They first wanted him to become extremely strong, and after that, they'd let him go out and the people would all find out about his existence. The diviner understood what was going on. He could see everything around him clearly, but he acted as if he didn't know because he was focusing on the 6 fighters. He didn't care about anything else at that moment. Lin Feng heard Hua Qingfeng shout loudly, turned around and looked at him. Hua Qingfeng seemed powerless when he was fighting against Zhou Rongman. He didn't want to be eliminated from the top 5 either. Therefore, he didn't want to stop fighting. Lin Feng studied Hua Qingfeng narrowly. Being able to fight against someone like Hua Qingfeng was an opportunity. A moment before, he had been cleansed by Devamara Kulpa strength. His soul and physical body had become even stronger. His cosmic energies had also become more powerful. Even if he hadn't used his Devamara body cleansing technique to cleanse his body, he had become stronger. It was perfect because now Hua Qingfeng wanted to fight against him. Lin Feng clenched his fists and Kulpa lights appeared. He suddenly looked like a demon. Hua Qingfeng was walking towards Lin Feng slowly. Clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing. He shouted angrily. He looked like a Confucianist monk, adhering strictly to his discipline. Hua Qingfeng wasn't only a Confucianist monk, he was also a very strong sword cultivator. Therefore, his strength turned into a sword and shot towards Lin Feng. Hua Qingfeng continued walking forwards. The clouds became pale. The celestial book above his head summoned the strength of the earth and sky. He couldn't lose this battle. "You lost against Zhou Rongman, so you want to release your anger on me? This battle will be tragic for you," said Lin Feng coldly. He released an ancient qi and used his sky-oppressing holy punch. The wind shrieked as it passed by and shattered the sword energies then. Lin Feng divided into 3 bodies. Many strong cultivators who saw that were astonished. He practiced the strength of the 3 lives and 10,000 things of creation. Of course, in the cultivation world, many people had learned how to clone themselves, but few people were as good as he was. Possibly they had studied similar spells, but not the exact same ones. Zhou Rongman had 1,000 arms. Lin Feng has clones. Does Lin Feng have more trump cards? They wondered aloud. They saw a hurricane form. Lin Feng turned into a countless number of clones, and they all moved towards Hua Qingfeng at the same time, even as more kept appearing. Humph! Hua Qingfeng grunted coldly. An incredible amount of sword lights twinkled. The sword energies looked like snakes shooting in every direction towards different clones. Hua Qingfeng didn't believe that Lin Feng's clones were as strong as Zhou Rongman's arms. Many clones raised their fists and smashed the sword energies. Hua Qingfeng was furious. He turned around and found Lin Feng's real body behind him. Hua Qingfeng didn't hesitate, he ran at Lin Feng. At the same time, ancient words appeared in a split second. He punched out in Lin Feng's direction. Hua Qingfeng continued writing words in the air with his finger. A gigantic word appeared in the air. Die. Deadly strength condensed in his celestial book. At that moment, Hua Qingfeng frowned. Behind him, a silhouette crushed the ancient word. He suddenly sensed danger from pure demon intent. The source of the 9 netherworlds had appeared. The crowd knew what it meant when they saw the source of the 9 netherworlds. The source of the 9 netherworlds penetrated into Hua Qingfeng's body. Surprise attacks from 3 sides. Lin Feng's clones contained offensive energies. At that moment, Hua Qingfeng didn't know if the other clones contained offense strength or not. Besides, the clones were very fast. In less than a few seconds, Hua Qingfeng was surrounded. Hua Qingfeng's face twisted. He shot towards a clone and kept releasing his strength. The gigantic die symbol kept humming. He suddenly turned around and looked at the clones which contained terrifying energies. As sword strength emerged from his celestial book, 9 netherworld sound waves penetrated into his body, and he tried to block them with his intent. He waved his hands. Another ancient word appeared and moved forwards. However, Hua Qingfeng suddenly felt exhausted, his eyelids heavy. He was falling asleep. The 9 netherworld strength kept bombarding his intent. He was falling asleep. Great dream of life technique. Hua Qingfeng ground his teeth, trying to remain determined. You're already in a dream. Enjoy the 9 netherworld strength, said a voice. Hua Qingfeng grimaced. Was he in a dream already? Impossible. He couldn't trust that voice. It was a demon voice trying to make him give up. That's a dream I created for you. Look, don't you feel powerless? Can you compete with my attacks? Said another demon voice, which also contained cursing strength. He was also being subjected to the 9 netherworld's demonic song. Piss off! Shouted Hua Qingfeng. Sword intent emerged and destroyed the attack in front of him. Have you seen that? You're in a dream, it wasn't a real attack. Otherwise, how could you have destroyed it so easily? Said a voice. It echoed in his head. Was he really asleep and in a dream? Terrifying attacks filled the air in front of Hua Qingfeng. He kept releasing words which destroyed everything, but it really seemed that he was in an illusion. Are the attacks real or not? Why is Hua Qingfeng able to destroy them so easily? Thought people outside when they saw him destroy clones one after another. I'm not sure. Maybe that some clones contain attacks which aren't very powerful. But they didn't know that Hua Qingfeng had started wondering whether he was in a dream or not. Hua Qingfeng destroyed more and more clones before he realized that a terrifying demon strength had appeared. What's going on? Thought Hua Qingfeng. He was astonished. He raised his fists to block the attack, but Lin Feng's strength was terrifying. Bones snapped and broke loudly. The attack pierced through his fists and penetrated into his body. Piss off! Shouted Hua Qingfeng desperately while releasing energies. However, they instantly broke as well, and Hua Qingfeng was smashed away, fists continuing to crash down onto his body. Hua Qingfeng, Godly Cloud's first master, lost again. Many people in Godly Cloud City were astonished. Godly Cloud's first master had lost again. Lin Feng didn't let him off though. He continued chasing him at the speed of light while demanding, "Say it!" Fists were humming, preparing to renew the pummeling. A strong wind brushed against Hua Qingfeng's body. He had lost. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had thought he'd definitely finish first during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and at the very end, he had lost twice. He had suffered 2 crushing defeats. He felt humiliated. Was he even going to continue battling? I'll have to reflect on my shortcomings after the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, thought Hua Qingfeng, before saying, I, Hua Qingfeng, have lost. People in Godly Cloud City were shaking. Hua Qingfeng had admitted it. He ranked 6th now. Surprisingly, the most astonishing battles involved Zhou Rongman and Lin Feng. Everybody thought they were going to get eliminated, and in the end the two of them defeated Hua Qingfeng. Nobody can doubt about their strength anymore, nodded many people. 5 people were left on the battlefield. Kong Ming had defeated the deployment spellcaster, which meant Kong Ming was now 4th. The deployment spellcaster had lost, but could he defeat the others? It was difficult to evaluate. He hadn't fought against them personally, so he didn't know. One thing people were sure of now was that Hua Qingfeng wasn't Godly Cloud's first master anymore, because Kong Ming wasn't weaker than him, and Zhou Rongman had defeated him, too. The first master had to be someone else. Like Prince Wu Qing, he had to give up his title of first master now. Lin Feng or Chu Chunqiu would become the Dark Knight region's first master. 4 people are left. You lost. You're out, said Zhou Rongman to the Great Deployment Master. The Great Deployment Master grunted in a cold way. He had sealed himself in a deployment mine for such a long time, and had to start from the Huangqi layer again. Initially, he had thought he'd finish first, but in the end had lost. Everybody was pointing at him. He was out. Kong Ming's 10,000 celestial Buddha and indestructible golden body make him terrifying. However, those people underestimate me. The Great Deployment Master stared at Zhou Rongman defiantly. Deployment marks appeared and flowed towards Zhou Rongman. However, 1,000 arms instantly appeared on Zhou Rongman's body, and he destroyed the deployment spell with pure strength. Zhou Rongman walked towards the opponent. He had attacked by surprise? Zhou Rongman didn't like that at all. The Great Deployment Master and Kong Ming's battle had been beautiful. This one wouldn't be beautiful. The Great Deployment Master couldn't defeat Zhou Rongman, but it was going to be difficult for Zhou Rongman because he was good in close combat, and the Great Deployment Master was a deployment spellcaster. He wanted to prevent Zhou Rongman from getting too close, and he could achieve that using deployment spells. At that moment, Zhou Rongman stopped and said to the Great Deployment Master, "What is the point of this kind of battle? You're going to lose it," replied the Great Deployment Master coldly. Zhou Rongman's offense and defense were incredible, but if he couldn't get close, then the duel was useless. The Great Deployment Master wasn't wrong. In the end, he would win if he continued this way. He could also try to attack, but it was true that this kind of battle was boring. Zhou Rongman's weakness is speed. Even though he's very fast, if a little thing prevents him from using his agility technique, then he's stuck, pontificated someone in the crowd. Kong Ming said to the Great Deployment Master, "You're a great scholar. Since you lost, admit it and leave." Lin Feng and Chu Chunqiu were also staring at the Great Deployment Master. The Great Deployment Master's face stiffened. He stood there with his hands clasped in his back and sighed. The world has changed so much. New geniuses keep rising all the time. I'm out. As Kong Ming had said, that guy was a great scholar. Why did he need to occupy the battle stage like that? It wasn't that important anymore. Therefore, he moved aside and watched the remaining 4 people. The former first and second have been eliminated already. Hua Qingfeng ranks 6th and the terrifying deployment spellcaster 5th. What about the 4 others? Everyone wondered. Hua Qingfeng and the deployment spellcaster had been eliminated from the top 4. Now there are 4: Zhou Rongman, Kong Ming, Chu Chunqiu, and Lin Feng. Zhou Rongman and Kong Ming have similar abilities. They're both incredible in terms of defense and offense. But Zhou Rongman always uses pure physical strength. Kong Ming uses Buddhist techniques. Kong Ming has an indestructible golden body. If they fight, I wonder who'll win. Lin Feng and Chu Chunqiu fought, but it was a draw. Lin Feng, we were meant to meet again. We are 4 people left. Zhou Rongman and Chu Chunqiu can fight, and you and me can fight. Then, the winners fight one another and the losers fight one another. Kong Ming said slowly and calmly. Kong Ming wants to fight against Lin Feng? He's a Buddhist monk. Lin Feng is a demon. Their battle will probably be incredible. The crowd was stirred up. Lin Feng looked at Kong Ming. Kong Ming had an indestructible golden body. He was much stronger than Zhuoqing, who also had a king-type body too. Zhuoqing had participated in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds too, but he had been eliminated quite early. He hadn't even finished in the top 30. There was a huge difference between Zhuoqing and Kong Ming. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Actually, Lin Feng was excited to duel Kong Ming and see how powerful his Buddhist techniques were. The winner will fight against me, and will compete for first place. Smiled Zhou Rongman. Chu Chunxiu was speechless. Did this guy think he was going to win no matter what? People in Godly Clouds City rolled their eyes. Even though Zhou Rongman was extremely strong, they had also seen how strong Chu Chunxiu was. Zhou Rongman was simply too funny. Chu Chunxiu released sky-absorbing intent towards Zhou Rongman and oppressed him. Chu Chunxiu hoped he'd manage to absorb this guy's incredible will. On Lin Feng and Kong Ming's side, Buddha's halos flashed. 108 golden Buddhas appeared behind Kong Ming. Lin Feng released dazzling demon lights. A demon cloud appeared and surged forth. The source of the 9 netherworlds spread in the air. Demonic sound waves resonated. The atmosphere was filled with Buddhist and demon energies. The 9 netherworlds song resonated. The demon lights corroded the Buddha's halos and started taking over. 9 netherworlds demonic song, one of the strongest songs in the world. However, there's also a Buddhist song. The Great Compassion Thera. It delivers all living creatures from suffering and torment, said Kong Ming with his eyes closed. He had turned into a golden body. The 10,000 things of creation couldn't be corroded when they were protected by his Buddhist strength. The 108 Buddhas around him started chanting the Great Compassion Thera. At the same time purifying everything. The Great Compassion Thera. I echoed far away. Everybody was surrounded by Buddhist halos, becoming selfless and calm. Even the people in Godly Cloud City were affected. Their hearts as calm as still water and selfless. What a powerful Buddhist song. The Great Compassion Thera. Makes people want to give up fighting. However, they are fighting with it. The sight shook many people. They realized that people around them had succumbed to the Great Compassion Thera. They almost forgot that Kong Ming was using the Great Compassion Thera. To fight. The 9 netherworlds demonic song attacks Kong Ming only. Kong Ming's Great Compassion Thera. Influences everybody. Kong Ming is probably stronger than Lin Feng, analyzed some detached observers. The Buddhist lights oppressed the demon lights already. Where did that bald donkey learn the Great Compassion Thera? Xianrun was astonished and staring at Kong Ming. That Buddhist monk was so mysterious and discreet. Even though he was probably the strongest cultivator of Holy Mountain. Many people were watching the battle in Godly Cloud City. They had not expected that these few people, Kong Ming, who was discreet before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, Lin Feng, who had been offended by the Devamara Thunder Clan, Zhou Rongman, who had no fame or reputation, and Chu Chunxiu, who was from the Dark Night region, would be so dazzling during the last round. They also hadn't thought that the Godly Cloud's first master wouldn't be strong enough to fight against them. The Great Compassion Thera. And the 9 netherworlds demonic song energies collided. People in Godly Cloud City could hear the Great Compassion Thera. And it influenced them. The Great Compassion Thera. Purified all things. People didn't feel like fighting when hearing such a mantra. The Great Compassion Thera. And the 9 netherworlds demonic song were similar. They were both songs which affected people's wills. The 9 netherworlds demonic song turned people into puppets. The Great Compassion Thera. Wasn't as aggressive as the 9 netherworlds demonic song. The Buddha's halos and the demon lights kept colliding. Slowly, the Buddhist halos didn't look as powerful as before. The difference between Buddhist and demon cultivation is thin. If Great Compassion really existed, how could he be a cultivator? How could he try to stand at the top of the continent? Everything is fake, void. I practice demon cultivation. Nothing can destroy my will. Lin Feng looked calm and unruffled. He wasn't affected by the Buddhist mantras. All he focused on was his opponent. Kong Ming had an indestructible golden body, and 108 Buddhas protected him. His physical defense was incredible. Ordinary attacks wouldn't do anything to him. When Lin Feng thought about that, he condensed sword strength, and a second later, it moved towards Kong Ming. Kong Ming didn't do anything to block the attack. The 108 Buddhas around him were part of his golden body and protected him. When the sword energies crashed onto the golden body, sharp and clear sounds rang out. Buddhist halos flashed and the sword strength disappeared. As Lin Feng had thought, such attacks were useless against Kong Ming. His defense was too incredible. All Buddhist monks had an incredible defense, but coupled with an indestructible golden body, Kong Ming's strength was even more impressive. Demon intent surged. Lin Feng stretched out his hands. Demon lights and 9 netherworld strength condensed. The energies didn't affect Kong Ming, but at least they oppressed his great compassion Nara. I strength. Kong Ming's eyelids twitched. He continued chanting his mantra in a mighty Brahmic voice. The 108 Buddhas around him chanted at the same time as him. Hands condensed in the air and turned into terrifying golden fists, like golden mountains, and hurtled towards Lin Feng. The atmosphere became oppressive. The mountain-like fists were also extremely quick and as sharp as blades. They moved forwards with the force of a landslide and the power of a tidal wave. It was difficult to breathe when facing such an attack. When the audience saw the attack, their hearts started pounding nervously. Those punches could easily destroy mountain ranges and kill hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the same time. They could imagine that all the emperors who were standing in the crowd would die at the same time if they faced such an attack. I'll see how strong I really am then. It's an opportunity, thought Lin Feng. He proudly stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind caused by the mountain-like punches. He's not dodging, and he's not condensing strength to block the attack either, exclaimed the crowd. Lin Feng shouted furiously, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked like a demon king. He bent down and then performed an uppercut. He used as much physical strength as he could in that punch. It felt like his strength could destroy everything in its way. Dong! Lin Feng had the impression he was going to suffocate beneath the golden punches, before he heard cracking sounds spread out and thunder echo out. The golden mountain-like punches exploded in flashes of golden light. Lin Feng was still standing there, his clothes still fluttering. He still looked like a demon king. The watchers were astonished. Zhou Rongman, Kong Ming, and Lin Feng's physical strength was astonishing. They could easily crush ordinary great emperors. However, Lin Feng's attack didn't suffice to make Kong Ming open his eyes. He was still seated there calmly, his golden Buddhas floating around him. He continued using his 10,000 celestial Buddha solution techniques. Each time he attacked, he condensed the strength of his 10,000 celestial Buddha solution technique. Each time the ground trembled. He continued singing his mantra in his awe-inspiring Brahmic voice. The crowd saw the Buddhas rise up into the air at the same time. The Buddhas all opened their mouths and shouted furiously together. Ah! Some people in distant godly cloud city gave horrible shrieks as their eardrums trembled. Lin Feng's blood boiled furiously in his ears. Buddha's cry was magnificent and dangerous. It was just the beginning. The 10,000 celestial Buddha attacks continued intensifying. The Buddhas raised their golden fists and 108 punches hurtled towards Lin Feng. Nothing could stop them. Lin Feng frowned and released ancient desolate intent into the air. He condensed sky-absorbing strength and punched out unceasingly in the direction of those Buddhist punches. Explosions kept erupting around them. When all the strength was destroyed, Lin Feng looked at the 108 Buddhas as they moved again. What an amazing battle! He had first used the 9 Netherworlds demonic song against Kong Ming's great compassion Nara. But it hadn't worked. Then, he had used cursing strength, but Kong Ming was too strong, so cursing strength hadn't been very efficient, either. There were many mantras and other kinds of spells in Buddhist scriptures, so stopping cursing strength was easy for Buddhist cultivators. Therefore, using the most powerful attacks possible was the only way. Direct attacks affected the golden bodies. Kong Ming was much stronger defensively than Hua Qingfeng or an Aicong. Demon curses or great dream of life strength was useless against him. Kong Ming's Buddhist strength had reached awesome levels, and his 10,000 celestial Buddha solution techniques were saints' techniques, timeless and mighty. 9 words appeared around Lin Feng. His body became hard to make out. He started chanting his incantation. At the same time, he released ancient desolate qi, which filled the air. The atmosphere suddenly smelled old, and energies moved in all directions. Deployment lights started intertwining. Lin Feng carved words with his hands, which turned into gigantic deployment spell words. A gigantic word, oppression, appeared in the sky. At the same time, Lin Feng started spinning. His veins and muscles were trembling. The ancient holy technique could change or oppress anything. Qin Shan had turned into terrifying cauldrons, which could oppress a saint's strength in the whole valley back in the historical remains. Now, Lin Feng didn't need to oppress a saint, he just needed to oppress Kong Ming. Lin Feng rose up in the air and the crowd saw Lin Feng's body disappear suddenly. A dazzling cauldron appeared in the sky. Oppression was blazing upon it. At the same time, the 9 words twinkled and spun around the ancient cauldron. Sky-absorbing strength resonated with the 9 words of the incantation and the ancient cauldron of the ancient holy technique. Brilliant lights flashed blindingly. Lin Feng's ancient cauldron moved towards Kong Ming. Kong Ming kept releasing 10,000 celestial Buddha punches at the cauldron, but they all disappeared instantly. The cauldron could oppress anything. Lin Feng's clones were standing there watching. Kong Ming wasn't going to just let Lin Feng oppress him. The Buddha's voices grew louder and louder. The 108 Buddhas then bowed, bathing in Buddhist halos. They summoned a gigantic golden Buddha 20 meters tall. It merged with Kong Ming. The 108 Buddhas gathered to protect him as halos illuminated everything. The gigantic ancient cauldron oppressed everything. The gigantic ancient Buddha high raised his hands, his fingers like golden mountains, towards the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron and the gigantic fingers stopped moving. They were both oppressed. The 108 Buddhas protected the gigantic Buddha, and it couldn't move forwards anymore. Kong Ming is really strong like an ancient Buddha. His strength is incredible. He has really reached the peak of perfection in terms of Buddhist cultivation. And Lin Feng, in his ancient cauldron form, can oppress the gigantic Buddha. He's also incredible, mused some experts, enjoying the incredible duel. On the other side, Chu Chun Chiu and Zhou Rongman's battle was also intense and fierce. Chu Chun Chiu's sky-absorbing intent was at its peak. He was absorbing Zhou Rongman's will. At the same time, his vitality and intent were both explosive. Zhou Rongman had opened his third eye, where indestructible golden lights twinkled. His attacks were violent, intense, and fierce. However, Chu Chun Chiu kept some distance between him and Zhou Rongman. He understood perfectly what Zhou Rongman's weakness was. That battle is extremely difficult for Zhou Rongman. He's better at close combat, and Chu Chun Chiu's vitality and intent are terrifying. He keeps absorbing Zhou Rongman's will, so Zhou Rongman won't be able to hold on much longer. His physical strength and defense are incredible, but his weakness is too incapacitating. The experts discussed among themselves. Actually, Zhou Rongman wasn't slow, but in comparison with the finalists, he wasn't fast enough. At that moment, Buddha's voices made the earth and sky shake violently. The crowd turned their heads and saw the gigantic Buddha and the 108 Buddhas chanting mantras in their mighty Brahmic voices again. Golden lights kept bombarding the ancient cauldrons, and it was shaking. Kong Ming's 108 Buddhas can also chant mantras, which makes the attacks against the ancient cauldron even stronger. The experts nodded. Kong Ming's abilities were better than Zhou Rongman's because he was very good both in terms of defense and offense, and he could also fight within a certain range distance and in close combat. However, nobody knew just how fast Kong Ming could be because he never moved. He was like a statue when he fought. He just sat down in the air and stopped moving like an indestructible golden statue. Lin Feng's clones can't do much either over there. Maybe Kong Ming will destroy them and then destroy the cauldron. Some people predicted. He had released clones a while before, but they hadn't done much so far. Finally, they moved. They turned into Holy Spirit swords and fused together. At the same time, in the middle of them, a scroll picture deployment spell appeared as well as a celestial stage deployment spell. The clones moved extremely quickly. The Holy Spirit swords turned into a gigantic sword. One of Lin Feng's clones moved, and in the twinkling of an eye, the ancient sword streaked across the sky and penetrated into the celestial stage deployment spell. Its explosive strength became even more intense and the air began to shriek about it. The energies moved towards Kong Ming. However, the crowd realized that the energies weren't really moving towards Kong Ming. They contained some of the force of the earth and sky and ancient desolate intent, and they stopped next to the cauldron. An even greater oppressive strength filled the air. The 10,000 celestial Buddha strength weakened. The sound of the mantras also weakened. Lin Feng's clones contain strength too. Those two guys are terrifyingly strong. They have both made it to the top of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng is still moving. He's condensing a second sword. The crowd was astonished. That second sword was made of holy spirits, also containing the force of the earth and sky. Around his sword, the atmosphere turned into ancient desolate strength. Very quickly, the second sword made the atmosphere shake violently. The mantras kept weakening. They were being oppressed. When the third ancient sword appeared, Kong Ming's real body raised his head, and the 108 Buddhas also raised their heads. They were bathing in golden lights. They kept chanting their mantras in magnificent Brahmic voices. All his Buddhist energies intertwined. Lin Feng's clones moved extremely quickly too. Many swords appeared and condensed. 6 more gigantic swords appeared, ran through the air, and absorbed the force of the earth and sky. Kong Ming's lips kept moving. Sound waves kept emerging from his mouth. Ancient golden imprints appeared and intertwined in front of him. Ancient Buddhist words moved towards the ancient cauldron. Oppress! 6 of Lin Feng's clones were holding swords and stayed close to defend. At the same time, 9 of Lin Feng's clones who had swords moved forwards. Kong Ming also attacked. The air thundered, and the ancient cauldron kept trembling. The ancient swords trembled as if they were about to break apart, but held together. One of Lin Feng's clones stayed there, not attacking directly. He was carving deployment marks to oppress the Buddhist sound waves. The deployment spells were forcing the Buddhas to lower their heads. The deployment spells intertwined. The 9 swords rotated. The atmosphere around turned into an ancient world oppressing everything. The Buddhas were even more pressured. 3 saints' techniques. Was the diviner right back in the days? Whispered Kong Ming. He had challenged Lin Feng for several reasons. The main one was that they were both from the same world. Another one was that he wanted to check whether the diviner had been right back in the days. Back then, the diviner had thought that Lin Feng was the strongest cultivator of the event. Kong Ming didn't need to prove anything. He was extremely strong and knew it. He didn't need to defeat Lin Feng to satisfy himself. But since they both participating in this meeting, why not fight? Now the diviner was here. On the inside, he wished he could have proven the diviner was wrong. But no, the diviner's destiny technique was incredible. If Lin Feng had lost, it would have proved that the diviner's technique wasn't that efficient. Kong Ming practiced cultivation extremely diligently. He relied solely on himself. Back then, he hadn't even thought of becoming a disciple of one of the 12 shrines. He wasn't interested. He actually had absolutely no weakness. The swords kept rotating and oppressing him. The ancient cauldron was oppressing him, too. Gradually, clear breaking and snapping sounds spread in the air. One of the Buddhas cracked. "It's breaking," murmured Kong Ming in a low voice. However, everybody heard him. Gotcha. Another cracking sound. The Buddhas were breaking. They couldn't oppress Lin Feng anymore. "Go!" whispered Kong Ming. The 108 Buddhas raised their heads, solemn and respectful. They shot forwards even though Kong Ming knew they were going to break. As they pressed forwards, some of them exploded. However, some of them still managed to reach the cauldron, raising their hands and punching it. The cauldron clanged and trembled. If the 9 words of the incantation hadn't protected it, it would have broken apart. The gigantic golden Buddha also started crumbling. Breaking and snapping sounds spread in the air. Kong Ming closed his eyes and continued chanting mantras in his Brahma voice. The thunder of crumbling Buddhas did not stop as they continued breaking apart. Kong Ming's golden body also started crackling. Suddenly, he was forced away and slowly descended from the sky. He raised his head and looked at the destructive strength above. He said, "I have lost this battle." The 9 swords disappeared. The ancient cauldron turned back into Lin Feng again. Lin Feng coughed. His face was pale, and his organs were twitching. This fight had been so difficult, and so rewarding too. One last battle awaited him for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng won. He defeated Kong Ming. He ranked 100-something and now he's in the top 5, sighed the crowd, now pepping up again after being released from the Buddhist melody. Nobody thought Lin Feng was lucky. They knew it had been very difficult for him to make it there. He had fought against some of the strongest cultivators of the competition. He had fought against Supreme Cloud's first master, Godly Cloud's first master, and others. Now he had defeated Kong Ming. As the 4 finalists had agreed, Lin Feng was going to fight one more battle. Maybe the last battle is not necessary. I don't think Kong Ming is weaker than Chu Chun Xiu. Many people speculated. They didn't know what the last battles were going to be like. But one thing was certain, Lin Feng was definitely going to finish in the top 2. Lin Feng and Kong Ming's battle was over. Everybody was now staring at Zhou Rongman and Chu Chun Xiu. At that moment, Chu Chun Xiu was oppressing Zhou Rongman. Zhou Rongman had an incredible strength, but he looked like he was in pain. He had the impression he was carrying the whole world on his shoulders. Chu Chun Xiu's sky-absorbing intent kept absorbing his will. Ah! Zhou Rongman shouted furiously in pain. Humph! Chu Chun Xiu grunted coldly. He continued oppressing Zhou Rongman. A vortex appeared and moved towards Zhou Rongman's head. He was trembling. Zhou Rongman was in a frenzy, like an animal in a cage. However, he didn't want to give up. How could Zhou Rongman, the 333rd son of the Zhou clan, give up this battle? Arg! Zhou Rongman shouted desperately, suddenly raising his head. His golden third eye turned red as blood. Like a gloomy sea of blood had appeared in his third eye. Chu Chun Xiu continued absorbing his will with his sky-absorbing intent. A horrible shriek arose as he was abruptly driven backwards violently. His eyes bloodshot. What kind of intent is that? Thought Chu Chun Xiu, his face frozen. Chu Chun Xiu had the impression he was going insane after having absorbing that will. He was terribly angry. Zhou Rongman, you bastard! What a monster! Zhou Rongman's eyes were bloodshot. He was staring at Chu Chun Xiu with his 3 eyes. What a guy, thought Lin Feng and Kong Ming. Looking at Zhou Rongman, truly a monster. Chu Chun Xiu was extremely strong. But the others didn't know what had just happened with that shout. Zhou Rongman roared out, venting something deep inside. His third eye dimmed down. He was shaking, looking like he was trying to oppress the strength of his third eye. Zhou Rongman took a step forwards and then aside before sitting down cross-legged. He closed his third eye, and his violent will disappeared. He became extremely calm. The crowd was astonished. Who had won? A moment ago, Chu Chun Xiu was oppressing Zhou Rongman really bad, and then Zhou Rongman went crazy. Chu Chun Xiu still should have won if he could defeat Zhou Rongman. However, it's still difficult to know who's stronger between the two of them. Zhou Rongman is such a monster. 3 people could still fight. Lin Feng, Kong Ming, and Chu Chun Xiu. They were going to finish in the top 3 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Those last 3 cultivators have exceeded everybody's expectations, sighed many people. They would have never thought that those 3 people would end up in the top 3. Chu Chun Xiu turned around and stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also looked back at him. They were both extremely strong. Chu Chun Xiu's sky-absorbing strength was terrifying. If Lin Feng wanted to defeat him, he would need to use his full strength. But could he still use his full strength? He was probably too exhausted. Killing such people was nearly impossible even in normal circumstances. Such people became more and more terrifying with time, especially that Chu Chunxiu. His cultivation speed was terrifying. Lin Feng thought very highly of Chu Chunxiu. We fought before I broke through. Do you still have energy to fight against me? Lin Feng asked Chu Chunxiu calmly. Chu Chunxiu remained silent. He had seen Lin Feng and Kong Ming's battle a moment before. It had been even more impressive than his own fight. Lin Feng had indeed become a bit stronger. At this time, Chu Chunxiu thought that fighting against Lin Feng would be difficult. Indeed, he would never have thought that Lin Feng would become so strong so quickly. He should have killed him a long time ago. Chu Chunxiu was still thinking that if he had the opportunity, he would absorb Lin Feng's will. It would be amazing. Chu Chunxiu, fight against me, said Kong Ming calmly. He had lost against Lin Feng. He didn't need to fight anymore, but since Chu Chunxiu was also a terrifying cultivator, he still wanted to try if he could best him. Chu Chunxiu turned to Kong Ming. He knew that Kong Ming was terrifyingly strong. His 10,000 Celestial Buddha solution, indestructible golden body and great compassion Nara. I were incredible. He had reached the peak of perfection in all those skills and techniques. Use your full strength for this battle, said Kong Ming calmly. An incredible amount of golden lights appeared. He immediately started chanting mantras in his Brahma voice, and 108 Buddhas appeared. He turned into a golden body and rose up into the air. He looked like a Vairocana, the great compassion Nara. Strength slowly filled the air. Many people made their hearing stop functioning this time because they didn't want to hear the great compassion Nara. It influenced their will. They were worried that such powerful attacks would have consequences to their cultivation. Chu Chunxiu was standing proudly in the air. An ancient king appeared behind him. He looked like a peerless cultivator. His vitality and intent were explosive and terrifying. The great compassion Nara. I couldn't affect his vitality and intent. On the contrary, his terrifying vitality and intent surged towards Kong Ming. However, Chu Chunxiu's vitality and intent attacks were far more effective against Lin Feng, due to Kong Ming's cultivation type. He was a Buddhist cultivator, and his great compassion Nara. I protected him from such impure attacks. It was difficult to attack Kong Ming's will. If he wants to defeat Kong Ming, he has to do it like Lin Feng, using pure physical strength and crushing his golden body. Chu Chunxiu couldn't do the same as Lin Feng, because their ways of fighting were completely different. Defeating Lin Feng would be easier for Chu Chunxiu than defeating Kong Ming, even if Lin Feng had defeated Kong Ming. However, Chu Chunxiu wasn't going to flinch. He continued releasing explosive vitality and intent. People's vitality and intent could influence attacks. Chu Chunxiu wanted his attacks to be as powerful as possible. He jumped forwards, the earth and sky became paler. His intent expanded aggressively. He could easily kill emperors of the top of the Huangqi layer with such attacks. But his attack wasn't effective against Kong Ming. However, Kong Ming continued releasing strength. Kong Ming continued using his 10,000 Celestial Buddha, his Buddha's lights becoming more and more dazzling. Golden words appeared in the sky. They turned into gigantic Buddhist imprints and rotated. They were getting more and more powerful. Kong Ming was using his most powerful attacks as well. The 20-meter-high Buddha appeared. Its head reached the sky. The imprints rotated around its body. Gigantic fists appeared around it, radiating danger. The gigantic ancient imprints penetrated into the words and moved towards Chu Chunxiu. Instantly, Chu Chunxiu was surrounded by Buddhist halos. Chu Chunxiu jumped forwards. His vitality and intent grew more and more powerful. His ancient king shouted furiously. The ancient Buddha shouted loudly as cracks appeared on it. However, Chu Chunxiu also had the sensation his arms were being crushed. He was thrown backwards violently and spat out blood. The gigantic Buddha attacked for the fourth time. Chu Chunxiu was furious, he stopping and moving forwards again. He punched out unceasingly, and the gigantic Buddha's hands finally cracked, losing their intensity. Chu Chunxiu smashed the Buddhist lights around him. His face was deathly pale and his blood was boiling. Chu Chun-Chiu can resist against such attacks. He's a real genius, but he's going to lose anyway, the experts murmured. But Chu Chun-Chiu had defeated Zhou Rongman, Kong Ming had defeated Chu Chun-Chiu, and Lin Feng had defeated Kong Ming. The final ranking was already obvious. It was just that the final battle had already been fought by Kong Ming and Lin Feng. Suddenly, everybody looked at Lin Feng. Had he finished the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds in first place? At that moment, people's hearts were pounding. Jing, Qingfeng, Ho Qinglin, Lang Yi, Junemoshi, Jian Mang and the others, the members of the Devamara Thunder clan, the Pellet King's clan, Yao Yao and many other people had palpitations as they stared at Lin Feng. Back in the icy small world of the Snow clan, an old woman was standing in the snow. Next to her were a few old people. "What's going on?" asked someone at that moment. Someone appeared next to the old woman. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized that person. It was the man who had taken Meng Qing away from him. "Listen to them," said the old woman calmly. At that moment, the man looked over at the group of people. "All the shrine's members are at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds," said an old man in the group of people in front of the old woman. The person who had just arrived looked astonished. "It is quite surprising. The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds takes place every 100 years. One shrine is in charge, and the others can't get involved." "Yes, but you probably remember the shrine's great war a long time ago, though," said the old woman indifferently. The old men frowned nervously. The shrine's war back in the days had shaken the whole continent. It had been tragic, and many people had died. Entire worlds had disappeared. Back then, they had still been young. It had been a tragedy for the Snow Clan, too. 3 of their kings had died back then. They couldn't forget about it. The Fortune Shrine has an incredible destiny technique. The other shrines have nothing like it. However, a short time ago, someone said that their elder used the Great Destiny technique, said the old woman calmly. The crowd was astonished to hear about the Great Destiny technique. The Fortune Shrine used the Great Destiny technique? Why would they tell people about that? Asked that person skeptically. "I don't know, but the shrines are fierce." "It's not surprising," said the old woman indifferently. "Indeed. But the fact that the Fortune Shrine used the Great Destiny technique is intriguing, meaningful, and thought-provoking. Maybe it is due to the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. There is news about that kid." All the shrines arrived at the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. "Meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds?" whispered that person. "The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds is going to end soon. I wonder who the Fortune Shrine will recruit. No matter who they choose, we don't need to get involved. We can't compete with the shrines. We can only watch silently. Let's not waste energy," answered the old woman calmly. The man nodded. He knew that the Snow Clan couldn't compete with the shrines. They would need many years before being able to compete with the shrines. Maybe if a peerless cultivator appeared in the Snow Clan, it would help them, like little Zhetian. Everybody gazed into the distance. What was going to happen during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds? It wasn't going to be ordinary this year. The Great Destiny technique required lots of energy. Only core disciples of the Fortune Shrine had access to such techniques. Back at the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, everybody was staring at the fighters inside. They all had palpitations. Little Zhetian clenched his fists. The young man in front of him had transmitted some news to the Snow Clan. He looked excited. He knew things weren't over. Behind him, Xue Shenfeng pulled a long face and stared at Lin Feng. "He came in first. How is that possible?" thought Xue Shenfeng. He felt desperate. How could Lin Feng become so strong, so quickly? Back during the Pathfinder day of the Imperial ranking list, Lin Feng wasn't that strong. After today, Lin Feng would be famous everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Everybody would know he had finished first at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. People in the Holy City and Champion University would also learn about it. Actually, many people in Godly Cloud City kept using their jade talismans with the full strength of their godly awareness, using telepathy to tell distant people about events. What a guy, he surprisingly finished first, thought Jing, staring at Lin Feng. She looked over at Qing Feng. Qing Feng was beaming and looked bewitched. She was happy for Lin Feng. He's first. He'd definitely be a good match for Qing Feng, thought Jing. She was still staring at Lin Feng. Where did he come from? He had defeated an Aitsong, Hua Qing Feng, Kong Ming. She had been amazed by Lin Feng's speed when he was fighting against Kong Ming too. Ho Qing Lin, Tian Qi, Ruoxia, Junemo Shi, Lang Yi, Jian Mang, and all the others were happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had finished first. It was one more proof in his life, just another milestone. From now on, Lin Feng will be known as a splendid and glorious cultivator in Champion University. His name will always be carved at the top of the ranking list. They will make a statue of him. Such a cultivator will be without parallel in the history of Champion University, said Ruoxia with a smile. Best emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. It was incredible. The top 3 cultivators of the meeting would become kings in the continent of the 9 clouds. It was difficult to imagine. How strong would Lin Feng be 100 years from now? I never thought that brother Lin Feng would be so incredible. Even brother Ling Huang isn't as strong, said Yao Yao, laughing. Ru Feng was also astonished. Back then, they were worried when Lin Feng had fought against Wang Jie. Now, they knew that someone like Wang Jie was like an insect in Lin Feng's eyes. They belonged to different worlds. Of course, apart from people who were happy for Lin Feng, there were many people who were furious. The members of the Devamara Thunder clan all pulled long faces. Lin Feng had finished first. He was going to become a core disciple of the Fortune Shrine. The Devamara Thunder clan wouldn't be able to avenge Lei Dong Tian anymore. Would Lin Feng want to take his revenge against them? Probably. So he had to die as soon as possible. Hua Qing Feng was also staring at Lin Feng. He sighed and thought, I'm a Confucian and sword cultivator. I control 2 types of Tao intent. I'm really strong. I was Godly Cloud's first master, but on the battle stage of the meeting I ended up 6th. Those people even have saints' techniques which they already master at their own level. If your Tao intent isn't at the highest level possible, then you can't pose a threat to those people. Hua Qing Feng now knew that he needed to study more. Lin Feng's saints' techniques were terrifying. Kong Ming's strength was also astonishing. An expert in both defense and offense. All the people who had ranked better than him were terrifyingly strong cultivators. The young beastmasters, Saint Tianhun, Zhuoqing, they were all staring at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng joined the Fortune Shrine, he would become even stronger, even faster. Lin Feng had finished first. He would become a core disciple in the Fortune Shrine. He would have access to all the saints' techniques of the Fortune Shrine. In the future, the difference between him and them would keep increasing. If Lin Feng became a member of the Fortune Shrine, they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng anymore. In Godly Cloud City, there were people from everywhere in the continent, so of course there were people from the Dark Knight region as well. There were people from all the dynasties of Qitian Holy Town. Some of them were very nervous. Back in the day, they had joined hands to attack Lin Feng by surprise. Would Lin Feng want to get his revenge? Amongst people from the dynasties, some people were also smiling broadly. The people from the Holy Spirit dynasty. Their eyes were twinkling. He was their holy dynasty prince. In the future, his son would become a holy emperor in their dynasty. Their future holy emperor's father would be a core disciple of the Fortune Shrine. It was incredible. A new era was starting for the Holy Spirit dynasty. The diviner was standing in the air, smiling thinly. Lin Feng had succeeded, he had made it this far. He was the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. The destiny wheel had really rotated because of him. He had guessed right. The great destiny technique can't predict everything. His destiny is in his own hands, we can't predict the future. The predictions of the great destiny technique don't control his life, thought the diviner. He was just waiting. Nobody was saying anything. He was waiting for people to recover. After a long time, Prince Wu Qing recovered. Zhou Rongman came back to his senses. The others finished recovering, too. The diviner waved his hand and said calmly, "In the name of the Fortune Shrine, I'll announce the rankings officially. Lin Feng, first, Kong Ming, second, Chu Chunqiu, third, Zhou Rongman, fourth, Bestial Deployment Spellcaster, fifth, Hua Qingfeng, sixth, Yu Qing, seventh, Zhouling Huang, eighth, Prince Wu Qing, ninth, Mara, 10th. The crowd stared at the top 10. However, at that moment, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were wearing black armor and looked like demons. One of them said, "Congratulations everybody for finishing in the top 10. That voice didn't sound harmonious at all, and he had just interrupted the diviner. The diviner was making a public announcement in the name of the Fortune Shrine. Everybody slowly turned to that person. Even the diviner looked at them. That person smiled coldly and looked at the top 10 cultivators. Of course, these people are now members of the Fortune Shrine. I just wanted to congratulate them in the name of the Demon Shrine," said that person, looking at the diviner calmly. However, he was smiling ominously. "I represent the Fire Shrine. Congratulations," said someone else. He was wearing a fire robe. He had no chi. However, people had the impression that he was bathing in flames at the same time. It was very strange. Next to him was a young man. "I represent the Empty Space Shrine. Congratulations," said someone else. That person seemed to be in another world. Next to him, there was also a young man wearing a golden cloak. "I represent the Ice and Snow Shrine. Congratulations." People looked at all the members of the shrines. What was going on? What are the members of the other shrines doing here? Are they really here to congratulate the winners? Whispered the crowd uneasily. Many strong cultivators frowned. Duanfeng frowned too and thought, the shrines are not allowed to get involved when another shrine organizes the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Only young people can come and watch, but now some extremely strong cultivators have come. What is going on? The top 10 cultivators are extremely strong. Gu Xiantian, one of our disciples, is extremely strong and talented. All the other shrines also have geniuses. Why not give young people an opportunity to exchange views on cultivation? Said the strong cultivator of the demon shrine at that moment. Everybody looked at the young man next to him. That must be Gu Xiantian. Gu Xiantian is one of the 3 strongest cultivators of his generation in the demon shrine. He's terrifyingly strong. He went to the supreme animal world alone, killed a real dragon and used its body to make armor. Many people from the dragon clan in the supreme animal world were furious. They went to the demon shrine to capture him. 3 real dragons fought against Gu Xiantian. But they lost. Nobody has talked about it since. Reported some people. That guy was terrifyingly strong, a core disciple in a shrine. Even though the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were also extremely strong, they couldn't win against him. After all, people from shrines belong to another world, especially core disciples who benefited from the shrine's teachings on a daily basis. Huixing Zi, a disciple of the Fire Shrine, also wants to exchange views on cultivation with the geniuses of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said a strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine calmly. Many people's faces twitched. Huixing Zi, he's got phoenix wings. All the young people of the shrines know how terrifying he is. Some whispered. Did the shrines want to cause trouble for the Fortune Shrine? All the emperors the shrines had brought with them were terrifyingly strong. According to legends, Huixing Zi has a godly fire body. He can absorb any kind of fire, transform it to make it his own, and at the same time increase his inherent fire. The strong cultivators of the different shrines introduced the young people who were on their side. Many people gulped, dumbstruck. The top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were in danger. The 10 shrines had selected their most outstanding emperors and come there to challenge the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. That wasn't fair at all. Maybe if the shrines had selected the top 10 cultivators they had, maybe the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds could defeat 1 or 2. Like everyone, the shrine's disciples were more or less stronger, but overall they were all overwhelmingly strong. Now all those shrines had brought their most outstanding cultivators. The top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds couldn't defeat them. Only Lin Feng, Kong Ming, Zhou Rongman, and Chu Chunqiu can resist those people, and that is not even sure. The last 6 don't stand a chance, thought the crowd. Even Duan Feng and the young man of the Snow Clan were astonished. The shrines were too audacious. The people from Godly Cloud City, as well as those who had participated in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, didn't understand. They had never heard those young people's names before, but they noticed that the observers were astonished. Were those people the strongest disciples the shrines had? What is going on? I remember that 100 years ago, the Fire Shrine organized the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and when it finished, they took all the geniuses with them. No shrine got involved, whispered someone. For many cultivators, 100 years wasn't long. Many of them had seen the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds before. And 200 years ago, the Ice and Snow Shrine did the same. They recruited disciples and no other shrine got involved. What is going on this time? Many people didn't understand and looked skeptical. The diviner raised his head and sighed. He wouldn't have thought that what the shrine's leader had said would really happen. He gazed into the distance and looked at a palace in particular. The Fortune Shrine probably knew what was happening already. People in the Fortune Shrine knew, obviously. There was a distant celestial palace floating in the sky. There were many people in front of it. A white-bearded old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being had his back turned to them. It was the Fortune Shrine's leader. He looked at all the stars in the sky. He slowly turned around and looked at the blurry silhouettes in front of him. He smiled and said, "Dear friends, long time no see. I hope you're good." "1,000 years have passed," said a crooked old man, also smiling indifferently. They looked friendly as they all walked towards a table. "Indeed. 1,000 years ago you all came here. I remember we had a cup of tea here, too," said the Fortune Shrine's leader slowly. Glasses appeared and he gave everybody a cup of tea. "We're old and tired now," said another old man, drinking tea and sighing. He raised his head and looked at the Fortune Shrine's leader. "Where are all the little boys who usually follow you?" "I imprisoned them," replied the Fortune Shrine's leader calmly, as if he had said something normal. The others were astonished, smiling and shaking their heads. "Old friend, you're still quite tough. They've been following me for so many years, and in the end, I realized they had been doing some things behind my back. They betrayed me and told some of my secrets," sighed the Fortune Shrine's leader, sighing. He looked disappointed. Some people who had been following him for at least 1,000 years had told other shrines about his secrets. He wasn't surprised. "We know. No need to hide anything," said one of them indifferently. He looked at the Fortune Shrine's leader and said sharply, "Who's the person?" At that moment, the others stopped moving and stared at the Fortune Shrine's leader. "Why did the destiny wheel rotate?" asked someone else. After remaining silent for a few seconds, the Fortune Shrine's leader smiled and said, "That's why I imprisoned them. I will check their memories. Even if I feel sorry for them, I have to know the truth." "Oppress them, of course," said someone, staring at the Fortune Shrine's leader heartlessly. His voice sounded cold. "It's not easy to oppress them," said the Fortune Shrine's leader, shaking his head. "Then kill them all. Don't let any of them off," said someone else emotionlessly. That person's demon intent was terrifying. He wanted to kill the 10 best cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The Fortune Shrine's leader shook his head. He didn't say much more. Since he couldn't predict the future, he could only do his best. The light curtain around the platform of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds disappeared. Gu Xiantian and the 9 other strong cultivators walked towards the platform as oppressive energies appeared. Lin Feng and the others opened their eyes. They hadn't thought that right after the end of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, the 10 shrines would send strong cultivators to fight against them. Kong Ming looked solemn and respectful. He put his palms together as if nothing could affect him. Golden lights surrounded him and he started chanting mantras in his magnificent Brahma voice. Chu Chunqiu's expression was sharp and he released energies. Their enemies were extremely strong. It would be very difficult to fight against them. "I didn't finish first," So now it's another opportunity to amaze the whole continent of the 9 clouds, said Zhou Rongman, smiling when he saw all this. If he managed to destroy these people, everybody would admire him. Even in such circumstances he was smiling. The other 6 were astonished. They were geniuses. They had finished in the top 10 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They had gone through so much to achieve it. They had participated in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds to become stronger and to join a shrine. These geniuses were from shrines, so the battles would be extremely difficult. The diviner didn't stop anyone. He looked unmoved. The crowd was surprised, but at the same time, some people understood that the diviner couldn't stop those strong cultivators from 10 different shrines. However, how would they feel if they knew that the leaders of all the shrines were drinking tea together? I want this one. The 10 strong cultivators were standing halfway up in the air. One of them was pointing at Lin Feng. He was wearing a black robe, which was fluttering in the wind. He looked like a demon and was staring at Lin Feng with his pitch-black eyes. You did well. You know several saints' techniques and you ranked first. Show me how strong you really are, said Gu Xiantian, staring at Lin Feng in cold excitement. Lin Feng looked back at Gu Xiantian as a black spear appeared in the other's hand. It was filled with demon intent which pulsed around it. Could easily kill people. His demon energies were overwhelming and pressed down on Lin Feng. He looked like a proud, aggressive, and arrogant demon king overlord. Show me how strong the geniuses of the demon shrine are, said Lin Feng, releasing his own intent. A gigantic black demon sword appeared in his hand. Huixing Zi landed in front of Zhouling Huang. Zhouling Huang released his fire qi. Huixing Zi was a fire master. He looked at Zhouling Huang greedily. Zhouling Huang's fire could help him become much stronger. The other strong cultivators from the other shrines also landed in front of their opponents. In a few seconds, the air was humming with power. How strong! Murmured the participants of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds when they saw those people, including Lin Feng. Gu Xiantian was holding his demon spear and walking towards Lin Feng. At his back, a demon shadow appeared and roared out thunderously. It looked exactly the same as him. His demon energies were getting stronger and stronger. The demon energies become more powerful as he walks forwards, observed the crowd watching Gu Xiantian. Lin Feng had ranked first during the meeting, so many people focused on his battle. Many of those people found Gu Xiantian scary. Lin Feng released a Holy Spirit sword, which swept away the demonic pressure, humming furiously. Gu Xiantian suddenly accelerated, more demon shadows appearing and overlapping. The terrifying Demon King's spear suddenly moved forwards, demon energies intertwining. The demon shadows all held spears and condensed, pressing forwards with an indomitable will. The energies in the spears were deadly. Lin Feng sensed the aggressive vortex of energies rolling towards him. He suddenly stepped forwards and raised his gigantic sword. Sharp weapon energies rose to the skies. The spear crashed against the sword, and the air began to shake. Lin Feng released more strength through his arms and put them into the sword. It was an incredible strength, but he still felt pressured. His opponent's spear was extremely hard. "Break!" shouted Gu Xiantian furiously. His spear trembled. Lin Feng sensed that the Demon King was coming towards him quickly. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice caused sound waves to condense in a wave of power. The Demon King started cracking. Cosmic energies roared out, shocking everyone. How terrifying! No wonder that Lin Feng finished first. His soundwave strength is terrifying. But Gu Xiantian is also formidable. His spear keeps evolving. If Lin Feng wasn't that strong, he would have died instant, judged those watching. Gu Xiantian was a genius of the Demon Shrine, one of their best emperors. People who didn't know him before were going to remember his name. There were such incredibly powerful cultivators in that place. The crowd was astonished when they saw the second wave of destructive energies. The demonic Gu Xiantian exclaimed, "As expected, the first one is really strong." He stepped forwards, accompanied by more thunder of energies in conflict. The ground was shaking violently. His energies roared out furiously, and his strength suddenly rose. His spear divided and turned into 12 spears, all shooting towards Lin Feng at the same time. Every spear looked like a black dragon, roaring eagerly. The sound alone could kill weaker people. In Godly Cloud City, someone howled furiously. He had the sensation his head was going to explode because of the sound waves. How scary! Many people put their hands on their ears and their hearts were pounding violently. How can Lin Feng resist such attacks? Wondered many people. Lin Feng turned pitch black and shot forwards in response. He raised the gigantic sword in front of him once again. Lin Feng shouted like a dragon, making the ground tremble. Spears started breaking apart one after the other, but not all of them. Break! Lin Feng shouted again. A gigantic axe appeared in front of him and continued crushing the spears. Weapon chi filled the air. At the same time, he used his gigantic sword to force Gu Xiantian back. Phew! I wouldn't have thought that such battles would start right after the end of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Many people were clenching their fists. Lin Feng. Qing Feng looked nervous. Even though Lin Feng kept forcing Gu Xiantian backwards, Gu Xiantian was extremely strong. His spear contained a terrifying strength. Even Lin Feng found him amazingly strong. Ho Qing Lin and the others looked nervous, too. How strong? Gu Xiantian was strong, but so were Jin Xingzi and the others. They were all peerless cultivators amongst emperors. Now they realized that there were people even stronger than those who had participated in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Those geniuses from the shrines disdained everybody else. Brother! Yao Yao was staring at her brother Jiuling Huang, Red Cloud's first master. He was incredibly strong, but Huaxing Zi's attacks were frightening. Brother Lin Feng, I hope nothing will happen to you. Yao Yao looked at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng was fine, she took a deep breath. But her brother Jiuling Huang was now in danger. He was oppressed and the others too. Only Kong Ming, Chu Chunqiu, and Zhou Rongman had managed to resist their opponents. However, it was impossible to say if any of them could defeat their opponents, because the fighters hadn't used their full strength yet. Gu Xiantian was staring at Lin Feng, his eyes like 2 dark caves. The first cultivator of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds hasn't disappointed. Get ready to use your full strength now. What you've done up until now wasn't enough, said Gu Xiantian coldly. He was impatient. He had seen Kong Ming and Lin Feng's explosive battle. He didn't know how strong they really were, but he was self-confident and thought he could defeat them easily. He was even convinced he could defeat the other geniuses of the shrines. Lin Feng watched Gu Xiantian. Another demon king had appeared behind Gu Xiantian. After that, demon lights glittered. Lin Feng saw Gu Xiantian's body divide into 9 demon shadows. 5 were at the bottom, 3 in the middle, and 1 at the top, 9 demon kings. A mighty demon chi kept emerging from them. He looked like a peerless demon fighter. A wave of demonic energies swept out from him. The demon looked extremely arrogant. The atmosphere became oppressive. Lin Feng released an endless amount of Holy Spirit and modified sky-absorbing strength. 9 words started floating around him. An ancient and oppressive chi filled the air as he divided into 3 silhouettes. Lin Feng couldn't afford to be careless in front of a genius of a shrine. Show me how strong you can get. The 9 demons shot towards Lin Feng, explosive strength emerging from them. The 9 demons raised their hands at the same time and emitted furious shrieks. They had the same movements and their explosive strength kept increasing. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He used his holy fist and roared out. Ancient sky-absorbing strength surged out. A gigantic demon punch collided with the holy punch. Terrifying energies exploded. Gu Xiantian looked excited. He waved his hands, and terrifying demon strength continued moving towards Lin Feng. He wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and released towering sword strength. A gigantic sword streaked across the sky and destroyed the gigantic demon hands. Lin Feng is really strong. Against all expectations, he can compete with Gu Xiantian. I wonder how strong Gu Xiantian can be, though. People from shrines can fight using many different methods. People from the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds weren't all like Lin Feng. Zhou Huang had vermilion bird's wings. He was from a shrine, and he couldn't be much weaker than Gu Xiantian. Fire appeared in his hands, looking alive. Zhou Huang attacked the fire which was moving towards him with fire, but surprisingly, his fire instantly disappeared. "Die!" shouted Jin Xingzi at that moment. His fire turned into a fire mace, looking ever more terrifying. He wanted to crush his opponent. Zhou Huang released more flames, which looked like they were dancing in the air around him. The flames turned into a terrifying fire armor. 9 terrifying beams of light crashed onto the fire armor at the same time, but they didn't pierce through. Jin Xingzi smiled coldly. He threw himself at Zhou Huang and released even more fire. The fire pierced through the Zhou Huang's fire armor and the armor started weakening. Many flames also emerged from Jin Xingzi's fire mace and strengthened his attacks. When the crowd saw that, their faces stiffened. Jin Xingzi had a fire body. He could drain and absorb Zhou Huang's fire. He could even absorb Zhou Huang's 9 flames. What could Zhou Huang do against that? Zhou Huang is in danger. The crowd, when they saw a vortex appear around Zhou Huang's fire armor, something was absorbing his fire. At the same time, his 9 flames fled and returned to Zhou Huang's body. Zhou Huang couldn't let his 9 flames move away from him. Otherwise, he would have lost his entire defense. When his 9 flames were outside, his opponent could swallow them. Zhou Huang couldn't afford to lose his fire. "Come back." Zhou Huang sensed the danger. His expression didn't change. He had recalled his fire into his body. Fire rotating around him. 9 flames glittered in his body. His opponent's fire still couldn't pierce through his body. However, at that moment, Jin Xingzi's fire mace crashed onto Zhou Huang's body. A terrifying fire which could make anything explode bombarded Zhou Huang's vital organs. That fire oppressed his strength. Slash, slash. Zhou Huang grunted with pain and coughed up blood and flames as he was hurled away. He couldn't stand steadily anymore. A terrifying fire was corroding his body. It felt like his opponent's fire had planted fire seeds in his body. Zhou Huang closed his eyes. He made his inner fire move towards those fire seeds. He had to get rid of them. However, at that moment, Jin Xingzi smiled evilly. He slowly walked towards Zhou Huang. A genius of the continent of the 9 clouds? He was a genius from a shrine. He had gone through a lot in life. He had been chosen, selected, and eliminated many times during various events in his life. He had also gone through terrifying battles and killed many people. He was one of the 3 strongest emperors of the Fire Shrine, a core disciple of the Fire Shrine. He was an important element of the Fire Shrine. Most people at the same level were too far behind to ever catch up. "Oh no! The strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine wants to kill Zhou Huang," protested the crowd. Many people frowned. It was the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and now it was going to turn into a massacre? The strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine isn't the only one. The other geniuses from the shrines also want to kill their opponents. People called out. Their hearts were pounding as they gazed into the distance. They had never thought such a thing would happen. Ling Huang. Ruyun pulled a long face. How come? How was this possible? What was going on? Yao Yao looked extremely nervous and her face turned deathly pale. Her mouth twitched as she bit through her lips and blood appeared. Zhou Huang opened his eyes. He was burning and staring at his opponent. What a powerful fire. "It's going to become mine and I'll break through to the Di-Chi layer," said Jin Xingzi, staring at Zhou Huang's fire greedily. That kind of fire would be extremely beneficial for him. He threw himself at Zhou Huang, his fire mace leading the way. Zhou Huang didn't only control fire strength. He could also carry out soul attacks. However, he had already tried them and they were useless against Jin Xingzi because the latter managed to oppress them. Zhou Huang went into a frenzy. Jin Xingzi's fire pierced through his body. Zhou Huang didn't even block it. He used both hands to grab the handle of the fire mace and flames of fury burned in his eyes. "Arg!" Zhou Huang screamed defiantly. Scorching hot chi rose. He turned into an ocean of flames and threw himself at Jin Xingzi's head. Jin Xingzi was shocked. He opened his eyes and spat out a fire bird reflexively. He wanted to absorb Zhou Huang's fire. However, Zhou Huang's fire continued pulsing out. Jin Xingzi was astonished. He raised his hands to protect himself from the fire attack, jumping forwards as his own fire dashed to the skies. He disappeared in the fire and reappeared somewhere else. He didn't even try to take back his fire mace. He managed to injure me, thought Jin Xingzi. He was staring at his own hands. They were charred black, burned by Zhou Huang's fire. He pulled a long face and stared at Zhou Huang with murder in his eyes. A terrifying flame arose and surrounded him. Zhou Huang's face had paled. Jin Xingzi really wanted to kill him. Jin Xingzi disappeared from where he was and turned into a fire shadow. Zhou Huang waved his hands and condensed 9 terrifying flames in a blazing inferno. Even with charred hands, Jin Xingzi still managed to destroy the fire and then threw himself at Zhou Huang again. There was an explosion of impact, and Zhou Huang was hurled again, coughing blood. He was severely injured. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Mara groaned with pain. An ice attack crashed onto his body. He had the impression he was going to turn into an ice statue. The cultivator of the shrine wanted to kill him. Among the 10 geniuses of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, 2 have been injured. They're in danger. The crowd frowned, their faces stiff. Lin Feng, who was fighting against Gu Xiantian, also noticed that the situation was worsening around him for the other participants of the meeting. He looked furious. You're not here to exchange views on cultivation. You're not here to compare yourselves with us. You're here to slaughter us. The strong cultivators of the shrines have come to kill, said Lin Feng coldly. An ancient tree appeared. It contained the energies of the 10,000 things of creation, radiating into the air. He condensed demon strength, shouted, and used a demon punch attack. Rumbling sounds spread out, and the sky trembled. He moved quickly and landed next to Zhou Huang. He said coldly, "If you have great imperial weapons, use them. No need to be merciful. They're not here to exchange views on cultivation." Lin Feng understood perfectly well that their great imperial weapons probably weren't as powerful as those of the members of the shrines. But they were in danger, they had to resort to weapons. It was their last resort. The 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds had grave expressions. They agreed with Lin Feng. The geniuses from the shrines weren't there to exchange views on cultivation. They were there to kill them. They didn't need to be merciful anymore. If they had been there to exchange views on cultivation, they would have stopped fighting after defeating their opponents, but Zhou Huang had already been defeated, and his opponent continued attacking him. Everybody had noticed that these people were not there to exchange views on cultivation, but to kill. Gu Xiantian was astonished. Lin Feng was going insane and had a special tree inside his body. He was from a shrine. He didn't know that this tree was from the Dark Night region's godly Wood Valley. It was a heavenly grace ancient tree. Lin Feng had punched him and sent him flying. He was furious. He looked at Lin Feng and Zhou Huang. Then he jumped and landed behind Lin Feng and Zhou Huang, while Huixingzi was in front of them. A terrifying qi filled the air. It was incredible. "Huixingzi, let's play a game. Let's see who can kill them first," said Gu Xiantian to Huixingzi. Huixingzi's eyes were filled with flames. His fire mace was already back in his hands. He said coldly, "That's exactly what I wanted to do. Those 2 guys will kill Lin Feng and Zhou Huang. That's so cruel." The crowd was shaking. Many people were furious. Lin Feng and the others were the strongest geniuses of the continent of the 9 clouds. They had gone through a lot to reach the top of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds rankings. Now the shrines had sent their own geniuses to attack them by surprise and kill them. That wasn't fair at all. That bunch of bastards are core disciples in shrines. They are naturally really strong. If Lin Feng and the others had practiced cultivation at a shrine for a long time, they would definitely be stronger than them. They made it to the very top of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They just need more time to become unmatched cultivators. The shrines don't want them to become stronger. Many people were indignant. The shrines had joined hands and were attacking the geniuses of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They had sent their core disciples on top of that. The 10 shrines are way too cruel. Some people in Godly Cloud City shouted furiously. Even those who were outside of the battle stage and who had been eliminated before were furious. However, what could they do? Nothing. They couldn't fight against the shrine's geniuses. To the strong cultivators of the shrines, those who had been eliminated were tiny little insects. The geniuses from the shrines wanted to kill the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Naturally, they could easily kill those who had been eliminated before. However, the crowd didn't understand why the shrines had joined hands to attack the geniuses of the meeting. Was it because of the Fortune Shrine? After all, those 10 people were supposed to become disciples of the Fortune Shrine. At that moment, Gu Xiantian and Huixingzi charged Lin Feng and Zhouling Huang. Fire and demon energies intertwined. Gu Xiantian was surrounded by demon lights and Huixingzi was holding his fire mace. They wanted to kill their opponents. Lin Feng looked at them coldly. He said to Zhouling Huang, "Zhouling Huang, block Gu Xiantian's attack, and I'll attack the guy from the fire shrine." Huixingzi hadn't fought against Lin Feng yet, but he had bet with Gu Xiantian. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and Zhouling Huang first. Lin Feng was going to use that opportunity to attack him by surprise. "All right, I have great imperial weapons. I'll use them to stop him, but these people are from shrines and they probably have powerful great imperial weapons too. If they use them, we're going to die," replied Zhouling Huang. That's why he hadn't taken out any great imperial weapon, because the members of the shrines probably had even more powerful weapons on them. "No choice. If we continue like this, we'll all die here," said Lin Feng. They were all telepathically, the talk was done in an instant. He released a terrifying amount of wind and empty space cosmic energies around himself and faced Huixingzi. "Are you getting ready to escape?" said Huixingzi, staring at Lin Feng coldly. That kind of wind cosmic energy was good for moving fast. The battlefield was too small. He looked at Lin Feng as if he were looking at prey. The fire in Huixingzi's fire mace became even more denser. Finally, he smiled cruelly and said, "Let's see how strong the one who ranked first is." He advanced on Lin Feng. At the same time, he raised his fire mace and continued condensing fire in it. Ling Huang raised his fists and punched out. A strong wind started shrieking as energies blotted out the sky. More flames appeared in Huixingzi's eyes. He ran towards Lin Feng without the least hesitation. His fire became more and more powerful. If that fire penetrated into Lin Feng's body, his physical body wouldn't be able to resist it. Even Zhouling Huang was badly injured, even though he was from a fire family. Dang! A cauldron echoed and shot towards Huixingzi. Deadly lights rotated around it. Lin Feng had condensed as much energy as he could inside to attack Huixingzi's soul. Death sound waves also started pulsing out. Everything around the cauldron smelled like death. Dang! The cauldron rang again. Huixingzi wasn't far from the cauldron, but his body had already turned black, his soul trembling. He had the impression he was going to be crushed. The death intent swept over him and bore down on his flames. Lin Feng released death swords. His death intent was astonishingly strong. He moved like the wind, terrifyingly fast, appearing in front of Huixingzi in the twinkling of an eye. Huixingzi was trying to get rid of the death strength which was corroding his body. When he saw Lin Feng appear in front of him, his face stiffened. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His demon voice made Huixingzi's eardrums tremble. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched out towards Xingzi's head furiously. Huixingzi's expression stiffened as he stared at Lin Feng. Two killing fire lights emerged from his eyes. Lin Feng sensed the danger, but he continued punching out without hesitation. "How insane!" the audience said when they saw that. Their hearts were pounding violently. Huixingzi was a strong fire cultivator from the fire shrine. Lin Feng took great risks to attack him. "Explode!" shouted Huixingzi furiously. Xianxia was surrounded by fire lights and rose up into the air. The ancient cauldron followed him, making him look numb. He has some precious treasures in his eyes. Lin Feng noticed. Xianxia shook his head, blood appearing down the sides. He glared at Lin Feng. How terrifying. Lin Feng surprisingly nearly destroyed Xianxia's skull. His fist didn't reach Xianxia's face, but if it had, with Lin Feng's strength, his head would have exploded. The experts noticed. Jiuling Huang had used a great imperial weapon to stop Gu Xiantian's attack. The other battles were also becoming more and more terrifying. The strong cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds gathered together. Zhou Rongman had saved Mara, who had almost been killed. They all belonged to the same group now. The people from the shrines wanted to kill them. Very good. Xianxia's fire mace turned into fire lights and moved back into his body. At the same time, 2 other fire maces reappeared in his hands. They were 3 zhang long and filled with fire. They looked dreadful. Gu Xiantian was now wearing a demon king's armor. He looked like a demon god. Nobody could pierce through his defense. Oh no! The strong cultivators from the shrines have extremely powerful great imperial weapons. The crowd was shaken even more. However, the finalists of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were surrounded. The battle didn't look good for them, and nobody could help them. Jing was staring at Lin Feng's familiar cauldron. As expected, it was him, but at that moment, she was worried about Lin Feng. She wanted to understand why the 10 shrines had joined hands to fight against them. What had happened? Why was all this happening? The shrines had extremely important positions in the world. Such things never happened unless there were special circumstances. Did they want to oppress the new disciples of the Fortune Shrine? Jing wasn't the only one who was nervous. Everybody was. Why? Asked Chu Chunqiu at that moment. He had also gathered together with the others. He was staring at the members of the shrines. We come from different places of the continent. We came here to join the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. We tried to improve our living conditions. We wanted to join a shrine. But now, why are you attacking us, the 10 best cultivators of the meeting? Chu Chunqiu's sky-absorbing strength pulsed. He hadn't expected this. How could he be happy? All the others felt the same. Why? Why were the shrines doing this to them? None of the disciples of the shrines replied. They were holding their great imperial weapons and qi was sweeping out from them. Kong Ming kept chanting mantras, golden lights rising around him. A mala necklace appeared in his hand, and a terrifying curtain of light appeared around him. He looked like an indestructible Buddha. Are you ready to fight? Said Kong Ming calmly. Everybody understood that it wasn't the right moment to ask why all this was happening. The shrine's cultivators wanted to slaughter them as soon as possible. They needed to fight. The deployment master looked at the cauldron floating in front of Lin Feng coldly. That cauldron was his. Lin Feng couldn't use all its powers to the fullest. Back when he was still a great deployment master, the cauldron was extremely powerful. Back then, he had never thought that someday someone would steal his cauldron and modify it. Silhouettes flickered. The 10 strong cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were holding their great imperial weapons and getting ready to attack. Lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the curtain of lights. Breaking and snapping sounds could be heard. One attack, and the light curtain exploded. If the shrine's strong cultivators had taken out great imperial weapons before, the 10 strong cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds would have died already. They didn't do it straight away because they were just playing. The crowd murmured. More melodious breaking and snapping sounds spread out, and deadly energies filled the air. It was getting dangerous for the 10 cultivators of the meeting. Their eyes were bloodshot and their faces stiff. What had they done to make the shrines want to kill them? They didn't know that one of them had made the destiny will rotate. In the history of the continent, some people at the top of the shrines couldn't accept that. Therefore, they wanted to kill those people to be sure that the one who had made the destiny will rotate would be killed. Actually, all the shrines had already gone so far. They didn't mind being cruel even if it meant killing geniuses. The destiny will didn't affect only one shrine. so they had to take measures. Therefore, destruction was the only solution. None of them could remain. They didn't know who had caused the destiny wheel to rotate. They could only guess that one of the top 10 cultivators of the meeting had done so, and more probably someone who was in the top 5. A terrifyingly strong cultivator from the demon shrine looked cold and detached, like a demon king. He was staring at the ground and thought, in the ancient times, because the destiny shrine rotated, the fortune shrine became much, much stronger. All the other shrines were in danger. So they had joined hands and a terrifying battle took place and made the whole continent shake. No place was spared. Back then, the fortune shrine was eventually oppressed. After that, the fortune shrine remained discreet for a very long time. Such a thing can't be allowed to happen again. People learned from history. That terrifying battle remained symbolic in many powerful people's memories. That had happened in the ancient times, and after that, the shrines had become weaker, including the fortune shrine. They had existed for many years, but it wasn't a flourishing era for them anymore. However, many years had passed and the ancient days were long past. The shrines had also started becoming a little bit more famous once again. It was a new era. Some terrifying cultivators had risen. However, 1,000 years ago, the Destiny Shrine had rotated again. However, nothing special had happened. The shrines had asked the Destiny Shrine about it. They hadn't found anything strange. Now, 1,000 years later, the Destiny Shrine had rotated again, and it was again the Fortune Shrine's turn to organize the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Therefore, the Fortune Shrine had decided to use the Great Destiny technique. The other shrines couldn't keep calm. That was the reason for this battle. They wanted to kill the 10 strongest cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, because they didn't want another war like in the distant past. The shrines had never forgotten that war. The leaders of the shrines were people who lost their parents, ancestors, and teachers during that war. They didn't want another war to start. Why does the destiny wheel rotate each time it's the Fortune Shrine's turn? Is it good for them or bad? Thought that strong cultivator. Back then, the Fortune Shrine had risen after the Destiny Shrine had rotated. Many strong cultivators had emerged from the Fortune Shrine. A new flourishing era had started for them. However, the battles had started and they had lost an incredible amount of strong cultivators, too. This time, it was the second time the Destiny wheel had rotated in 1,000 years. What did that mean? Ching! A clear and melodious sound rang out as Kong Ming's light curtain broke apart. A terrifying attack came crashing down. Many people trembled. Were the 10 strongest cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds really going to die? Initially, I wanted to play with you, but since you want to bring about your own destruction, then I'll help you. I should have done it earlier, said Gu Xiantian coldly. He started walking forwards, destructive energies filling the air as he stepped forwards. His demon armor was domineering. No! Yao Yao's face turned deathly pale. She looked terrified. Qing Feng started running forwards. She wanted to join the battle. Feng! Shouted Jing. That girl was insane. She was going to die if she joined the battle. The enemies were the shrine's strongest emperors. A dazzling light descended from the sky and illuminated everyone. The members of the shrines jumped away, and a second white beam of light filled the air. Where is he? The strong cultivators of the shrines were stunned. When they had appeared, nobody had prevented them from attacking. Now, the first beam of light had taken someone away. Is the Fortune Shrine finally going to get involved? Thought the crowd. They were astonished. Only the Fortune Shrine could make the battle stop. Had the Fortune Shrine attacked? Why had the shrine taken someone away? Had the members of the shrines come to attack because of that person, and not because of everybody? Why did the shrine let the strong cultivators of the other shrines chase him? When the crowd saw that one of the fighters was missing, they were astonished. The Fortune Shrine had taken someone away and now they let the other shrines chase him? That was strange. And the person who had been taken away was Chu Chun Chiu. Why did the Fortune Shrine take Chu Chun Chiu away, and only him? Does it mean anything? Wondered a lot of people. The disciples of the shrines all looked furious. A moment before, only 5 people had been able to compete with them. Lin Feng, Kong Ming, Chu Chun Chiu. Zhou Rongman, and the deployment master. The others were weaker. Therefore, it could have been any of them. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds is over. Those from the top 10, follow me to the fortune shrine. You will receive your rewards in the fortune shrine, said the diviner at that moment. He wasn't smiling anymore, sounding quite cold. The shrine cultivators were stunned. The strongest cultivators of the 10 other shrines weren't there anymore, so they couldn't prevent the diviner from doing that. The 10 members of the shrines chased after him. Nobody stayed there. That guy was too important, murmured the crowd. The diviner landed in front of the fighters. Lights surrounded them, and the 9 disappeared. They're gone. The 10 disciples of the shrines were astonished now. 2 lights beams appeared, delivering some of the strongest cultivators of 2 shrines. The 10 cultivators of the shrines had first chased after the one who had been taken away, and then they had realized that the fortune shrine had probably done that on purpose. Possibly. Those 10 people were all possible candidates, especially those of the top 5. Of course, the one who had been taken away was also a possible candidate. When the diviner took Lin Feng and the others away, the crowd looked confused. The diviner left quickly because of the other shrines, they realized. The other shrines had joined hands, and finally, the fortune shrine had decided to react and to take away the strongest cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds away. That also officially the end of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Everything was going to happen behind the scenes after that. Duan Feng's eyes were twinkling at that moment. He didn't understand either what was going on. The members of the Snow Clan were stupefied. Zhetian clenched his fists. The young man in front of him smiled indifferently and said, "Interesting." The 2 strong cultivators from the 2 shrines who had just appeared, disappeared again. Some members of the Fortune City appeared to sort things out there. They took those of the top 50 to Fortune City to become members. At the same time, the top 100 would also be able to travel to and from the inner part of Godly Cloud City freely. After that, people slowly left the platform and everything returned to normal. People from Godly Cloud City also slowly started leaving. They were confused and astonished. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was over. They had the sensation things hadn't ended the way they should have. They were still thinking about all the great battles. The Watchers slowly left. The inner part of Godly Cloud City and the outer part were divided once more. People from the 12 towns of Godly Cloud City couldn't see what was going on in the inner part of Godly Cloud City anymore. Only those who had the permission to come to the inner part of Godly Cloud City could see what was happening there, like the top 100 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They wanted to explore the inner part of Godly Cloud City and see what it looked like, as it was a legendary place. Ho Qinglin, Lang Yi, Jun Emoshi, and the others were in a city they knew nothing of. They could see celestial palaces floating in the air. It was an incredible sight. That celestial city which is floating in the air is Fortune City. The friends were amazed. The chi here is incredible. The cosmic strength is thick and dense. Is this the inner part of Godly Cloud City? Wondered the people glancing around. There were spectacular buildings everywhere containing celestial chi. The top 100 cultivators of the meeting started walking around. Many people sighing. What a mysterious world. Sometimes people passed, and when they saw them they looked surprised, some of their eyes glittering. The people who had just arrived were all new geniuses. Let's go to Fortune City. At that moment, the top 50 cultivators of the meeting headed towards Fortune City. At that moment, a group of young people with astonishing chi appeared in the distance. They smiled at the crowd when they arrived and said, "Congratulations and welcome to the Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds." Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds? The fighters were taken aback. This place was the Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds? In Fortune City, there was a starry sky above when Lin Feng and the others arrived there with the diviner. They all stood there and looked at the dazzling stars. They looked so close and so far away at the same time. Lin Feng looked at the rest of the crowd. One of them was missing, Chu Chunqiu. He had been taken away a moment before them. The strong cultivators of the other shrines had chased after him. Lin Feng didn't know what it was all about. Some people in white robes came up to them slowly. Their chi was only barely discernible. They looked aloof from worldly strife, and their cultivation level was hidden. They were obviously extremely strong. We shouldn't have let you go through this, but it was also a test for you. You'll go to different places now and choose your path. The diviner informed them. He nodded at the people in white clothes. Kong Ming, come with me, said one of them to Kong Ming. Zhou Rong Man, come with me, said another one. The fighters didn't understand and had their doubts, but they were in the Fortune Shrine now, and people from Fortune Shrine would definitely take care of them. Everybody left but Lin Feng. He was left behind, alone with the diviner. Lin Feng, the diviner said, smiling gently. Master, said Lin Feng respectfully. They had met again after such a long time. Lin Feng, first, congratulations to you for your achievements. You must have many questions. But now I'm going to tell you some very important things. Listen carefully, said the diviner seriously. All right, said Lin Feng when he saw how solemn the diviner looked. Probably had something to do with what had just happened. I need to tell you what happened on the continent in the ancient past. Strong cultivators can create small worlds when they reach a certain level. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were more and more people being born. In the small worlds, the same thing happened. So the continent of the Nine Clouds became too small, and chi even became rare. As a result, some of the strongest cultivators started creating rules. They wanted a unified continent. But people fought for power, which is how the shrines were created. They started fighting for supremacy. Lin Feng listened carefully. His heart was pounding. As he had always thought, someday he'd join a shrine and learn about the behind-the-scenes stories. That moment had finally come. He was going to learn more about the real world. Nobody knows how long those supreme cultivators fought. However, it stopped long ago. In the ancient past, there were 9 shrines establishing their dominance. The Starlit Sky Shrine, the Time Shrine, the Countless Shrine, the Empty Space Shrine, the Life Shrine, the Fire Shrine, the Ice and Snow Shrine, the Dazzling Gold Shrine, and the Earth Shrine. Those were the original shrines, with the Starlit Sky Shrine now called the Fortune Shrine. The Countless Shrine is the current Buddha Shrine. The Time Shrine disappeared a long time ago. All the other shrines emerged with time. However, no matter what, the 9 shrines are symbolic because after their establishment, the ancient wars and chaos ceased. At the same time, because of the scarcity of chi, 9 extremely strong cultivators built 9 worlds which would never change. The continent of the 9 clouds. Continent of the 9 clouds, thought Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. The continent of the 9 clouds had been created by strong cultivators? So the place where we are now is the real, only, and original world? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed. It's called the Imperial Court of the continent of the 9 clouds now. This world became a symbol of the ancient days because of the 9 shrines. After that, many strong cultivators rose and created their own worlds. Hell, the supreme animal world, and so on. But those worlds' histories aren't as old as the continent of the 9 clouds' history, and those worlds are controlled by some individuals most of the time. For example, Hell is controlled by the Hell Shrine. The continent of the 9 clouds is the most mature world, and it has no leader. Many strong cultivators keep rising in the continent of the 9 clouds, and then they also create their own small worlds. Lin Feng listened calmly. Even though the diviner said the continent of the 9 clouds had no leader, the shrines were the supreme leaders there. They controlled the continent of the 9 clouds. Nobody has ever managed to control this world alone. No shrine has ever managed to completely take control over this world, said the diviner. Raising his head, he gazed into the distance and said, Until now, it has never happened. Back then, the destiny wheel rotated, and an incredible cultivator appeared. He took control over the Fortune Shrine and made it rise. He could pose a threat to all the shrines. Therefore, back then, all the other shrines joined hands and attacked us. Every part of the continent was affected by the battle. That war has 2 names: the Destiny Battle or the Shrine's Dusk War. That battle ended long ago, and the strongest shrines remained. The weakest shrines weakened. Some other powerful groups also started rising. The different groups have always been competing, but there hasn't been such a great war again. But 1,000 years ago, the destiny will rotate it again, and all the shrines came to the fortune shrine. Lin Feng shivered. The destiny wheel had rotated and a terrifying cultivator had appeared. A great war had happened. 1,000 years ago, something similar happened again. And the diviner continued. And now, after 1,000 years, the destiny wheel has rotated again. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently. The destiny wheel had rotated again. Lin Feng understood why the shrines had attacked them now. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there's an expression to describe people who make the destiny wheel rotate. Forbidden destiny, or forbidden person. Such people can't live, all the shrines want to kill them, said the diviner. Lin Feng's face stiffened. He was shaking. However, in the continent of the 9 clouds, people think of such cultivators as extremely strong, and they even call them shrines champions. Most people think they shouldn't be called forbidden people or forbidden destinies. In the ancient past, there were only a few people like that. After the Great War, no other forbidden person has appeared. Maybe it's due to the scarcity of qi, or maybe cultivators have become too weak. But now a new one has appeared, said the diviner, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood why he was being stared at now. The diviner said, during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, the destiny wheel rotated. Therefore, one of the finalists could be a forbidden person. And that person is probably you, Lin Feng. Phew. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Did he have some kind of forbidden body? There were legends about a forbidden or taboo body in the continent. But people didn't know what it meant, and didn't know that the shrines had fought during the Shrine's Dusk War because of someone who had a forbidden body. Lin Feng maybe might have a forbidden body, he might be a forbidden person. However, they had taken Chu Chun Chiu away. Was it to hide the true one from the other's field of vision? If the shrines didn't manage to do what they wanted, and kill the one who had activated the wheel, then they wouldn't stop looking for him. They didn't want to see a forbidden person rise. Only you, me, and 3 people from the shrine know this. You can't tell anyone about this. We will probably send you to different places of the continent. We can't keep you in the Destiny Shrine, it would be useless for you. The Destiny Shrine will do their best to calm the situation down. Like 1,000 years ago, the diviner said. A set of starry clothes appeared indistinctly. He said to Lin Feng, this an illusion robe. Wear it and you can easily change your facial features, chi, eyes, everything. Nobody can recognize you with such an item. Lin Feng was astonished, but took the clothes. Even though Mr. Zhao's masks were great, they also had limits. Extremely strong cultivators could still recognize him when he wore them. He couldn't hide from saints. But this robe would probably allow him to do so. Besides that, you deserve something for having ranked first. What do you want? Asked the diviner, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised and said, I know a saint, he was injured badly long ago. He has 1 thread of consciousness left. I also know a celestial emperor, his body has turned into Tao. I have another friend, a girl. She's an emperor who was injured by a great emperor. I sealed her, and she has only 1 thread of qi left. I hope you can heal them. For the saint you know, it's going to be troublesome, especially if his soul has also been destroyed. But at his cultivation level, he can survive. The life shrine has some godly medicine of the immortals. It can help cultivators who have only 1 thread of consciousness left return to life. Then, the cultivator needs to study the rebirth scriptures and have their consciousness give birth to soul strength. But it's going to be extremely difficult to fully recover, the diviner told him. Concerning the celestial emperor who has died to turn into Tao and the girl whom you sealed, 1 drop of godly medicine of the immortals is enough. We have good relations with the life shrine. I can give you 3 drops as a reward for your first position. Thank you very much. Lin Feng thanked him happily. Godly medicine of the immortals was incredible. Even though the diviner mentioned that remedy in such a relaxed way, Lin Feng knew how priceless it was. As long as a saint still had any consciousness left, they could come back to life thanks to the godly medicine of the immortals. Even to the life shrine, godly medicine of the immortals was priceless. However, the diviner had agreed to give him 3 drops. It was incredibly generous. If Saint Tianhun knew this, he would do all he could to kill Lin Feng. He had come to the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. That medicine was his biggest hope. He had hoped he'd be able to get godly medicine of the immortals. The body he had captured wasn't great. Godly medicine of the immortals could help someone like him become as strong as back in his prime. But even with such a medicine, saints needed to study the rebirth scriptures to come back to life. Saint Qinshan had almost died. His injuries were unbelievably serious. Minister Uptala, as well as Qing, were weak in comparison to the powers of the godly medicine of the immortals. Even if they only had 1 thread of qi left, they could completely recover with the godly medicine of the immortals. Even if Minster Uptala had turned into Tao, the Tao still contained his soul. "Come, I'll take you somewhere," the diviner said. Lin Feng followed him as they left. They were walking through the starlit sky. After a very long time, Lin Feng didn't know where he was, but they were in a starry world when the diviner finally stopped. At that moment, they were surrounded by stars. Continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng was astonished when he looked at the starry sky. Godly clouds, purple clouds, the dark night region, all the regions of the continent of the 9 clouds were in the sky. Apart from the continent of the 9 clouds, there was hell and even some unfinished worlds. "What's that?" asked Lin Feng to the diviner. He was curious. "The continent of the 9 clouds, hell and some small worlds entrances," said the diviner to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. "You can go to the continent of the 9 clouds or hell from here?" Indeed, the continent of the 9 clouds was created by a supreme cultivator back in the days. It's also a small world. The imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds is the real world. There are passages to many small worlds here. The supreme animal world is one of them. Of course, there are many small worlds. Nobody can invade the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, because the shrines are here, the diviner explained to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you will spend a few days here. I will give you some skills and techniques. You'll tell me if you want more. Of course, you are a forbidden person, so they are not really useful for you. Your future can't be determined by destiny, either. You'll need to create your own strength. In a few days, you'll leave Fortune City and practice everywhere. You can go anywhere, the continent of the 9 clouds, the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, or other worlds. All right, I'll practice elsewhere, and when I become a great emperor, I'll come back," agreed Lin Feng. He hadn't forgotten about the agreement with the Snow Clan. 20 years. He had to save Meng Qing and his child. "Master, the Snow Clan is probably in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, right? How strong are they?" asked Lin Feng. "Yes, they are a very old clan. They've existed since the ancient times. But during the Great War, they lost many people and became quite weak. But 2 new monarchs have appeared in the Snow Clan now, so they're really happy." "2 monarchs? Shui-Ao and—" "With Meng Qing, there should be 3, thought Lin Feng. "Why are you asking me about the Snow Clan?" said the diviner. "We are in conflict." Lin Feng's eyes glittered. "Oh, even though the Fortune Shrine can help you, right now you should remain discreet, and not only you but all the others of the top 10 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. You all need to travel and become stronger. When the situation calms down, if you need the Fortune Shrine to help you, tell me. Then you can head to the other shrines and show them that you're not the weakling you used to be. Someday, they won't be able to do anything to you anymore." "Definitely," promised Lin Feng. He took a deep breath. The Snow Clan's saints despised him. He was a nobody to them. Shui-Ao was aggressive and extremely strong. He needed to become stronger. Back then, if Qing Feng hadn't brought Shiju Laoxian, the Snow Clan would have killed him. If he had died, Meng Qing would have killed herself. Lin Feng didn't dare think about such things. Lin Feng would definitely get his revenge for everything they had done to him, Meng Qing, and their baby. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the stars. He had ranked first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Finally, he was becoming a really strong cultivator. No matter what, he had to press forward with indomitable will. Now, he was a forbidden person, the shrines wanted to kill him. He had to become extremely strong. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds hadn't been influenced by the 10 shrines. The other shrines didn't dare do anything to the fortune shrine. 1,000 years before, something similar had happened, and the fortune shrine had managed to calm the situation down. Of course, apart from people from the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, nobody else knew about it in the outside world. The great emperor's meeting had incredible repercussions. However, the emperor's meeting also amazed many people, as the shrine's appearance had astonished everybody. There were many rumors in Godly Cloud City now. Some people said that Chu Chunqiu might be a forbidden person, and the shrines possibly feared him. Some people even said that, in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, people who had just joined the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds walked around and observed. There were many powerful cultivators there. Many people wanted to become stronger there. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was over, and most of the people who had just arrived were cultivators of the very top of the Huang Qi layer. They wanted to break through to the Di Qi layer. Qing Feng was in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds as well. She was staying with Jing. Jing was actually from a clan of the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Qing Feng was too, but she didn't want to go back. She wanted to go to Fortune City, but apart from disciples of the Fortune Shrine, other people couldn't really go there. Of course, the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds also had repercussions in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Some people who had participated also started traveling in the continent of the 9 clouds. In the Dark Night region's Holy Spirit Dynasty, a ceremony was being held for the ancestors. On the altar were many jade talismans. The names of the core disciples were written on those jade talismans. Lin Feng's name was written on a particular one. His name was written differently than other people's names, but nobody disagreed. Xianxia, that's the Holy Dynasty Prince's name, your father. In the future, you'll be like your father, said the Holy Emperor to Lin Xianxia solemnly. Lin Xianxia was now 1.50 meters tall. Even though he looked young, he wasn't weak at all. Lin Xianxia looked at the talisman, he felt proud. His father, someone who wasn't from the Holy Spirit Dynasty, had the most important position in the Holy Spirit Dynasty, Holy Dynasty Prince. How glorious! Xianxia, your father is the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. You have to continue making efforts, said the Holy Emperor happily. He had chosen Lin Feng back then, and it was the right decision. Now, Lin Feng was the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds, and he had become one of the Fortune Shrine's core disciples. Lin Feng would become splendid and glorious in the future. However, apart from the Holy Spirit Dynasty, the other dynasties in Qitian Holy Town weren't happy at all. When the news spread, many people looked worried. Back then, they had joined hands to attack Lin Feng. Now that he had become the strongest emperor of the continent and was a member of a shrine, if Lin Feng came back to Qitian Holy Town a few years later, would he come to get his revenge? Of course, the biggest city in the Dark Night region wasn't Qitian Holy Town, it was the Holy City. The Ji clan, the Pei clan, and others were all terrified. Lin Feng had finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. How strong would he become in the future? Back then, they hated Lin Feng more than anything. They had tried to kill him many times, especially the Ji clan. They had dreamt of killing Lin Feng before he could become strong enough. The whole Dark Night region was shaken because 2 of their people had finished in the top 3 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng had finished first. Chu Chunqiu had finished third. Celestial Godly University was happy and proud for Chu Chunqiu. Champion University was proud and happy for Lin Feng. In Champion University's Champion Palace, Lin Feng's name had already disappeared from the ranking list. He didn't need his name there, and he didn't need to be considered a champion either. He didn't need to be like Ji Chong back in the days. Lin Feng was the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was a real champion. Lin Feng's name was carved in the walls. There was a commemorative place in his honor. On that plate was written, Meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. First place. That simple sentence said it all. At the same time, at the foot of the cave with a waterfall at its mouth, there was a gigantic statue of Lin Feng. It was 10 zhang tall and very lifelike. The statue depicted him as a demon cultivator. Someone went up to the statue and stayed in front of it for a long time before turning and leaving. Now, apart from Lin Feng, the second strongest cultivator of Champion University comes here every day and looks at Lin Feng's statue. Lin Feng has become a goal for him, whispered many people. That person wasn't the only one though. Many people, including many beautiful women, came to look at Lin Feng's statue often. That's my fellow disciple. He's handsome, talented, and extremely strong. I will never catch up with him. Yes, brother Lin Feng has achieved many things in his life. Back in the days, Ji Chang and his Ji Chang's club acted arrogantly and treated others with disdain. Ji Chang considered himself unexcelled in the world. Only Lin Feng dared create Tiantai and challenge him. Back then, at Ji Chang's champion ceremony, Lin Feng even provoked him. Then he defeated Ji Chang during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. How strong! He progresses really quickly, too. Nobody can catch up with him. If I could become Lin Feng's wife, I'd be so happy. I'd stay with him all the time, said a beautiful woman. Dream on. Lin Feng's wife is Meng Qing. She's a celestial being. She is above worldly material attractions and not interested in mundane affairs. She's also extremely strong and talented, said some girl jokingly. At that moment, they stopped laughing, as a woman was coming up to them. She also looked like a celestial being, aloof from worldly strife. How beautiful, thought the first women. That girl was so beautiful, but they had never seen her before. She looks like a celestial being. Who is she? Many men watched her. She ignored them though, only looking at Lin Feng's statue. Sister Baguio, said a young man to that celestial woman at that moment, smiling at her. Xue Baguio turned around and smiled at the young man. You also came to look at the master. Yes, I miss him. I haven't seen him in such a long time, said Xiao Chun smiled. His eyebrows looked as sharp as swords. That's Yi Chun, Lin Feng's disciple. A member of Tiantai, whispered some people, looking at Yi Chun with admiration. He was Lin Feng's disciple. Yi Chun would probably become terrifyingly strong after reaching the top of the Huangqi layer. Up in the air, above the clouds, two old men looked at that and smiled to themselves. Old buddy, my sense of judgment is quite good. If I hadn't been there, we wouldn't be so famous. Now, many geniuses want to study here in Champion University, said Ancestor Shi Tian smiled. Bullshit, I found Lin Feng. It has nothing to do with you, said Ancestor Xin Tian. You're talking nonsense. I found him, said Ancestor Shi Tian. The two old men started arguing again. The earth and the sky trembled. Many people looked at the sky and shivered. The two ancestors were arguing and making the clouds roll around like waves. Many people also had cold sweats when they heard the ancestors argue in the sky. Surprisingly, the ancestors were arguing about who had found Lin Feng first. In the vast celestial ancient city, outside of the animal world, an elder was gazing into the distance. Little boy, forbidden body, finally you're growing up. The shrines will put pressure on you now. The fortune shrine will help you, but in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself, mused the elder. Qing Feng, you must have bumped into Jing as well. You should also go to your clan sometimes. I can't do much for you. If Lin Feng grows up and succeeds, he'll help you accomplish many things in life, thought the elder with a smile. He looked happy. Many people in the Dark Night region were thinking about the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and especially Lin Feng. The situation wasn't as simple as what the diviner had told Lin Feng. Maybe he didn't want Lin Feng to feel pressured. The destiny wheel had rotated again. It was the second time in recent history. The other shrines were extremely nervous. If forbidden people became strong, wouldn't it lead to another terrifying war, like back in the days? Therefore, the shrine's leaders didn't want such a thing to happen again. The other shrine's leaders came to the Fortune Shrine and chatted with the leader of the Fortune Shrine. It was an invisible and intangible form of pressure. All of them were terrifyingly strong. Who knew? Maybe they would go insane? Even though they were chatting about everything like good old friends, nobody could guarantee they weren't going to go crazy and attack. So many days have passed and you still want to see people from the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, said the leader of the Fortune Shrine. All the other shrines' leaders were there again. Of course you took someone away. Otherwise we wouldn't have stayed here, replied one of them, smiling calmly. He actually sounded quite nice. All right, since you want to see them, no problem. But I have to say something. This time, we organized the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and those finished in the top 10 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds are now authentic disciples of the Fortune Shrine. If you kill the cultivators of the top 10, we'll have to settle accounts, said the old man of the Fortune Shrine calmly. Face was important for these people. You understand me, right? Said the leader of the Fortune Shrine. What do you want? Asked the leader of the Demon Shrine. He looked like a peerless demon, staring at the leader of the Fortune Shrine. Very simple, everybody, call your core disciples. If you kill our disciples, then we'll kill yours. 1 life for 1 life. That way, the Fortune Shrine will not lose face, said the leader of the Fortune Shrine calmly. All the leaders looked pensive. If there was really a forbidden person in the Fortune Shrine, then losing 10 people was fine, but if there were none in the Fortune Shrine, then losing core disciples would be a tragedy. All right, said the leader of the Fire Shrine. His eyes were filled with scorching hot flames, but he sounded ice-cold. I agree too, said another leader. He wanted to see if the leader of the Fortune Shrine would dare hand someone over. All right, some come with me, said the leader of the Fortune Shrine calmly. Their silhouettes flickered and they disappeared from there. In the starlit sky, someone was seated cross-legged, bathing in starlight. At that moment, someone wearing white clothes slowly appeared in front of him. He opened his eyes and smiled. Master, Lin Feng, many years ago, I told you that if you ever came to the shrine, I'd take you as my disciple. Even though you're not necessarily my disciple, you can call me teacher, said the diviner, smiling gently. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Teacher. All right, said the diviner, smiling. Lin Feng, the leader of the shrine, told us that the other shrines aren't going to give up. They want to see the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng frowned but tried to keep calm. No matter what, the Fortune Shrine was probably going to ensure their safety, so he didn't need to worry. Actually, the leader managed to come to an agreement with them. If we show them the top 10 cultivators, then they have to bring some of their core disciples as well. If they kill one of you, we'll kill their core disciples. Therefore, we'll see if they're ready to take risks, said the diviner. Lin Feng remained silent. That was a big bet. Would the other shrines dare take risks? The diviner didn't seem worried, though. He smiled and said, Lin Feng, the shrine has already organized everything. Everything will be fine, but we still have to be vigilant. What kind of cloning technique do you know? 3 live scriptures, Lin Feng replied honestly. His new biggest secret was that he had a forbidden body, and the diviner knew that. His life was in the Fortune Shrine's hands. Therefore, he didn't hide anything from them. They wanted to protect him and help him rise. All right, leave a clone here and come with your real body. After all, if you made a clone go, they'd notice it immediately and things could deteriorate, said the diviner after remaining silent for a few seconds. He was amazed on the inside, however. Lin Feng had studied the 3 live scriptures. He had really started walking on the path of a forbidden person. In the ancient days after the Great War, a few strong cultivators had started rising, and the 3 Lives Emperor was one of them back then. Lin Feng left a clone behind and gathered with the others. The diviner appeared later, not arriving with Lin Feng. That way, nobody would know that Lin Feng and the diviner were close. Not even people from the Fortune Shrine themselves. Their group gathered in a celestial palace. When the strong cultivators arrived and saw the geniuses all shuddered. How strong, thought Lin Feng when he saw them. One of them looked like a peerless demon god. People would submit just by looking at him. How come someone is missing? Asked someone coldly. Indeed, someone was missing from the top 10 cultivators. Chu Chunqiu wasn't there. I guess the teachers did that on purpose to make them think Chu Chunqiu is the forbidden person, thought Lin Feng. He's not a disciple of the Fortune Shrine anymore, so he isn't here, said the leader of the Fortune Shrine calmly. What does that mean? Your people chased him, so he didn't feel safe in the Fortune Shrine. He decided to leave after that. So we took him to the Supreme Animal World, said the leader of the Fortune Shrine calmly. The outsiders were astonished. Supreme Animal World? He went to the Supreme Animal World? Asked the leader of the Ice Shrine coldly. Ganji's time, Supreme Animal World's godly forbidden territory, replied the leader of the Fortune Shrine. The crowd was astounded. You're insane, said the leader of the Ice Shrine coldly. I don't believe you, added the leader of the Demon Shrine. The leader of the Fortune Shrine smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, lights appeared in the sky, and a few silhouettes appeared there. Behind them was the Ganji's time godly forbidden territory. All the leaders' expressions changed drastically. You took Chu Chun Chiu to the Supreme Animal World? How can we be sure it's him? I'm not sure, but anyway, now Chu Chun Chiu has nothing to do with the Fortune Shrine anymore. The 9 others are here, so do as you wish. But no matter what you do, if you touch our disciples, the same thing will happen to your disciples, replied the leader of the Fortune Shrine calmly. The leaders grunted coldly and stared at Lin Feng and the others. Ganji's time, godly forbidden territory, what kind of place is that? Wondered Lin Feng. The Fortune Shrine had paid the price to prepare that plan and convince the shrine's leaders that Chu Chun Chiu was the one who had made the destiny wheel rotate. That way, they would pay attention to Chu Chun Chiu and Lin Feng would be able to become stronger in peace. But as before, he had to be vigilant and remain discreet. The more he displayed his strength, the more people would doubt. At that moment, something happened in Lin Feng's mind. In his consciousness, he saw a flat land materialize. In the air was a fire mountain. The leader of the fire mountain was there, his eyes filled with flames. Lin Feng's soul trembled. Kneel down, shouted the leader of the fire shrine angrily. Lin Feng's face stiffened, and his legs shook. However, he steadfastly stood his ground. He was just staring at the man coldly. The shrine's leaders are terrifyingly strong. One glance and they can make you submit, thought Lin Feng. This man could crush his soul and will. The leader of the fire shrine looked at him disdainfully. Lin Feng lowered his head submissively. Humph! Lin Feng heard some grunt coldly in his mind. Flames flew throughout his soul. Leader, said another voice at that moment. The leader of the fire shrine looked at his disciple, startled. If you inspect their memories, I do the same. If you find some skills and techniques you weren't supposed to find, you can't blame us if anything happens, said the leader of the Fortune Shrine coldly. The leader of the fire shrine grunted coldly, but he still stopped. Lin Feng's inner body, however, was still burning. Felt like his soul was burning. The leader of the fire shrine looked at him coldly and said, Reply and tell the truth. If you make one mistake, I don't care whether my disciple dies, but you'll die too. Before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, where were you? Asked the leader of the fire shrine of Lin Feng, making his soul tremble. Dark Night region, replied Lin Feng calmly. I'm from the Dark Night region, but I grew up in a small world. When I was around 20, I came to the greater world. There are many strong cultivators in the greater world. So I practiced really hard and took many risks. Now, I've been practicing cultivation for 40 years, and I finally made it in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The leader of the Fortune Shrine was staring at Lin Feng. 40 years to reach the top of the Huang Qi layer was a very long time. Lin Feng wasn't really talented enough. However, he was from a small world, so it wasn't bad. Even though he didn't practice cultivation quickly, he was determined. Could the forbidden person possibly be Lin Feng? What skills and techniques do you practice? What kind of spirit do you have? Asked the leader again. Lin Feng frowned. He knew that that person could see many things. Lin Feng had to be clear and precise. I studied different kinds of skills and techniques. In the small world, skills and techniques were really bad. I obtained some demon skills and techniques. I also study the Kulpa indestructible Devamara skill all the time. I have a powerful physical strength. At the same level, I almost always have the advantage. Apart from demon cultivation, I also studied deployment spells from books. My cultivation is a bit complex, replied Lin Feng honestly. He didn't tell the most important things about himself naturally. Insolent! Shouted that person explosively. Thunder shook his soul. Blood appeared on his face and his face paled. You're saying a stupid skill like the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill could help you have a powerful physical body? I went to the Milky Way battlefield in Hell, and I've killed extremely strong demon cultivators from the ancient demon clan. I obtained some nice spells from them, including the Devamara body cleansing technique. It also helps me improve my physical strength, replied Lin Feng coldly. At his cultivation level, Shrine's leaders were like gods to him. He couldn't say anything against them. He was too weak to do anything, and this guy was oppressing him. Lin Feng was a nobody in front of such people. Lin Feng kept calm for now, but someday he'd come back as an extremely strong cultivator and would settle accounts. Besides, by a lucky coincidence, in Chitian Holy Town in the Dark Knight region, I fought against many people from the different dynasties and I obtained some saints' techniques. Lin Feng went on. The leader of the fire shrine was looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. He was thinking that this kid guy was determined and talented, but his cultivation speed wasn't fast enough. He was just lucky. He thought Lin Feng was less likely to be the one who had activated the destiny wheel. The other leaders didn't let the others off either, even if the fortune shrine had taken Chu Chun Chiu to the supreme animal world. After some time, the leader of the fire shrine grunted coldly. A terrifying fire surrounded Lin Feng and the air shook. Lin Feng had the impression he was in an ocean of painful flames. A terrifying strength made him tremble. Fire appeared in his mind again. The leader of the fire shrine could kill Lin Feng instantly if he wished. Lin Feng was driven violently back, still surrounded by fire. He could die any time. The others were also being oppressed by the other leaders. The leader of the fortune shrine jumped in front of the enemy's disciples. Beams of light appeared and he attacked their souls. Someone gave out a horrible shriek. "A life for a life," said the leader of the fortune shrine coldly. He didn't pay attention to Lin Feng and the others, but he was ready to kill the enemy's disciples mercilessly if anything happened. "Humph!" Someone groaned coldly. One of the leaders rose up into the air and said, "Dear friend, we'll see how long he'll stay in the supreme animal world." The leaders rose up into the air, not killing Lin Feng and the others. As the diviner had said to Lin Feng, they'd try, but they probably wouldn't kill. They couldn't be sure if one of them had caused the wheel to rotate. To the fortune shrine, it was a dangerous bet, but it had worked. The disciples they had brought with them were core disciples in their shrines. They didn't want to lose them stupidly. Of course, it didn't mean they trusted the fortune shrine. They had also been watching the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and they were also going to watch Chu Chun Chiu. "See you," said the leaders of the shrines coldly, and then they left with their disciples. The leader of the fortune shrine watched them leave, and after a long time, he took a deep breath, turning around and saying to the group, "I'm sorry, you just joined the fortune shrine and you already have to face danger." Everybody bowed before him. They had heard the old stories, so they couldn't blame the fortune shrine. They respected the fortune shrine, especially since the leader respected them. But they were wondering whether Chu Chun Chiu was really the forbidden person or not. Nobody could be sure. Kong Ming glanced at Lin Feng. Back then, in the small world, the diviner had chosen Lin Feng. Did it mean anything? The other people left. In the starlit sky, the qi was dense and thick, so Lin Feng decided to practice cultivation here. The diviner appeared and said to Lin Feng, "The shrines won't give up. I'll take you away. You can leave a clone here in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Sometimes you can walk around so people will think you're still there. Use your real body to break through to the Di-Chi layer and then come back. As a great emperor, your social status will be different." "What do you think?" asked the diviner. "All right, I think it's a good plan." Lin Feng nodded. He would need to break through to the Di-Chi layer and then he'd come back. He needed to become a great emperor to oppress the Snow Clan and the shrines. He was in a rush and couldn't waste time. He was going to travel the world to become stronger. "Where will you go first?" asked the diviner, pointing at the different stars. Continent of the 9 clouds, hell, many small worlds. Where do you want to go? Hell, said Lin Feng without hesitation. He wanted to avenge Minster Uptala and Qing Qing. If you go to hell, you'll end up in the Milky Way battlefield first. From there, you'll be able to go to hell or to the continent of the 9 clouds, replied the diviner. All right, Lin Feng nodded. As expected, the Milky Way battlefield. Back then, the one who had an innate king-type body had descended from the sky. Lin Feng remembered him. He was arrogant and wild. That guy was probably from the Supreme Animal World, as the Supreme Animal World also had passages to every realm in the world. When are you going to leave? Asked the diviner. In a few days, teacher, replied Lin Feng. All right. Enjoy practicing cultivation in the Fortune Shrine. The diviner nodded. I'm off. You choose your own path. The Fortune Shrine supports you. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. He watched the diviner leave before he closed his eyes and went into his spirit's world. In front of him was a giant, his qi terrifying. It was Saint Qinshan, his consciousness growing larger all the time. Regarding Minster Uptala and Qing Qing, Lin Feng intended to avenge them. After all, Saint Qinshan was different. He would need lots of time to recover. But they were different, 1 drop of medicine and they would recover completely. That qi is incredible. Saint Qinshan's consciousness is improving. We'll be able to fuse together and fight at some point. After hell, I'll go to the Dark Night region to get the rebirth scriptures. Then I'll travel the world and continue focusing on cultivation and becoming stronger, thought Lin Feng. His goal in life was to become a peerless cultivator. In the celestial country's Milky Way battlefield, people were still fighting unceasingly. Corpses were still falling into the yellow springs, which accepted them eagerly. The battles there were cruel. In that place, battles never stopped and never had. In the yellow springs, there were billions and billions of corpses. Deep inside the Milky Way battlefield, there were 2 men and 2 women. They were encircled and pulling long faces. 5 people were surrounding them, their demon qi shuring. The 5 looked at them as if they had cornered their prey. Their physical strength is terrifying. One of them is so strong physically that spells are useless against him, and he also understands Tao. What can we do? Asked a woman to the 2 men next to her telepathically. Her face was deathly pale. However, at that moment the 2 men also pulled long faces. They felt powerless. I wouldn't have thought that the situation would be like this right after arriving. We were too careless and confident. We came to the Milky Way battlefield, and these people dared come from the other side. They are extremely strong, said another woman. Her qi was weak and trembling. She was very talented. She didn't want to die here. Her name was already on the Celestial Champion ranking list at university. A bright future awaited her. No solution. We can only fight our way through, said a young man coldly. The 4 of them nodded and charged at full speed. The 5 demon cultivators suddenly punched out in their direction with a sound like thunder. The 4 people used spells to block the attacks. The demon cultivators wanted to kill them. The demon cultivators hadn't said a word. The first and most dazzling cultivator of the ancient demon clan, Juzi, had died, and many people thought that the ancient demon clan was weakening. But now the ancient demon clan was actually becoming stronger and stronger. They had more and more powerful demon cultivators. Many of their descendants were even more talented than their fathers. The ancient demon clan was rising again. At that moment, qi began to roll through the Milky Way. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan raised their heads together and looked at the sky. Death strength surged and descended from the sky. Some precious items are falling from the sky, the ancient demon clan cultivators thought. They frowned, their pitch-black eyes twinkling. A pitch-black death mountain descended from the sky and diffused death Tao power into the air slowly. Mark of the path? The crowd frowned. The members of the ancient demon clan forgot about the 4 people. They were staring at the mountain descending from the sky. 2 cultivators rose up into the air and headed towards the ancient mountain. They punched out in the direction of the mountain. There was a thunderous crack, and the death mountain broke apart. Someone wearing a pitch-black cape appeared from within it. He looked like a demon king ready to conquer all, and his death intent was terrifying. Lin Feng glanced around and saw many people. He didn't care, though, he just sighed. The battlefield was a mysterious place. It contained many treasures which descended from the sky. Shrines threw things away which were considered precious treasures here. Lin Feng's black robe fluttered in the wind. He looked in the direction of hell and got ready to head there. Ah! At that moment, he heard someone shout out. Lin Feng frowned and saw that a woman was staring at him. She looked at him with great respect. "Brother Lin Feng," said that woman. Lin Feng looked like a demon king, but she still recognized him. It was because the statue looked like him. Many people in the holy city kept talking about him and his achievements. He was the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. "It's indeed Brother Lin Feng." The man next to her was astonished. His heart started pounding. Before the opening of the celestial country, he had seen Lin Feng's statue in Champion University. Many people studied at Champion University and admired Lin Feng, the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. And now, in the celestial country, they amazingly saw him for real. He was there and had descended from the sky. He looked confident and at ease. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan were surprised. They released their chi. The 4 people they had attacked called that guy brother and looked at him with respect and admiration. He was much stronger than they were. "Die," said one of the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan. One of them punched out in Lin Feng's direction. He was very strong as the people of the ancient demon clan Lin Feng had bumped into back in the days, and they controlled Dao strength too. In the celestial country, such people were considered extremely strong. Lin Feng looked at him. Intent emerged from his eyes and corroded his opponent's will. A terrifying death strength shook his opponent's mind. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan suddenly looked frightened. They could sense that Lin Feng was extremely strong. Lin Feng raised his fist. A terrifying strength emerged and crashed onto his opponent's body. Lin Feng was much stronger than he was back when he had been in the Milky Way battlefield before. He now belonged to another world. If Juzi had appeared in front of him, Lin Feng could slap him and kill him instantly. Juzi was a disciple of a shrine, but he wasn't a core disciple. Lin Feng was the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds. Only core disciples of the shrines could compete with him now. How strong! The 4 people were stunned when they saw that. "Brother Lin Feng," said another girl. She was astonished. Was that really the strongest emperor of the continent of the 9 clouds? "Escape!" shouted the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan. They punched out in Lin Feng's direction again, but Lin Feng punched the attacker without the least hesitation. There were cracks of breaking bone, and that person's head immediately exploded, his body falling down into the yellow springs. "Let's go!" cried the ancient demon clan cultivators. Their faces were all pale. Lin Feng turned to another one and released death strength. That person's soul immediately exploded, and his body fell down into the yellow springs as well. Lin Feng continued walking and punching the demon clansmen. Quickly, they were all dead, and their corpses vanished into the yellow springs. The young people of Champion University gulped down in astonishment. Lin Feng was much stronger than them. He truly belonged to a different world. "Brother Lin Feng, he's so strong." The 2 women's hearts were pounding. "How magnificent! The Milky Way battlefield is dangerous. Don't go to the depths of the battlefield," Lin Feng said to those people, before disappearing from their field of vision. "Can Lin Feng stay alone in here?" Those people wondered. Lin Feng crossed the Milky Way battlefield. When he arrived on the side of hell, a light appeared above his head. "Humph!" The strong cultivators of hell grunted coldly when they saw him. He was an invader since he had a light above his head. Someone glared at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng looked back at him. Death strength emerged from his eyes and crushed that person's soul. His corpse fell down into the yellow springs. "Eh?" Many people were astonished when they saw that and released death chi. Lin Feng released sword strength. 2 people looked at him. A death sword streaked across the sky and he killed them instantly. At the same time, he released a river made of death energies and killed everybody in his way. "Piss off," said Lin Feng. Instantly, many people around him suddenly stopped moving, their faces stiff with terror. On the vast Milky Way battlefield, Lin Feng's appearance didn't astonish people too much. People were just surprised to see so many people die fighting against Lin Feng. Most people just sighed. Another terrifying killer. Someone stood in the air and shivered. He looked after the demon lights which had disappeared. He stared at Lin Feng. A group of people from Hell died against Lin Feng. How strong was he? He was just at the top of the Huang Qi layer, but he was already so strong. No matter how strong his opponents were, one strike and he managed to crush his enemies. Nobody could stop him. Even an army couldn't stop him. How could he be so strong? At that moment, Lin Feng continued moving. Around him, death intent rolled in waves. He looked like a demon, his eyes filled with demon energies. Some people continued moving towards him to kill him, but were slaughtered instead. Nobody could stop him. 7 days later, Lin Feng was standing at the top of a mountain and gazing into the distance. He wouldn't have thought that he would be so unlucky. The celestial country had just opened. He needed to wait for almost a year to get out. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The air began to hum quietly. When a passing person saw the light above Lin Feng's head, he was stupefied. This guy was so audacious. He was from the other side and he dared stay there as if nothing had happened. On top of that, he was seated cross-legged. He probably considered everybody and everything beneath his notice. How arrogant. However, many people saw all the corpses around him and didn't get any closer. He was probably extremely strong. More and more people appeared there and gathered around Lin Feng. They wanted to kill him. They felt ashamed because he had come from the other side, and he had killed so many of their people. "Kill him," said someone coldly. "Everybody, let's attack him together," proposed some people. They headed towards the top of the mountain. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Some horrible shrieks spread through the air. Death and cursing strength surged around him and crushed some people. Lin Feng could kill those people in the blink of an eye. The crowd was astonished. They screamed out, "Die!" Lin Feng looked expressionless. His eyes filled with death qi. There were 10,000 death imprints around him. His death qi surged out in all directions and carried everything away. People who were in the way all died instantly. His death qi was horrifyingly powerful. Those who were still alive were terrified when they saw all those people die instantly. Lin Feng slowly stood up. His black robe fluttered in the wind. At that moment, it seemed like the world belonged to him. He jumped forwards and the ground trembled. After a short time, he came back to the top of the mountain, only countless corpses left all around him. However, nothing stopped. People continued coming in from the distance. 3 months later, on and around the mountain, it smelled like death. So many people had died there. Half a year later, around the mountain, no grass could grow anymore. There was only death qi. 10 months later, at the top of the mountain, everything was dead. People who were a bit weak could not even get close or they died because of the death qi. People who were strong couldn't come in either, because the death qi was too powerful. That place became a forbidden area. Nobody dared come there anymore. Most people were now getting ready to go back to hell. People gathered there and looked in the direction of the forbidden mountain. I've heard that a terrifyingly strong cultivator of the top of the Huang Qi layer is there, and that nobody can go there because nobody can withstand a single attack. There are endless corpses there, and they have already turned into a mountain. I've heard that he's from the other side. He looks like a conquering hero. Nobody can get close to him or they die. Humph. He must have a terrifying death-type item if his death energy is powerful. How could an emperor be that strong? Said someone. You can go and check, said someone mockingly. The forbidden area had become legendary. Thankfully, the passage of the celestial country was going to open again. The terrifying amount of death intent disappeared abruptly. The crowd was stupefied. What was going on? The forbidden area had disappeared? The death intent has been recalled. When the crowd saw the death chi disappear, their hearts started pounding. They shot forwards, however. As they moved forwards, mountains of corpses appeared in front of them. The corpses were intact, but the people were dead. "They probably all have incredible treasures," whispered the crowd, trembling. Who had done this? Finally, the death chi completely disappeared. They could see someone at the top of a mountain. There were still pale death lights around him. His death chi could still kill people. "That death chi has reached the peak of perfection at that cultivation level," someone pointed out. For an emperor, such a terrifying Tao was incredible. Indeed, no wonder he killed so many people. "If we fought against him, we'd die." Everybody was afraid of Lin Feng. There was a Holy Spirit in front of Lin Feng, and he looked satisfied. "This is a great Holy Spirit. It's strong and can use the strength of the earth and sky. It's much better than ordinary great imperial weapons." Back then, the Holy Spirit dynasty's saint could form 33,000 small Holy Spirits and 137 great Holy Spirits. It was probably terrifying to see that, mused Lin Feng. He waved his hands and the Holy Spirit disappeared. At the same time, he stood up and glanced around. The passage to hell was going to open soon. Lin Feng headed towards the crowd. People moved aside and let him pass without attacking him. He was like a death god at this time. They didn't dare offend him. He was from the other side, but the question was, how did he control death strength so well? His death strength had reached the peak of perfection. Was he going to hell? When Lin Feng was finally far away, people went insane and started looting the corpses. They all had incredible precious treasures on them. However, Lin Feng didn't care about them. He was the first emperor of the continent of the Nine Clouds. He had become member in a shrine. The other shrines had oppressed him. He had gone through so much. What he needed now was real strength. He stood at the exit. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Nobody dared get close. He had killed too many people already. Some people hadn't even gotten close to him, and had died anyway. He was glaring like a tiger eyeing its prey. The people from hell didn't provoke him. A few people unwisely got angry and felt humiliated. They approached him, but died instantly. "What kind of a monster is that?" people sighed. "How terrifying." Everybody wanted to get far away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was calmly waiting to go back to hell. When the passage opened, Lin Feng turned into a beam of light and went back through. He appeared in a gigantic valley, but he continued moving at top speed. Very quickly, he appeared at the top of a mountain and stopped. He took a deep breath and put on his illusionary cloak. Instantly, his chi, face and body changed. Hell! Lin Feng flew in the direction of the Great Imperial Song City. At the Great Imperial Song City, outside of the gates, people were always fighting. Those who managed to win 100 battles were considered heroes and could get inside. They were then allowed to become members of the inner part of the city, where they obtained more resources to practice. The battle stage at the gate of the city outside was a symbol. Of course, winning 100 times wasn't easy. 2 people were seated in the bleachers and watching the battles. Not far from them, 2 people were looking at them respectfully, because they were ministers who controlled a part of hell. One of them was Minister Kalasutra. Next to Minister Kalasutra was his daughter, Xianxia. Xianxia was already a high-level emperor, looking valiant and heroic. Her chi was extraordinary. She didn't look as proud as in the past, and seemed even more beautiful that way. "Do you think some people can compete with you on the battle stage of the high-level emperors?" asked Minister Kalasutra, smiling at Xianxia. "Maybe," replied Xianxia, nodding. However, she looked absent-minded and preoccupied. Her father had been busy and had come back to spend some time with her and watch battles. She didn't know why, but she kept thinking about that man. Back then, when he was only a low-level emperor, he had won 100 times. She had thought she was strong, but after a short time, she had realized he was so strong that she couldn't catch up with him anymore. The distance between them had continued increasing. If he hadn't been there, she would have died in the battlefield of the celestial country. "What are you thinking about?" asked Minister Kalasutra when he saw that his daughter looked preoccupied. "Father, do you remember Minister Uptala and Ching Ching?" asked Xianxia. Minister Kalasutra was surprised and nodded. Of course I do. Poor Uptala. Qingyao, Wang Shao doesn't want people to talk about them anymore, so don't. I know. But back then, Lin Feng didn't die. How strong is he now? Qingyao wondered calmly. Minister Uptala was surprised. Back then, Minister Uptala had turned into a blue Uptala lotus to protect Lin Feng and Qing. Lin Feng was really strong. Qingyao had told him about the battles in the celestial country. Lin Feng was terrifyingly strong. At the same cultivation level, few people could compete with him. Besides, he had incredible comprehensive abilities, murmured Minister Kalasutra. He remembered Lin Feng perfectly. In a room not far from the city, in front of Lin Feng was a blue Uptala lotus with a dimly discernible qi. It contained the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. Inside the blue Uptala lotus was a frozen young woman. She looked beautiful and pure. Lin Feng was holding 2 small bottles which contained some life qi. But the bottles were firmly closed, so no qi came out of them. Qing, said Lin Feng, looking at the frozen young woman. He waved his hands and released fire and life strength. Ice began to break and snap. Fire containing life strength filled the air as the ice melted rapidly. Qing's body appeared quickly. Life, said Lin Feng. Life strength penetrated into her body. At the same time, he broke a bottle and poured a drop on Qing's body. Her body absorbed the medicine. Beautiful pure lights quickly surrounded her body. Godly medicine of the immortals. Even though Lin Feng knew that Qing was going to be fine, he was nervous. Lights surrounded her as the strength penetrated into her body thoroughly. Even if she had only one last thread of consciousness left, that medicine would heal her, so Qing was going to be fine. Lights and qi floated around her. Very quickly, her cheeks became pink again. When Lin Feng saw that, he smiled. She was going to be fine. Then, he broke the other bottle and poured medicine on the blue Uptala lotus on which Qing was laying. The same thing happened, life strength surging out to surround the flower. Lin Feng stood there, a bit nervous. Qing's hair bristled, and Lin Feng shivered. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, looking confused. Wasn't she dead? She looked pure, innocent and beautiful. When she saw Lin Feng, she shivered. Lin Feng, she said. She looked confused. Am I dreaming? Lin Feng shook his head, bent down and smiled broadly. Qing, you're fine now. Have you completely recovered? Eh? Qing moved. Life qi filled the air. She felt fine. After that, she looked at the blue Uptala lotus on which she was sitting. That's my father's qi. She suddenly looked scared and her cheeks became white again. Lin Feng is my father. He will recover too. I gave him godly medicine of the immortals as well, replied Lin Feng. Qing was astonished. Godly medicine of the immortals? She got up and caressed the blue Uptala lotus. Her eyes twinkled. A silhouette was gradually appearing around the blue Uptala lotus. Qing! An ethereal voice spoke out. Qing's heart started pounding. She looked at the silhouette and said, Father, I thought I'd never seen you again. Thank you very much, Lin Feng, said Minister Uptala looking at Lin Feng. I'll never be able to pay you back for the medicine you gave Qing and me. Qing was astonished. Her father was Minister Uptala. He was a celestial emperor and he was saying he couldn't pay Lin Feng back for that medicine? It meant that Lin Feng had paid a terrifying price to save her father and her. She felt as if she had died and come back to life. However, Lin Feng had saved her. She had recovered and so had her father. Uncle Uptala, how could you compare your lives and something material? Material can be bought. A life can't. Lin Feng smiled. Besides, nothing would have ever happened to you if I hadn't been there. It was my fault. I had to do something for you. How could I blame you? Replied Minister Uptala, shaking his head. His silhouette became more and more real. In contrast, the blue Uptala lotus slowly became illusionary. Lin Feng, where are we? Asked Minister Uptala. Great Imperial Song City, said Lin Feng. Minister Uptala and Qing were astonished. Great Imperial Song City? Wang Xiao won't let us off. Several years have passed. I came back for Wang Xiao, said Lin Feng coldly. Murder appeared in his eyes. Minister Uptala shook his head. Lin Feng, you're talented and you were lucky to obtain godly medicine. But you're not a great emperor yet. You can't defeat Wang Xiao, it's impossible. Besides, he's a high official's descendant. You will not have any opportunity to kill him. No, said Lin Feng shaking his head. Uncle Uptala, I came to hell to kill Wang Xiao and then I'll leave. I want to travel around the world. And regarding the way I intend to kill him, I have a plan. I won't stop you then. If you need anything, you can tell me, said Minister Uptala. Yes, Uncle Uptala, what do you intend to do? Asked Lin Feng. I'll see if I can find my former army. I can become an official minister in another city. I don't need to stay in the great imperial Song City, replied Minister Uptala. Lin Feng nodded. He had come to hell to help Minister Uptala and to avenge them. Then he'd travel the world and become a great emperor. After that, he'd have more things to do. Snow Clan, Moon Palace, shrines. Lin Feng, Minister Uptala, and Qing chatted for a long time. They had both fully recovered. Lin Feng didn't need to worry about them. Lin Feng put on his illusionary plaited bamboo hat and a cloak again. His chi and face changed again. He headed towards the great imperial Song City. Outside of the city, there was the same ocean of people as before. Great Emperor Song liked battles, so it influenced people from the great imperial Song City. There were always people fighting on the battle stage. Qin Yao didn't look that excited anymore. She looked at Minister Kalasutra and said, Father, let's go back. Why? Don't you want to watch battles anymore? One last fight and we'll go back, said Minister Kalasutra, smiling and shaking his head. At that moment, someone slowly walked onto the high-level Emperor's battle stage. His skin was really white and it wasn't easy to see his facial features because he had his head lowered. He had a strange chi. Minister Kalasutra looked at him. His eyes twinkled. That guy must be extremely strong. Qin Yao looked at her father's eyes. Why did her father think that? The young man's opponent was a cruel middle-aged man. At that moment, he had already won 23 battles. When he saw the young man, he shouted, "You want to die!" before charging to the attack. The pale young man suddenly raised his head. Pitch-black death lights shot towards his opponent. In an instant, the middle-aged man was petrified. He couldn't move anymore, and he started trembling. "Get down," said the young man coldly. His opponent's face was as gray as death. He didn't say anything, and jumped off the battle stage. His legs were still shaking. He had the searing impression the young man could have killed him like a fly. The crowd was astonished when they saw the battle. Initially, Minister Kalasutra and Qin Yao wanted to leave, but suddenly, they were excited. "Father, you were right. That guy is extremely strong," exclaimed Qin Yao, staring at the young man on the battle stage. Even though she didn't consider herself quite strong, she could have defeated the middle-aged man with the 23 victories, too. However, that young man had defeated him easily. He hadn't even need to move. The challengers understood that as well. Therefore, after the young man won his first battle, nobody challenged him for a while. The young man was naturally Lin Feng. At that moment, he didn't know where Wang Xiao was, so he had to be admitted into the city by winning 100 times. Someone else finally walked onto the battle stage. That person looked at Lin Feng, whose eyes were closed, so he became angry. Lin Feng disdained the other fighters? "Please, let's exchange views on cultivation," said that person coldly. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Pitch-black death intent moved into his opponent's eyes. That person's life was quickly corroded, and he started hallucinating. He could really die. He understood why the previous fighter had left the battle stage willingly. "Get down," said Lin Feng. His opponent looked glum, but Lin Feng's death voice resonated in his skull. He turned around and left the battle stage just like the previous fighter. Phew! Many people in the crowd swallowed and took deep breaths. What a strange and mysterious fighter. One glance, a few words, and people left the battle stage willingly. The same thing happened during the third battle. But some extremely strong cultivators wanted to try, mostly because Lin Feng didn't resort to terrifying and explosive attacks to fight. So, how did he win so easily? However, his method worked and his number of victories increased quickly. His death Dao has already reached a certain level. It might be extremely powerful even, said Minister Kalasutra as he watched Lin Feng. Because of Lin Feng, they hadn't left. 28 victories already, and people keep losing because of a single glance? Qin Yao's face stiffened. She was extremely strong, and she had hellfire. Her attacks were explosive, and she also understood Dao intent. But this guy seemed to be so strong, as if they were not even worth mentioning in the same sentence. Mo Shang is going on to the battle stage. Mo Shang is extremely strong, and his death Dao is formidable. This battle is going to be brilliant. Mo Shang. When Qin Yao saw Mo Shang, she shook her head. Mo Shang was only as strong as her. Even if he was extremely strong, he couldn't defeat that young man. But he probably wouldn't be defeated by a simple glance, either. Your death Dao is not bad, said Mo Shang, staring at Lin Feng. I also control death Dao, therefore let's fight. Your death Dao is useless against me. After that, suddenly, terrifying death lights emerged from Lin Feng's eyes and bombarded Mo Shang's eyes. Mo Shang's soul started trembling. He sensed death intent penetrate into his body, and his face turned gray. Lin Feng jumped forwards and landed in front of Mo Shang, staring at him. Ah! Mo Shang shrieked, and fell down backwards onto his arse. He was terrified. When the crowd saw that, they swallowed. Mo Shang pulled a long face. He didn't dare look at Lin Feng again. He turned around, crawled to the edge of the battle stage, and jumped off it. I underestimated him. He's much stronger than I thought, said Minister Kalasutra, quietly astonished. His death Dao has already reached the top of the first phase in terms of Dao strength. Among cultivators at the very top of the Huang Qi layer, people who don't have a very advanced understanding of Dao strength can't compete with him. Yes, agreed Qin Yao. She remembered someone, especially the last time she had seen him. He looked like a death god, and he could release rivers made of death energy which could sweep anything away. He had killed so many people. Back then, even high-level emperors couldn't withstand a single attack from him. And now on the battle stage, there was a guy whose death Dao was equally terrifying. He didn't even need to move to defeat his opponents. He could even kill them easily if he wanted. The fights continued. 50, 60, 90 victories. From the beginning to the end, the young man hadn't needed to fight at all. He glanced at his opponents and defeated them. The crowd was astonished. Some extremely strong cultivators came out of the great imperial Song City. That's Minister Enuo and Minister Azura. Minister Azura is an assassin and a demon king. He's one of the most terrifying ministers of the great imperial Song City. What is he doing here? When the crowd saw the ministers, they were startled, and their hearts started pounding. The young man on the battle stage was too strong, so he had drawn the attention of those people. Many people had won 100 battles, and those ministers had never come out because of that. Maybe there weren't too many emperors who were so strong in hell. Minister Azura released blood chi, his hair turning red. Similar to the man on the stage, he could also look at people, and at first glance, he could defeat people. At that moment, he was standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly watching the fights. There were several other ministers next to him, all of them terrifyingly strong. Minister Kalasutra was surprised. What were those guys doing here? Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at the bleachers. He smiled coldly on the inside. He didn't mind drawing some attention, because after killing Wang Xiao, he'd try to leave hell through the great imperial Song City. The celestial country's passage was already closed. Without using special spells or power, he'd need to wait for another year to leave. If he did wait, then he would have wasted 2 years stupidly. He had just come to hell to kill Wang Xiao and help Minister Uptala. It would have repercussions, but he'd be able to solve all those problems later after becoming extremely strong. The fights ended quickly each time. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had won 97 battles. Nobody could defeat him. Avicii you go, ordered Minister Azura indifferently. Someone jumped onto the battle stage and instantly released a terrifying death blood chi. From his expression, one had the impression he could kill Lin Feng easily. That's Avicii, he's Minister Azura's disciple. He's very talented, and will replace Minister Azura in the future. Avicii. I've heard that he almost passed the exam of the Hell Shrine. He's really strong. He controls Avicii Hell Dao. He can drive people into the abysses of the Avicii and kill them. Lin Feng glanced his opponent. A strong cultivator this time. Surprisingly, Avicii is getting involved. That guy's victory spree is going to come to an end, even if he's extremely strong. Even though the crowd found Lin Feng terrifying, they knew that Avicii had almost become a member of a shrine. He was extremely strong. Probably only a few emperors in the great imperial Song City could compete with him. Avicii was staring at Lin Feng. A terrifying amount of Dao intent drove towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the impression he was falling into a terrifying and sanguinary cage of hell. The Dao power tried to pierce through his skin. Lin Feng was surprised. He released death imprints around himself and took some steps forwards. His eyes were still filled with death strength, and he was staring at his opponent. Die! Shouted Avicii coldly. Avicii's red Avicii hell strength turned into terrifying energies which shook Lin Feng's soul. However, Lin Feng just grunted coldly and millions of threads of death strength appeared around him. They turned into a black death dragon and shot towards his opponent. Avicii grunted coldly and continued releasing energies. He formed a cross with his hands, and a red cross appeared in front of him. Thunder rumbled. The earth and sky trembled. It was a terrifying collision. How strong! But Avicii will win, the crowd believed. However, they saw Lin Feng punch out, and the red energies were cut in two. Lin Feng jumped into the newly created path. Death strength moved towards his opponent. Avicii also jumped into his own red energies. When he saw Lin Feng's death energies surging towards him, the path Lin Feng had opened turned into an Avicii hell again. Piss off, said Lin Feng coldly. Millions of death strength lights kept appearing. Avicii moved both hands continuously. Red crosses kept blocking off the death strength. The death strength pierced through. Lin Feng continued walking forwards and punched out, explosion detonating. Avicii sensed a terrifying amount of strength moving towards him and retreated quickly. However, the death strength was already surrounding him. His face stiffened. I lost. The red lights disappeared. Avicii jumped off the battle stage without even turning his head around. The crowd was astonished. This new guy was terrifyingly strong. Nobody knew who he was, and someone as strong as Avicii couldn't even compete with him. It seemed like this guy was even much stronger than Avicii, as if they belonged to different worlds. Lin Feng won 100 battles easily. In the bleachers, someone Lin Feng knew had appeared. Wang Xiao. He had heard that Avicii had been defeated, so he had decided to come and see this new fighter. Minister Azura studied Lin Feng calmly, but inside, he was astonished. This guy was terrifyingly strong, and his Dao power was astonishing. Maybe it hadn't only reached the first phase, maybe it had already reached its peak. He was only an emperor and his Dao power was so terrifying. How strong would it be if he became a great emperor? There were several ministers in the bleachers already. They were all amazed. Lin Feng was extremely talented. What's your name? Minister Azura asked. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. When Minister Kalasutra, Qin Yao and the others heard that, they were astonished, and Wang Xiao looked at him coldly. But then he controlled himself. This couldn't be the Lin Feng he knew. They had a different chi and a different face. They were completely different. It's not him, thought Qin Yao, a touch sadly. Lin Feng, are you interested in joining the Azura army? I can recruit you as a disciple, said Minister Azura to Lin Feng calmly. Everybody was impressed. Minister Azura was one of the strongest ministers of the great imperial Song City, and he wanted to recruit Lin Feng as a disciple. It meant Lin Feng was extremely strong and talented. Lin Feng was more than strong enough to join the Azura army. Minister, Is there a way to go to the continent of the 9 clouds from the inner part of the great imperial Song City? Asked Lin Feng calmly. Minister Azura's social position was higher than Wang Zhao's. Eh? Minister Azura was surprised. Continent of the 9 clouds? Who was this guy? What do you mean? Asked Minister Azura. He frowned. Nothing. I already have a teacher, and I'm not interested in going to the great imperial Song City. I came here because I was looking for Wang Xiao, said Lin Feng, looking at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was astonished, and his expression became weird. This guy was called Lin Feng, and he had come for him? Someone whose name is the same as me is looking for you. If you want to see him, you can come with me, said Lin Feng said calmly. Then, he turned around and started walking away. He wasn't interested in going to the great imperial Song City at all. Wang Zhao's face stiffened. Someone who had the same name as him was looking for him? Qin Yao and Minister Kalasutra's face was also funny. Was that Lin Feng? Have the army come with me? Said Wang Xiao to someone telepathically, as he followed after Lin Feng. Was an emperor trying to deceive him? Lin Feng, you killed my son, Wang Zhua, and you dared come back? You really want to die, said Wang Xiao coldly. Minister Uptala had turned into a blue Uptala lotus, been injured, and then Lin Feng had taken him away. Wang Xiao had looked for Lin Feng everywhere, but hadn't found him. Now, surprisingly, Lin Feng was back. Let's follow and watch, said Minister Kalasutra to Qin Yao, and they trailed after Lin Feng. Minister Azura was interested and also followed. A whole group of people ended up following Lin Feng. Let's go, said many people, curious now. Lin Feng had come back for Wang Xiao? What did he want? Lin Feng didn't walk too far and stopped to enter a courtyard. Wang Xiao stopped in the air and stared at Lin Feng. After a few minutes, the door creaked and a few people came out. Wang Xiao was stunned. How is this possible? Said Wang Xiao coldly. He couldn't believe it his eyes. Those people were dead. How is this possible? Uptala, said Wang Xiao coldly. Minister Uptala had transformed into a blue Uptala lotus. That change was irreversible. How could he be standing here now? Finally, Wang Xiao looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, Was it you a moment before? Wang Xiao, welcome to Fortune City, said Lin Feng with a smile. An illusion appeared and turned into a vast castle. The illusion surrounded Wang Xiao and the others. This is Empty Space Castle. Wang Xiao was staring at the empty space castle. Fortune City? Wang Xiao wasn't the only one who was astonished. Minister Uptala and Qing Qing's hearts were pounding too. That Fortune City was a precious item? What was going on? They had come back to life thanks to godly medicine of the immortals. Then Lin Feng had changed his face and qi, and now he could summon Fortune City's empty space castles? Was this a terrifying great imperial weapon? In the outside world, Minister Kalasutra and the others arrived just behind them. However, they just saw an illusionary empty space. It was a deployment spell. What a formidable illusion item. What's going on inside? Who's in there? Minister Azura arrived and was astonished too. He was worried for Wang Xiao. Not long after, an army arrived. The leader of the group was astonished when he saw that and said to Minister Azura, Minister Azura, should we attack? Minister Azura glanced at them and said nothing. He didn't like Wang Xiao. Even though Wang Xiao was an heir in the great imperial Song City, Minister Azura didn't have anything to do with that. If Wang Xiao died, it wasn't Minister Azura's problem. That Lin Feng had dared take Wang Xiao inside there and had a terrifying treasure. He wasn't ordinary. Let's go, said the leader of the army when he saw that Minister Azura didn't ask them to attack. They released their energies and attacked the illusion. However, it was useless, they were way too weak. Besides, they couldn't see anything. Everything they saw in the illusion was fake. Within the little Fortune City, Lin Feng faced Minister Uptala and said, Uncle Uptala, this small Fortune City can only be broken by Saint Emperors. Nobody will disturb us here. This small Fortune City was like the plated bamboo hat and the cloak. The diviner had given it to him. It was a powerful item Lin Feng could use to protect himself. People from outside didn't know what it was. Of course, if they knew what was inside, it wouldn't matter either. As the champion of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, it was normal that Lin Feng had received such items. "Uncle Uptala, we can kill that guy, right?" said Lin Feng to Minister Uptala. Wang Xiao had been injured by Minister Uptala's blue Uptala lotus back in the day, and even though a great deal of time had passed, he hadn't really progressed. He was still weaker than before. Minister Uptala nodded and slowly walked forwards. Uptala Dao filled the air. Cosmic energies intertwined. In his hands, blue Uptala lotuses appeared. "Don't kill him completely. Leave him one last thread of qi," Lin Feng said coldly. Wang Xiao pulled a long face. He also released a terrifying qi. At this moment, it wasn't time to ask them how they had survived. It was time to fight. Their battle was as explosive as Lin Feng had expected. Wang Xiao hadn't progressed and had actually become weaker. He could only rely on soul strength. Lin Feng released qi to protect Qing Qing. Even though Wang Xiao had become weaker, he could easily kill Qing Qing. Lin Feng had to shield her. Lin Feng also released the qi of the 10,000 things of creation. They intertwined and death qi appeared inside. The qi of the 10,000 things of creation completely turned into death. Millions of blue Uptala lotuses appeared and turned into sharp weapons. They all shot towards Wang Xiao's soul. His face turned deathly pale. His eyes were filled with murder. How could he die now? "Lin Feng," swore Wang Xiao coldly. Minister Uptala and Qing Qing had come back to life. He had saved them, and he had this Fortune City item. "Die!" Wang Xiao released strength, bombarding Uptala and forcing him back before he shot towards Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted Wang Xiao explosively. Terrifying cosmic energies streaked across the sky after Lin Feng. Lin Feng released a death sword and destroyed the attack. A terrifying amount of death strength roared out from him. Millions of threads of death strength turned into sharp death spears, which shot towards Wang Xiao. How is this possible? Wang Xiao's expression changed drastically. What a powerful attack. How could a mere emperor carry out such a terrifying attack? Lin Feng's death strength could threaten him. "Sleep," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, his cosmic energies changed and turned into dream of life cosmic energies. Wang Xiao suddenly felt drowsy. The death strength also turned into terrifying dragons biting for him. "Piss off!" shouted Wang Xiao furiously. He came back to his senses and released as much strength as he could. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The spears broke apart. However, Wang Xiao felt weak, and right then a blue Uptala lotus penetrated into his body and bombarded his inner strength. The terrifying power of the lotus attacked Wang Xiao's inner body. He went insane. "Arg!" Wang Xiao shouted furiously. He desperately released his soul strength at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was sharp. Death strength emerged from his third eye, and his energies exploded in front of him as he retreated. Even though Wang Xiao had become weaker, he was still a celestial emperor. Even if he had regressed to an ordinary celestial emperor, he was still quite strong, and as long as he had a thread of soul strength left, he could still attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng resisted. Wang Xiao was doomed. Anyway, Minister Uptala slapped Wang Xiao's head, and more blue Uptala lotus lights penetrated into his body. At the same time, a gigantic blue Uptala lotus turned into a cage and surrounded Wang Xiao. His soul strength weakened swiftly. "Lin Feng!" shouted Wang Xiao furiously. He hated Lin Feng. He had to kill him. "Wang Xiao!" shouted Minister Uptala coldly. Another blue Uptala lotus flashed into him and attacked his soul, weakening it further. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, his eyes filled with death strength and staring at Wang Xiao. When Wang Xiao saw Lin Feng's eyes, he was finally terrified and desperate. "I'm an imperial descendant of great imperial Song City. Will you dare kill me in front of everyone?" demanded Wang Xiao coldly. He was trying to scare them, of course. Lin Feng and Minister Uptala both ignored him. They continued walking forwards and releasing ice-cold qi. Wang Xiao was trembling in front of them. "If you want to die without suffering, tell me who can take me to the continent of the Nine Clouds from the great imperial Song City," said Lin Feng coldly. I'll take you there, replied Wang Xiao. Lin Feng released a terrifying demon fire which contained an ice-cold yin qi. Back in the day, Wang Xiao had captured Qing Qing to threaten Minister Abdullah and put some destructive energies in Qing Qing's body. If Minister Abdullah hadn't transformed into a blue Abdullah lotus, Qing Qing would have died. And Lin Feng as well. Minister Abdullah had saved them both. Now, they were safe and sound after Lin Feng gave them some godly medicine of the immortals. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Lin Feng released terrifying demon fire strength which moved towards the imprisoned Wang Xiao. He shrieked horribly. His soul was injured and had started burning. It was extremely painful. You think I'll let you live? Said Lin Feng coldly. Don't worry. I won't destroy your soul that quickly. If you tell me the truth, I will kill you without torturing you. However, if you lie, I'll never destroy your soul and I'll torture you forever. An ice-cold wind brushed against Wang Xiao's body, caused by Lin Feng's voice. Wang Xiao was already suffering too much and he said, You need to find someone who can control an altar. There is a path which leads to the continent of the 9 clouds in the great imperial Song City. The high priest can do it. He is the second most powerful person after Great Emperor Song, and controls the school of Hades. But they almost never use it because people who know about the continent of the 9 clouds are extremely strong, talented, and usually they are Great Emperor Song's descendants. The others have to rely on themselves by passing the challenge of the celestial country. When Lin Feng heard that, he recalled his fire and looked at Minister Abdullah. Minister Abdullah nodded and said, The high priest really has incredible privileges in the great imperial Song City. What is the high priest's cultivation level? Lin Feng asked Wang Xiao coldly. Many years ago, he was already at the very top of the Shangdi layer. I don't know whether he has already broken through or not, replied Wang Xiao numbly. Hell was an independent world. It had been created by some terrifyingly strong cultivators in the ancient past. It wasn't connected to the continent of the 9 clouds, and had changed a lot with time. People from the continent of the 9 clouds don't really know about hell, and people from hell didn't really know the continent of the 9 clouds existed. With the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, that was like 3 different worlds. Hell consisted of 10 worlds and a countless number of minor hells. Those hells were all controlled by the 10 cities, which meant that hell was in the hands of the 10 Yama court's kings. Those people had to be terrifyingly strong. They were probably saint emperors at least, or maybe even saints. Since the high priest's position was just under one of the 10 Yama court's kings, he had to be extremely strong. Lin Feng, the strongest ministers of the great imperial Song City, are saint emperors at the top of the Shangdi layer. They are terrifyingly strong. Minister Azura is one of the 3 ministers. His strength is enigmatic and unfathomable. The high priest is the leader of all the ministers. He's stronger than saint emperors, but he probably isn't a sage yet, said Minister Abdullah. Lin Feng probably couldn't ask the high priest to help him. Then, it would be too dangerous. Almost a saint? Whispered Lin Feng. Then he looked at Minister Abdullah. Uncle Abdullah, do you want to come to the continent of the 9 clouds with me? Or do you want to gather your army and go to another city? If Minister Abdullah and Qing Qing stayed in hell, they'd be able to have a normal life in another city. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't be sure without asking. I don't intend to leave hell for now. I just came back to life. I want to travel around and go to several hells. I want to become a saint emperor, and then I'll go and see the outside world, replied Minister Abdullah. He looked at Qing Qing and asked, Qing Qing, do you want to stay with me, or travel with Lin Feng? When Qing Qing heard Minister Abdullah, she blushed and lowered her head. She remained silent. Then, she raised her head again, looked at Lin Feng and smiled. I'll stay with my father. Lin Feng, will you really go to the continent? Yes, nodded Lin Feng. Since Minister Abdullah and Qing Qing had decided to do that, he could only wish them good luck. Uncle Abdullah, Qing Qing, one of my masters will go to the great imperial Song City. He'll tell them not to do anything to you. I'm convinced Great Emperor Song will give him face, Lin Feng said calmly. Wang Xiao was just a descendant of Great Emperor Song, and didn't even progress anymore. Great Emperor Song wouldn't get angry because of someone like Wang Xiao. All right. Qing nodded. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xiao and said, "Is the High Priest in Great Imperial Song City now?" "I guess so." Wang Xiao nodded. "Lin Feng, we don't need him anymore," said Minister Uptala calmly. Lin Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged as Minister Uptala destroyed Wang Xiao's soul. Minister Uptala watched Lin Feng. A strange qi emerged from Lin Feng's body and surrounded him. After a short time, the qi slowly dispersed. Lin Feng disappeared, and a terrifying giant appeared instead. How strong! Minister Uptala started trembling. This qi was terrifying. Was this Lin Feng's master? Where was Lin Feng? What a man, thought Minister Uptala. No wonder he had obtained godly medicine of the immortals and he had the Fortune City item. Lin Feng was incredible. Qin Shan stood up and waved his hand. The small Fortune City disappeared. Minister Uptala was astonished. What was going on? Wasn't the Fortune City item Lin Feng's? Why could this giant use it too? At the same time, there were many people gathered outside. When they saw Qin Shan, they were shocked. What a terrifying giant! One glance is unbearable. Minister Azura was astonished. That was a saint's qi. "Are you Minister Azura?" Lin Feng asked Minister Azura calmly. His voice sounded extremely deep and made the earth and sky shake. Minister Azura was intimidated and quickly replied, "Indeed, Master." "Master, Minister Azura is calling that guy Master? How terrifying! A saint. A saint is in the Great Imperial Song City." Minister Kalasutra and Qin Yao were astonished. Where was Lin Feng? Lin Feng had disappeared. Minister Uptala and Qing had come back to life. And now a saint was here. Qin Shan looked at Minister Azura and said, "I killed Wang Xiao. Bring me to the High Priest." Minister Azura was astounded. This giant wanted to see the High Priest? Minister Azura was one of the strongest ministers of the Great Imperial Song City, and he could indeed go and see the High Priest. He didn't really care about Wang Xiao's death. "I guess you had your reasons to kill Wang Xiao, Master. However, why do you want to meet the High Priest, Master?" asked Minister Azura. "Of course, Wang Xiao had to die. Just bring me to the High Priest. You don't need to know anything else. Also, Uptala, his daughter, and my disciple are connected. Don't do anything to them," said Qin Shan calmly. Minister Azura nodded. "I understand. The Great Imperial Song City will not do anything to Minister Uptala and his daughter. Please come with me to the Great Imperial Song City, Master." Wherever a saint appeared in the cultivation world, people were terrified. It was something too astonishing. Saints, or sages as they were sometimes called, could scare anyone to death. One simple sentence and people could collapse. How could the Great Imperial Song City dare harm Minister Uptala and his daughter if a saint protected them? Nobody cared about Wang Xiao, especially if a saint had killed him. The saint turned around and looked at Minister Uptala and Qing. They heard, "Uncle Uptala, Qing, I hope we'll meet again." Qin Shan turned around again and followed Minister Azura. They both left. Minister Uptala and Qing were trembling. That was Lin Feng's voice. They watched him leave with mixed feelings. Lin Feng was following Minister Azura and was going to leave hell. Would he ever come back? Minister Kalasutra and Qin Yao also watched them leave. They were wondering whether Lin Feng had become a saint's disciple. "Uptala," Minister Kalasutra said to Minister Uptala, "I didn't think you'd come back to life. Even though we weren't really friends, I'm happy for you." Minister Uptala nodded. "It's all thanks to Lin Feng. Anyway, keep your distance from me." Minister Kalasutra understood Minister Uptala. They had just killed Wang Xiao, and even though the saint had said that the Great Imperial Song City couldn't touch them, Minister Kalasutra was different because he was still a minister of the Great Imperial Song City. It was better for Minister Kalasutra to avoid doing anything which could arouse suspicion. "I did not think that guy would become so strong so quickly. Even though he hasn't broken through to the Dichi layer yet, he can already defeat ordinary great emperors," Minister Kalasutra sighed. "I really wonder why you didn't leave with him. Everybody has different goals in life. He has his own life. Maybe we'll meet again, here or in another world, said Minister Abdullah calmly. Both remained silent. The celestial country battlefield. There were many battles going on, and one battle was particularly explosive. One of the fighters was terrifying. "Yike, you do it," said a beautiful woman at that moment. If people from Chitian Holy Town had been there, they would have been astonished, because that girl was the ancient Jade Dynasty's holy woman. "All right," nodded Yi Quebec. He released deployment spell energies and captured some people. They just hurt them, they didn't kill them. "Lei Dong Tian, be careful when you attack," the Holy Jade Princess warned an insane fighter. Lei Dong Tian was extremely strong. However, his attacks were too explosive. People had to be far away from him when he fought. Lin Feng had turned them all into perfect puppets. Lei Dong Tian glanced at the Holy Jade Princess coldly. She was so talkative. If Lin Feng hadn't given them orders, Lei Dong Tian would have killed her already. She pissed him off all the time. Ji Jiang was also fighting. After having been captured by Lin Feng, he had started becoming stronger and stronger, and was progressing extremely quickly. However, in front of the other puppets, he was still too weak. As for what they were doing, Lin Feng had given them the demon puppet technique. They could turn other people into demon puppets as well. The battles were non-stop. People on the battlefield were not surprised because battles never stopped in that place. Lei Dongtian, Yi Ke, the Holy Jade Princess, all of them were extremely strong, especially Lei Dongtian. He had hoped to finish in the top 10 of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Nobody on the celestial country's battlefield could compete with him. That small army kept fighting and they kept growing stronger. As for Lin Feng, he had turned into Qin Shan and was with the high priest of Great Imperial Song City. The high priest was skinny and looked like an ordinary dying old man. Only his eyes showed how dangerous he was. But he was very polite to Qin Shan. He brought Lin Feng to a palace. Lin Feng had the impression that palace was the real palace of Hades. When you cross the door of the lowest depths of hell, the 18th hell, you can exit hell and you'll arrive in the continent of the Nine Clouds. "I'm not sure where you'll end up, however," said the high priest to Lin Feng. He looked at a flight of stairs. Lin Feng found the exit extremely mysterious. The priest didn't know where he would end up. "Where am I going?" wondered Lin Feng. Qin Shan stepped on the flight of stairs and his silhouette became blurry. After a short time, Lin Feng crossed the door. There was death-black water beyond. Without hesitation, Lin Feng jumped into it. He remembered when he had first come to hell from Jiuyu. He had jumped into black water as well. The black water rolled in low, oily waves. The sound of splashing was a jarring intrusion. A silhouette appeared in Jiuyu's forbidden area and came out of the black water. Lin Feng glanced around, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng took a deep breath and whispered, "I'm back. This is Jiuyu's forbidden area." Surprisingly, the exit in the Great Imperial Song City leads to the small world in which I used to live. Nobody dares come here. But for Qin Shan, how could it be a forbidden area? Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He turned back into Lin Feng again. Qin Shan went back into his spirit world. Even when he controlled Qin Shan, he used his own strength in order not to tire out Qin Shan. He wanted Qin Shan to recover. There were some people outside of Jiuyu's forbidden area. They were stupefied when they saw a silhouette streaking across the sky. They wanted to say something, but when they looked at that cultivator, they stopped talking. That was a terrifying emperor. Was he from the 12 empires of Jiuyu? Was he one of the great emperors? Lin Feng didn't care about what those people were thinking. He glanced around and continued flying. Even though I took everything away from Xueyu, there must be something new there, thought Lin Feng. Xueyu's qi was great. The people suddenly disappeared from there, but there were probably new cultivators there. Actually, Lin Feng was right. New people had moved to Xueyu, and it had become a country again. There was no leader though, people competed for power. Yangzhou City had become a great place to hunt for treasures. A Zun cultivator protected Yangzhou City. People admired her. She was extremely strong and beautiful. Many people dreamt of being engaged in a relationship with her. However, people in Shui could just dream about it. That woman was called Qing Meng Xian. Even though she was a woman, she was much stronger than men. At that moment, that woman was standing before a gigantic statue. She had spent a great deal of time making that statue. It was 3 zhang high, people had to raise their heads to look at it. That statue was the entrance of Yangzhou City. After Lin Feng took everything away from Yangzhou City, many things had changed there. It was Shuiyu's center, so people came to Yangzhou City because it was interesting in terms of history. The gigantic statue was a statue of Lin Feng. There were still large streets and small lanes in Yangzhou City. Lin Feng was considered a hero there. Even though Qing Meng Xian had become a Zun cultivator for a long time and was very strong, she wasn't proud. She knew that she was much weaker than that young man. Back in the day, they had both appeared on the battle stage of the great competition of Shuiyu. However, after that, she had realized how weak she was. Lin Feng, where are you now and what is your cultivation level? Whispered Qing Meng Xian. She was staring at Lin Feng's statue. Many people were watching her. Many men were in love with her. In the past, she used to be sexy, now she was just purely beautiful. At that moment, in the distance, 2 silhouettes appeared. 1 man and 1 woman. The man looked extremely strong and the woman looked beautiful. They got closer to the statue. It doesn't look like him at all, sniffed the woman, looking over the statue. She didn't look satisfied. Not bad, the man smiled. What? No, it doesn't look like him. It's so bad, said the woman. Even though the statue looked lifelike, she wasn't satisfied. It was because that statue was Lin Feng the way he looked in the past. He had changed afterwards. The young man smiled. Actually, he didn't think the statue really looked like him. His chi was different. The best sculptor of the empire carved that statue, Master Yi. He's a Zun cultivator, he's extremely strong, and you dare criticize his statue? Said someone when they heard those two. How disrespectful. How conceited, said someone else, staring at the two. The young man smiled thinly. People were similar everywhere in the cultivation world. Qing Meng Xian heard a sound. She turned around and saw the 2 of them. She was surprised. A strong wind blew, and Qing Meng Xian appeared in front of the man and the woman. She stared at them. Qing Meng Xian doesn't like them either, snickered the crowd when they saw that. But the young man and the young woman just smiled at Qing Meng Xian. They looked quite composed. You? Qing Meng Xian suddenly remembered so many things. Lin Feng and Tang Yu, you were back. On top of that, she couldn't see their cultivation level. Even though they were smiling, she understood those 2 were already very, very far ahead of her. Yu is my wife, smiled Lin Feng. Qing Meng Xian was astonished. She smiled and said, Congratulations. Thank you, replied Lin Feng. He said, I'm going to Yangzhou City to take a walk. All right, should I come with you? Asked Qing Meng Xian. No need. We're just taking a walk, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Then they entered Yangzhou City. Qing Meng Xian turned and watched them. She took a deep breath. She was a Zun cultivator, but those 2 were... How strong were they? They already belonged to a different world. When the crowd saw that, they were astonished. Qing Meng Xian knew those 2? No, that young man looked familiar, said someone. He looked way too familiar. I have the same feeling, as if I had just seen him, said someone else. Quickly, people looked at the statue. There! Someone swallowed and pointed at the statue. That was the common point. Many people then looked over at Qing Meng Xian. He's Lin Feng, said Qing Meng Xian. Those people had the impression their brains were going to explode. The one who had just talked was Lin Feng. They had just said his wife was talking nonsense. That extremely beautiful woman could criticize the statue if she wished. Master Yi was a nobody in front of them. According to legends, Shuiyu disappeared in just 1 day because of Lin Feng. And now he's back. Indeed, Lin Feng is too strong. I wonder what his cultivation level is now. The people sighed. The news spread quickly in Yangzhou City, and soon everybody knew that Lin Feng had come back. At that moment, Lin Feng and Tang Yu were still having a walk in Yangzhou City. They looked like ordinary pedestrians. Tang Yu was smiling. As expected, the shui you created is almost the same, but now it has started changing. Your shui yu is like it was in the past. Of course, my parents are there. They like to feel like at home. It's their hometown, said Lin Feng smiling. Someone who hadn't grown up in shui you wouldn't be able to see the differences though. The people in Lin Feng's shui you didn't know they were somewhere else. Why did you want to come here? Asked Tang Yu, holding Lin Feng's arm and smiling gently. I initially wanted to go back home with you. Isn't it a good thing? Replied Lin Feng with a smile. They spent some time in bars and restaurants. The news that Lin Feng had come back had already spread in Yangzhou City, and many people noticed them. However, the two simply rose up into the air. It's Lin Feng, it's really him, said someone when he saw them. Lin Feng. The crowd raised their heads, but Lin Feng and Tang Yu had turned into beams of light and disappeared. How fast? How strong? People ran after them, but after a few steps, they stopped, unable to follow. What a pity. They wished they could have seen Lin Feng. After leaving Yangzhou City, they crossed the empire of Shuiyu and headed to Dragon Mountain to see Tang Yu's family. Tang Yi and Tang Rui were already quite strong and had their own lives. Lin Feng and Tang Yu came down in a courtyard and looked at the sunset. Behind them, Tang Yu's father looked at them and smiled kindly. He couldn't see how strong they were anymore. Unfortunately, his grandchild wasn't here. Tang Yu told him that he was going to become a holy emperor in a dynasty, but her father didn't know what a dynasty or a holy emperor were. He just thought that a dynasty was probably much stronger than an empire like Dragon Mountain. He couldn't imagine what a place like Qitian Holy Town looked like, just like Lin Feng in the past before he had left the small world. Lin Feng and Tang Yu didn't tell him too much. Telling him too much would just disturb their peaceful lives. Sister, when are you leaving with your husband? Stay here for a few days, all right? Said Tang Yi, who was lying down on another side. We'll leave in a few days. We'll come back more often in the future, replied Tang Yu. She knew that Lin Feng needed to become stronger and break through. They were traveling to become stronger. Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Diqi layer. I'll come with you, said Tang Rui. No, said Tang Yu, shaking her head. Tang Rui was growing up, but he continued acting like a kid. All right, but your husband will stay with me for a few days, said Tang Rui. All right, agreed Lin Feng whimsically. Spending a few days here and enjoying the peace and tranquility was a good thing. A couple was walking on the snow holding hands. The woman looked extremely pretty. She let go of the man's hand and ran on the snow, laughing. She was so beautiful that the snow around her could have melted, just like the man's heart. That's Tianqi Snow Peak there. Is that where you studied back in the days? Tang Yu asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, smiled, and nodded. In front of them was the city of Tianqi. Many people were walking towards the city, aiming to become Tianqi's disciples. Let's go and see, exclaimed Tang Yu, waiting for Lin Feng. She grabbed his hand again. Many people who wanted to become disciples of Tianqi were waiting at the foot of the snowy mountains. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Tang Yu, viewing them as competitors. Lin Feng and Tang Yu were talking in low voices. They immediately entered Tianqi, but some people came up to them quickly. You can't enter Tianqi. Lin Feng was still holding Tang Yu's hand and smiled gently. You can't follow. The two blurred into the wind and disappeared. Those people were astonished and spun around. The two people were already far away. The guards' hearts started pounding. Those people had entered Tianqi without permission. What to do? He said we can't follow him. He's probably a strong cultivator from abroad. We can't disturb them. Let nature take its course. They don't look evil. A few disciples from Tianqi nodded agreement with those words. Lin Feng and Tang Yu arrived at the top of a snowy peak. Lin Feng remembered his time there. He was wondering how his Zun-level teachers were doing. These days, the main peak of Tianqi was Tianxian Snowy Peak. There were two leaders there. Tianqi Shui was at the top of a snowy peak. She sensed something and turned around. She suddenly looked astonished, and her eyes became dazzling. Lin Feng nodded and smiled at her. Tianqi Shui's mouth was wide open. She wanted to say something, but she was speechless. A strong wind started blowing and both of them disappeared from her field of vision. Tianqi Shui's face stiffened. She gazed into the distance and saw Lin Feng already far in the distance. What is his current cultivation level? Wondered Tianqi Shui, still speechless. She didn't chase after him. Lin Feng and Tang Yu continued walking from peak to peak, enjoying the beautiful scenery, then continued flying. The Huangxi was still a stormy place, but Lin Feng and Tang Yu could travel freely there. Now and then, they passed a boat, and when the people aboard saw two figures flying across the Huangxi, they were stupefied. Lin Feng and Tang Yu had shaken the entire region of Bahuang. The northern part of Bahuang, the western part of Bahuang, the southern part of Bahuang, the central part of Bahuang. Lin Feng had already spent 5 months in the small world. He just rested there. Lin Feng and Tang Yu left the small world crossing the passage between the small world and the Dark Night region. They crossed the desert where many tribes still lived. They were all connected. Lin Feng arrived in a tribe walking on the warm yellow sand. People seemed extremely busy. Back then, Emperor Yu and he had come to this tribe and Mu Yun had taken care of them. Lin Feng knew the place. After a short time, he noticed that many people had gathered at the foot of a tree. The sunlight was scorching hot, so the people spent time in the shade. There was a beautiful woman in white clothes over there, looking busy. Someone was helping her put healing herbs in a cauldron. Of course, that woman could easily heal light injuries herself. A young man whose arm was wounded was seated next to Mu Yun as she healed his wounds. He smiled at Mu Yun and said, "Mu Yun, if I could get married to you, I'd be so happy." Mu Yun smiled at the young man. Someone next to them admonished him, "Aguta, Mu Yun is the most beautiful woman of all the tribes. She's nice, gentle, and generous. She's like a goddess to all the tribes. Why would she want to marry you? Aguta, you're not even a cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer. Mu Yun is an emperor. How could you get married with such a goddess? If a great hero appeared in our tribe, he'd be able to get married to Mu Yun," said an old man in a solemn and respectful way. "I will become the hero of our tribes then." Aguta grinned. Mu Yun smiled gently, looking like a celestial being. It was the same thing every day. Young men told her such things. Every day, they kept saying they wanted to become heroes and get married to her. However, even if they did, would she want to get married to them? Lin Feng was standing in the distance. When he saw that beautiful woman, he smiled slightly. She had gone back to the tribe and hadn't left. Nothing had changed. She was just as beautiful as before. "Lin Feng, don't you like her?" Tang Yu asked Lin Feng. Her lips twitched as she stared at him. Lin Feng was staring at the woman and remained motionless. "I owe her a lot. She's both gentle and generous. Back then, she saved Emperor Yu and me," whispered Lin Feng. "I'm asking you if you like her?" asked Tang Yu. She looked like a little girl. Her eyes twinkled. Lin Feng was a pervert and he liked many women. "A little bit," Lin Feng admitted. "But I came here just to see if she was all right." He caressed Yu's face gently. "As expected," said Tang Yu, pursing her lips. She continued, "If you really like her, take her with us. She seems like a good girl. She looks gentle and beautiful. You keep hurting women's feelings." "Eh?" Lin Feng looked surprised. He smiled wryly and said to Tang Yu, "Mengqing, Xan Yi, I still haven't solved their problems. We don't know what awaits us in the future. Before becoming stronger, I won't accept other women in my life. I already owe you and the others a lot. So someday, when you become a great emperor, you'll continue hurting women's feelings?" said Tang Yu, pursing her lips, her eyes twinkling. What a guy. Lin Feng had cold sweats. "I'll hurt you first," said Lin Feng, grabbing Tang Yu's arms and laughing. Tang Yu said, "Go and see her. I'm waiting here." "Eh?" Lin Feng was surprised. "If she sees me, she'll be sad." Tang Yu smiled. She let go off Lin Feng and rose up into the air. As she left, she turned around and smiled back at him. Lin Feng grinned and shook his head, before walking over to Mu Yun slowly. Mu Yun was focused on her patient. She didn't notice Lin Feng. After all, many people came to her every day. The others looked at Lin Feng. He looked like a scholar. He was different from the other young men, and probably wasn't from a tribe. "Help me," said Lin Feng, walking up to Mu Yun. "There are many people, you need to get in line," said Mu Yun, without looking at the one speaking. However, she sensed that he wasn't moving, and the voice sounded familiar, too. She raised her head and looked at him. When she saw his broad smile, her heart skipped a beat. "Lin Feng," said Mu Yun. She was surprised. She didn't think she would ever see him here. "Are you all right?" asked Lin Feng, smiling back at Mu Yun. "Yes, good old routine. My life is peaceful and tranquil." "I'm happy," replied Mu Yun. "What about you? What are you doing here?" "I was in the region and thought I'd come and see you," said Lin Feng smiled. Mu Yun blushed despite herself. Then, she looked at the people waiting and said, "Could you all come back tomorrow?" The people waiting were stunned, everyone looking at Lin Feng. Who was this guy? Mu Yun never wasted a minute when it came to healing patients. This was a man. Lin Feng sensed that many men were looking at him coldly. "No need. I'll help you," said Lin Feng smiling. He released life cosmic energies around everybody. People all sensed an incredible vitality surround them. Some astonished people realized that their injuries were instantly healed. Who was that guy? His cosmic energies were incredible. He was a powerful emperor. Mu Yun laughed when she saw that, and continued healing people with Lin Feng's help. Lin Feng was extremely strong. He could easily heal ordinary injuries instantly. For injuries which weren't obvious, Mu Yun had some remedies. Together they quickly finished healing everyone. When they left together, people stayed there and watched them leave. Some were envious and jealous. Mu Yun was like a goddess to them. She was looking at that man with admiration and kindness. At that moment, they were wondering whether their priestess Mu Yun was in love with him or not. Was it the reason why she refused to be with anyone else? Because she liked him? Lin Feng and Mu Yun smiled at one another. "Lin Feng, since the last time you came to Yao Yi Island, how much have you progressed?" asked Mu Yun, smiling lightly. "I'm now at the top of the Huang Qi layer," replied Lin Feng easily. "How fast?" Mu Yun's lips twitched. "Your fighting abilities have always been higher than your cultivation level. I wonder how strong you are now." Lin Feng gave a non-committal reply. He looked at Mu Yun and said, "I'm traveling because I want to become a great emperor now." "Oh, I'm sure you will succeed," said Mu Yun confidently. She had faith in Lin Feng. He had achieved so many things in life. Back then, he had destroyed the celestial Qi castle. "Yun, what do you intend to do in the future?" asked Lin Feng smiling. "What could I do? I'll stay here and live a peaceful life. That's the best for me." Mu Yun smiled. Her eyes twinkled. It was difficult to know what she was thinking. "Your entire life?" Lin Feng asked her. "Yes, I like it that way. I like the environment here, and I like people here, too." Mu Yun nodded. "If you're happy here, then it's perfect. I hope you'll always be happy," said Lin Feng. An old man arrived. When he saw Lin Feng, he was surprised and smiled. "Little Lin Feng, you came to see little Yun." "Uncle Chiu, yes, I came to see Yun," Lin Feng answered politely. This old man was Mu Yun's neighbor. In the past, Lin Feng had lived in their tribe, so he knew her neighbors. Back then, they sometimes chatted together. "All right, good. You should take her with you. Even though the tribe needs her, she's bored here alone." Uncle Chiu smiled. Lin Feng was surprised and glanced at Mu Yun. Mu Yun blushed and said, "Grandpa Chiu, what are you talking about?" "You tell me," said Uncle Chiu. "I saw you grow up. I know how you feel. Each time you talk about little Lin Feng, you seem to be happy. Your most beautiful smile appears on your face. You think I don't understand those things?" Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Mu Yun blushed even more. She lowered her head and glanced at Lin Feng. Yun, I don't want you to leave, but I hope you can go with little Lin Feng. This little boy is a good boy. Please stop, said Mu Yun, stamping one foot. In the distance, the crowd saw that. As expected, Mu Yun liked him. All right, if you don't want to. I don't know what you think, said Uncle Chiu, shaking his head in exasperation. Lin Feng looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun raised her head and said to Lin Feng, don't listen to Uncle Chiu. I'm happy in the tribe. I understand, said Lin Feng, nodding and sighing. He walked to Mu Yun, put his hands on her cheeks and smiled. If you need anything, ask me. All right? Mu Yun nodded. She didn't dare look Lin Feng in the eyes. I'm off. When I have time, I'll come back and see you, said Lin Feng. Mu Yun raised her head and stared at him. She looked sad. He had just arrived. Was he leaving already? She forced herself to smile and nodded. All right, that's a promise. That's a promise. Lin Feng nodded. They looked at each other for a few more seconds. Lin Feng took his hands back and turned around. Then he rose up into the air and disappeared. Mu Yun looked sad and nostalgic as she stared after him for long minutes. Lin Feng and Tang Yu continued their journey. Tiantai controlled the 9 great celestial castles these days. Qingdi Mountain didn't have much power there anymore. Tiantai had too many contacts. Goldfire City's Goldfire Tower, Sword Mountain, Yaoyi Island, the Holy City, and Tiantai's headquarters in the Holy City. Gradually, Tiantai was gaining power and influence everywhere. Tiantai also continued recruited geniuses in Champion University in the Holy City. Lin Feng didn't stop in on the 9 great celestial castles, he just crossed the area. He went to Yaoyi Island, Goldfire City, and then back to Sword Mountain. Hu Yu and Emperor Xin Yu were back at Yaoyi Island. At Sword Mountain, Lin Feng exchanged views on cultivation with Emperor Wu Tianjian. Emperor Wu Tianjian was astonished by his growth. Lin Feng continued traveling. Time passed and a year went by. 2 years had passed the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Out on a vast sea, Devamara Kulpa's strength fell from the sky onto Lin Feng's body. The earth and sky were shaking. Demon dragon-shaped energies appeared in the sky and kept pounding on him. After 9 waves of Kulpa strength, Lin Feng's physical strength had increased again. However, Lin Feng didn't look satisfied. He raised his head and looked thoughtful. Back when he was at the top of the Zun Qi layer, cosmic energies should have cleansed his body. However, because he had a forbidden body, cosmic energies hadn't come down and he hadn't been able to break through to the Huang Qi layer, even if he could control cosmic energies when he was at the top of the Zun Qi layer. What was going to happen now? Would he be able to break through to the Di Qi layer? Would the same thing happen again? The Kulpa Indestructible Devamara skill was a terrifying technique. It was even great for Saint Emperors, and Lin Feng was only an emperor. Now he had the full version, so there was no reason for him not to break through to the Di Qi layer. However, he hadn't done so yet. His physical strength was incredible and stable. Only his cultivation level didn't follow. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't understand. What did it mean to have a forbidden body? Back then, he hadn't managed to break through to the Huang Qi layer, and now, would he be able to break through to the Di Qi layer? What was he supposed to do to continue progressing on the path of cultivation? Lin Feng spent 2 years that way. People slowly forgot about the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. All the cultivators who had participated practiced cultivation in peace, and people slowly forgot about them except Chu Chunqiu. Chu Chunqiu was still very famous. Even though he hadn't finished first, he had finished in the top 3, and according to legends in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, the destiny wheel had rotated because of him. The imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds was a special place in the continent. It stood at the top. They knew more than most people in the continent. People knew what it meant when the destiny wheel rotated. Chu Chunqiu was in the supreme animal world's Ganges time, and the fortune shrine also acknowledged him. After having gone there, the rumors spread that he had broken through to the Di Qi layer. After that, he fought against a great imperial dragon. 2 years later, the news spread that Chu Chunqiu had come out of Ganges time, and that he had won against a genius of the Dragon Clan. He was progressing extremely fast. Chu Chunqiu was backed up by the Fortune Shrine and the Supreme Animal World. Proved that he was extremely strong. People were convinced that he was the one who had made the destiny will rotate. Apart from Chu Chunqiu, who had his own life, Kong Ming, who had ranked second at the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, was also becoming an astounding cultivator. However, after the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, he had disappeared. As for Zhou Rongman, who had ranked fourth, he shook the whole imperial court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. Apart from Chu Chunqiu, the second most famous cultivator was Zhou Rongman, because everywhere where he went, he said to people, "My name is Zhou Rongman." Hua Qingfeng was more discreet. Sometimes, people noticed him in the imperial court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. However, according to rumors, his cultivation level hadn't changed, as if he were stuck in the Huang Qi layer. That seemed inconsistent with his past performances. Regarding the other cultivators of the top 100, they could travel from and to the imperial court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds freely. Many of them preferred traveling around the world to become stronger, however. Of course, all that news was about the emperors of the meeting. However, all those things had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. Tang Yuyu was with him, and they were traveling around the Dark Night region. They were getting ready to go to other regions as well. Lin Feng knew what was going on in the imperial court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds because he had left a clone there. However, nothing could distract him. He stayed focused. Even if he hadn't managed to break through to the Diqi layer, he didn't get nervous, and continued practicing cultivation. People who were strong and tough enough to withstand disasters would see hope and victory. Lin Feng had always been that way, and that wasn't going to change. Time flew by. It was as brief as a glimpse of a white colt flashing past a chink in the wall. Lin Feng traveled, he crossed cities and cities, and even forgot about time. Deep in a forest in purple clouds, Lin Feng was facing a terrifying beast. It had four hoofs like an ox, the head of a tiger, the claws of an eagle, and terrifying eyes. "Stupid humans," said the beast aggressively. Its chi was boiling over. Beasts in the surroundings fled. This was a young beast master of the Diqi layer. It was an earth-type beast and had incredible defensive skills, and controlled heaviness Dao strength. At that moment, Lin Feng and the beast were standing in a gigantic crater. Lin Feng's blood was boiling and shaking. When the heaviness Dao reached a certain level, it could crush people flat under their own weight. An ordinary emperor would have died instantly. Even emperors at the top of the Huang Qi layer could feel under pressure against such beasts. Even Lin Feng's muscles twitched. At that moment, Lin Feng's clothes were not very clean. His hair was messy. His beard had grown out and was long already. He had already spent some time in this and killed many beasts. The gigantic great imperial beast opened his mouth, and a terrifying earth spear shot from it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grunted coldly. He jumped away as spears continuously emerged from the beast's mouth, attacking him one after another. There were cracks as some hit him and weren't able to pierce through him. His physical body was incredible. The beast was speechless. A great imperial beast surprisingly had no way to injure an emperor. Lin Feng's physical strength was obviously incredible. He had studied the Kulpa indestructible Devamara skill and the Devamara body cleansing technique. His defense was astonishing. However, his cultivation level hadn't risen, and sometimes, Lin Feng felt annoyed about it. 1 year, 2 years he remained calm, but as time passed, he felt more and more nervous. The Devamara Kulpa strength was becoming useless. He couldn't break through. Lin Feng started having doubts about himself. It was even more difficult than before, when he couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer. He didn't know what to do. He had sent Tang Yuyu back to his spirit's world. He could only rely on himself to break through to the Diqi layer. When the great imperial beast saw that, he looked at Lin Feng ferociously. The air began to rumble, and a terrifying heaviness strength surrounded Lin Feng as the beast galloped towards him. It felt like millions of elephants were stampeding towards him. Lin Feng continued running forwards. An incredible amount of demon lights flashed. He raised his arms and his fists, the atmosphere distorting around his fists. It felt like the earth and sky were about to collapse. The great imperial beast released a great earth sword 10 zhang long. It was impossible to dodge. Lin Feng released and condensed demon strength. A gigantic black sword appeared, also hiltless, collided with the enemy's gigantic sword. The atmosphere kept trembling from the chi in the air. Die! Millions of threads of death strength turned into millions of spears and moved towards the beast. The atmosphere became dark and desolate. Everything died around those demon energies. Even the grass turned black and started rotting. The great imperial beast's face turned deathly pale as a pitch-black strength surrounded his body. His life was being eaten away. This emperor's cosmic energies were extremely powerful. He was a great emperor, but he couldn't compete with this high-level emperor. What a genius! Lin Feng had started understanding Tao power when he was a medium-level emperor. Such human beings were terrifying. Quite often, celestial emperors started understanding Tao power a little bit better, and usually they understood Tao power as well as Lin Feng when they became saint emperors. Lin Feng could easily crush ordinary great emperors, but in general he could defeat all sorts of great emperors already. The great imperial beast roared furiously. Lin Feng's terrifying Tao power scared him. He had the impression he was about to die. A gigantic hand appeared. Earth strength condensed and turned into a gigantic wall blocking off the death strength. However, Lin Feng still arrived before it, the air crackling around him. The death strength rolled around and swept away its chi before surrounding it. The beast roared defiantly, before turning around and fleeing into the distance. However, Lin Feng wasn't ready to let him escape. He followed lightning quick. A death spear pierced through its body, and at the same time he punched its skull. The beast suddenly stopped moving and then crashed onto the ground. These days, great imperial beasts couldn't do much against Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't find them strong anymore. Lin Feng's cultivation level didn't change, but he kept becoming stronger. Back in the celestial country, mountains of corpses formed around him. He was already much stronger than back then. Lin Feng looked at the gigantic body and took it away. Great imperial beasts' bodies were still useful. He continued walking through the forest. He was in the depths of a gloomy forest, and there were many terrifying beasts there. Many of them were gigantic, imposing, and magnificent. All the beasts were intelligent. Lin Feng was practicing in the forest. He killed as many beasts as he could. Even great imperial beasts couldn't do much against him. Lin Feng crossed that wild country. There were also some human beings there. In most places in the continent, human beings and beasts coexisted and competed. What a dense and thick bestial chi, thought Lin Feng, looking at an animal castle. It was new to him, but he just studied it for a short time before continuing along. After a very long time, he saw another human being. He didn't know where he was. He was just wandering without purpose in the depths of purple clouds. In front of Lin Feng, there were two young people, a man and a woman, wearing beautiful clothes. They seemed to be disciples from a sect, and looked quite strong. When they saw Lin Feng, they were startled. He was such a mess. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn apart. They thought he must have almost died in the forest. Even though Lin Feng was a mess, he wasn't dirty. Only his hair was messy. He had a really long beard and his clothes were torn apart. But with his physical strength, his skin was as polished as bronze. He just looked wild like a caveman. "Your Excellency, did you fight against a wave of ferocious wild beasts?" the young man asked Lin Feng politely. He didn't know what was going on, but there had been terrifying waves of wild beasts in the animal empire. Some extremely strong beasts had escaped from the forest and had killed many humans. Some people who had gone hunting had also died. "A wave of ferocious wild beasts?" said Lin Feng, after remaining silent for a few seconds. He hadn't heard a human voice in such a long time. He wasn't used to it anymore. The animal empire and Long Night City often fight. A short time ago, many beasts attacked people at the periphery of Long Night City. Many people died. Don't you know about that? Many people from Long Night City came here to kill beasts, said the young man calmly. Even though Lin Feng looked wild, they couldn't see his cultivation level, so he was probably very strong. When the young man saw that Lin Feng remained silent, he looked at him coldly and asked, "Your Excellency? Are you a wild beast?" Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and the young man went silent. He continued walking towards the city without saying anything more. Lin Feng walked forwards, his steps heavy. He looked exhausted. His hair covered his face, but his eyes glittered. His soul strength kept floating around as he inspected his surroundings. To break through to the Di-Chi layer, my soul must fuse together with the earth and sky. Attacks become real at that cultivation level. So when a fire-type cultivator uses fire, he can burn mountains for real. A great emperor's soul is also stronger. Great emperors can also use the strength of the earth and sky as their own. It's also easier to understand Tao intent when you're a great emperor. Therefore, many people only start understanding Tao intent after breaking through to the Di-Chi layer, thought Lin Feng. He remembered what the diviner had told him. The gods have abandoned me. Maybe that is the reason why I can't break through to the Di-Chi layer right now, mused Lin Feng. However, at that moment his eyes were dazzling. He saw some strength in the distance which attracted his soul. What is that place? He asked himself. He had unceasingly tried to fuse his soul together with the earth and sky. He had been looking for opportunities, but in vain. It was just like back then when he couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer. Maybe the earth and sky were rejecting him once again? Lin Feng arrived in front of a gigantic stone and jumped atop it. He sat down cross-legged and soul strength filled the air, and rolling far into the distance. Lin Feng's soul strength was extremely powerful now. He could leave his corporeal body whenever he wished. Of course, it allowed him to see far away, but it was also dangerous. If he encountered someone evil, that person could attack his soul. After having broken through to the Di-Chi layer, when a cultivator's soul had fused together with the earth and sky, it was much easier and more appropriate to leave one's body. These days, Lin Feng only released a few threads of soul strength to inspect his surroundings. Lin Feng's soul strength moved like the wind through the depths of Long Night City. Everything his soul saw appeared in his field of vision. It was an ancient city, with imposing and magnificent buildings that contained an incredible qi. The buildings there almost all looked like castles, and the people were strong. Emperors could be seen everywhere. There were also many great emperors, and the city almost seemed boundless. His soul floated for a long time. Lin Feng was amazed. What kind of place was this? His soul was being attracted by something. Was there a treasure here? Lin Feng was curious, so his soul continued floating around in the city. Finally, quite far away from his real body, he saw a castle with purple qi floating around it like a purple cloud. However, in front of that fortress were many dark buildings that looked like gates, death water flowing atop them. They all contained a terrifying strength and surrounded the whole fortress. That energy looked like the energy he had seen in the King of Hell's palace. What is that place? Thought Lin Feng. It had attracted his soul strength. The purple qi was attracting his soul. It was a mysterious feeling. The purple qi was thick and powerful. It was probably the territory of a powerful group. Many cultivators had gathered there. They seemed like they were there to sense the purple qi. Some people were standing outside a fortress. There was a young man in the crowd. Someone came here with their soul. What a prodigy, said someone next to him. Impressive. In the whole city, only people from Jiu Yu's ministry have a purple soul qi, which then turns into the purple soul celestial walls which can envelop Long Night City. Maybe that person is attracted by purple soul qi? Said the young man, smiling coldly. So what? Even if that's the case, many people are insatiably greedy. It's still difficult to get close to Jiu Yu's ministry. Back then, Brother Yiying left Jiu Yu's ministry and participated in the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. He finished in the top 20. He's extremely strong. A beautiful woman wearing white clothes said coldly. However, when she heard Yiying's name, her beautiful eyes twinkled. How strong do you think the owner of that soul strength is? It's just a thread of soul. I don't think he's a great emperor. He's crazy arrogant to get that close to Jiu Yu's ministry, said the young man icily, clenching his fists. He spat out some sword intent which shot into the distance. Lin Feng sensed the sword energy. His soul flickered and dodged. He wanted to get close to see what was going on there, but surprisingly someone attacked him. His soul turned into a figure and looked at the young man on the ground. However, the young man frowned and waved his hand. He wanted to block Lin Feng's soul and moved quickly. Lin Feng's soul was getting ready to leave, but sword strength closed on his soul from all directions. Quickly destroyed his soul thread. "Idiot," said the young man. He grunted icily, and his sword energy disappeared. On a boulder outside Long Night City, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, which glittered with ice-cold lights. He released a terrifying death intent. A great distance away, the one who had just attacked his soul sensed the death intent and shivered. How strong! In Long Night City, there are purple clouds, and in some areas, there's death water. "What is it?" asked Lin Feng to those people icily. They were all startled and felt a great pressure. Their questioner's consciousness could kill them. As expected, it wasn't wise to judge a book by its cover. He looked wild and scary. "One of the groups of Long Night City, Jiu Yu's ministry," replied that person. "What are the purple clouds?" asked Lin Feng. "Purple soul chi. Jiu Yu's ministry gathers the purple soul chi of the earth and sky in the center of Long Night City. That way, people's souls can fuse together with the earth and sky more easily and become great emperors." How incredible! Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. No wonder there were so many people there. Purple soul chi allows people to understand the earth and sky better. It helps their soul fuse together with the earth and sky more easily. "Purple soul chi is mysterious," said that person again. Lin Feng nodded. Then he stood up and gazed off into the distance. In the Fortune Shrine, in a star palace, some starlight twinkled down. There were many stars and pagoda lights. Many people looked busy there, consulting jade talismans, folders, and other things. "Have you found it?" asked the diviner of someone who was busy. "No. Years have passed and we have too many folders. The folders are not sorted at all, it's so messy. We need to sort them and get rid of the useless folders. I still have hope that we can find that folder, though," replied the person. The diviner nodded and sighed. So many years had passed. Chu Chunqiu was under pressure. The top 10 cultivators were progressing really fast. They had all broken through to the Diqi layer except Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already as strong as a great emperor, but why he hadn't broken through to the Diqi layer was a mystery. The only explanation was that he was a forbidden person. Even the leader of the shrine was unable to explain why such a thing was happening to Lin Feng. There was probably no other person like him in the world. To understand that matter, it was necessary to do some research and check ancient folders. The forbidden person understood forbidden people better than the other shrines, though. But still, only legends remained about such people. The imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds knew about forbidden people better than ordinary people. In the world, many people had heard that expression, but they didn't know what it meant. "Have you started looking into the folders which were in the trash bin?" "Yes, half a year ago," that person confirmed. The Fortune Shrine had existed for a very long time. They had as many folders as the stars. At that moment, someone rushed in. The diviner turned around and asked, "Old buddy, why such a rush?" He was a very core member of the Fortune Shrine. "I found it," said the old man, shaking his hands. He gave a shiny item to the diviner. The diviner was astonished, and quickly put his godly awareness inside. There was only one sentence. The diviner started breathing faster. He clenched his fists, and the folder instantly disappeared. His heart was pounding. His eyes were twinkling like bright stars. No wonder. Lin Feng walked into Long Night City towards the purple clouds. He seemed to be walking slowly, but actually he was extremely fast. Like the wheels of a carriage, the faster they moved, the slower they looked. Many people couldn't even see him distinctly. There were still many people outside of Jiu Yu's ministry. At that moment, there was a path opened above the black water. There were some people coming out of Jiu Yu's ministry. After a short time, they stopped and looked at the crowd. "Today is Jiu Yu's ministry's open house. All the people who have been chosen, come here." Many young people walked forwards and up to the 9 gates. The young man who had attacked Lin Feng was with a woman and another man. He said, "We're from the Sword Sect, here to visit Jiu Yu's ministry." "Yes, I recognize you. You don't need a token?" said the strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry calmly. The three cultivators looked particularly proud. Not many people had such a privilege in Jiu Yu's ministry. Even those who had been selected had to have a token. Those three enjoyed a good reputation in Long Night City, especially since they were from the Sword Sect. The other people were mostly young people from other sects and powerful groups in town. Every year, powerful groups chose disciples they sent to Jiu Yu's ministry to benefit from Purple Soul Strength. The majority of those people were at the top of the Huang Qi layer. After all, the purpose of Purple Soul Strength was to help them fuse their soul together with the earth and sky and become great emperors. Behind the crowd, a young man who had messy long hair and beard appeared. Many people looked at him because of that. He looked in the direction of Jiu Yu's ministry. There wasn't only Purple Soul Strength there. There was also Death Strength. A river made of death energy was there. The Death Strength was quite pure. This group probably controlled Death Strength as well. "Jiu Yu's ministry," whispered Lin Feng. He continued walking forwards. He raised his head and gazed into the distance. The strong cultivator from Jiu Yu's ministry looked at Lin Feng and said, "Which group sent you, Your Excellency? And do you have your token?" Lin Feng shook his head. He looked at a young man, the one who had attacked his soul. The young man sensed that Lin Feng was looking at him. He had a familiar feeling. He was startled. "You're the one who released that thread of soul strength?" Lin Feng said nothing. The young man grunted icily and released his sword intent, staring at Lin Feng. "You initially thought you could come here to sense Purple Soul Strength with a thread of soul? How insolent!" A strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng disappeared. The young man was shocked, and his face stiffened. His sword intent was whistling and moving in every direction. However, someone drew closer and closer to him. He saw messy hair. A hand appeared and grew bigger and bigger. "Piss off!" shouted the young man frantically. Sword lights emerged from his mouth and third eye and shot towards Lin Feng. However, ice-cold lights emerged from Lin Feng's hair-covered eyes. Death Strength smashed the sword lights and destroyed them. His hand crashed onto the young man's neck. The young man was dumbstruck. "Your Excellency, who are you?" "I'm from the Sword Sect. If you have anything to say, tell me," said the young man. Breaking and snapping sounds arose as fingers closed. Lin Feng held him by the neck even tighter. "When you destroyed my soul, you didn't ask me who I was," said Lin Feng icily. "Be merciful," said someone at that moment. It was a member of Jiu Yu's ministry. All the people who were sent to Jiu Yu's ministry had been carefully selected and were outstanding. If they died there, how would Jiu Yu's ministry be able to justify themselves? At least people had to give them face. "It has nothing to do with Jiu Yu's ministry," said Lin Feng. "He's from the Sword Clan. Your Excellency, even though you're very strong, the strong cultivators of the Sword Sect will come and kill you painfully if you do anything to him," said the strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry. "Indeed, I'm from the Sword Sect, Yusong. If you attack me, my teacher will kill you," said the young man again. Lin Feng turned his head sharply, death qi emerging from his third eye and into the brain of the young man. The man's face turned gray, and death qi surrounded his body. Lin Feng let go of him, and the body fell limply down. He had just killed that outstanding young man of the Sword Sect. Death Dao. The strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry was staring at Lin Feng. He looked wild and unkempt, but he was also terrifyingly strong. He had probably been an emperor for a very long time and practiced Death Dao for dozens of years. That was the only explanation to the strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry. "Your Excellency, you're cruel, but your death strength is incredible," said that person, staring at Lin Feng. He was astonished. Lin Feng was probably more than 100 years old. "You killed him?" The young man and the young woman who were with him were staring at Lin Feng. Their fellow disciple had just been killed, all because he had destroyed Lin Feng's soul thread. He had been careless. He destroyed that guy's soul thread a moment ago. He was very arrogant because he was a disciple of the sword sect, but this time he wasn't lucky, he died for nothing. He should have been more discreet, said someone. Yes, indeed. Why destroy someone's soul thread when you don't know them? It's risky and disrespectful. He wasn't strong enough, so he died. It's absolutely normal. If he hadn't provoked that guy, he wouldn't have died. Agreed different people. The cultivation world was vast, but it was better to be discreet sometimes to avoid getting killed. Lin Feng looked at the young man and the young woman with his pitch-black eyes. His eyes were filled with murder, so they didn't say anything. Then, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the member of Jiu Yu's ministry. Can I go inside and sense the purple cloud? The strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry was surprised and glanced at the corpse. Lin Feng hadn't listened to him and had killed the sword sect's disciple anyway. He wasn't supposed to let him in. However, Lin Feng's death strength was incredible, and it looked similar to their own. He was interested and intrigued. All right, you can come in, said the great emperor calmly. The two sword sect's disciples were astonished and looked at him icily. They couldn't wait to see the strong cultivators of the sword sect kill him. I'll let you dispose of the body. The others follow me, said the strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry to the two sword sect disciples. As he entered Jiu Yu's ministry with everybody else, Lin Feng followed. He wanted to sense the purple soul strength. Would it help him fuse his soul together with the earth and sky? Would it help him break through to the Diqi layer? Jiu Yu's ministry's people brought the crowd to a vast place with purple clouds everywhere. The purple soul strength rolled around them, and cultivators had an irresistible feeling. They couldn't help but release their souls. As expected, the purple soul strength attracts people's souls. I wonder if anything will happen, thought Lin Feng. His soul rolled out like other people's souls and moved into the purple clouds. The purple clouds beat at the same pace as their hearts. This is how it feels when your soul fuses together with the earth and sky. It allows you to fuse your soul together with the purple clouds, and then the purple clouds fuse with the earth and sky. Your soul indirectly fuses together with the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng. His soul strength kept penetrating into the purple cloud strength. It really felt as if his soul had fused together with the earth and sky. His soul felt much stronger that way. He could use soul strength and the strength of the earth and sky to carry out attacks this way. Lin Feng also noticed that his soul defense had increased a lot, so even if his soul was attacked, it was difficult to break it. The most important thing was that cultivators needed to make their soul fuse together with the earth and sky if they wanted to understand the great and natural Tao of the earth and sky. It would become part of their strength. Everybody has 3 days to enjoy the purple soul strength. If you fight using soul strength, you'll have to bear the responsibilities yourselves. Jiu Yu's ministry has nothing to do with duels. However, you can't use physical attacks, only soul attacks, said the Jiu Yu's ministry member. The area was vast. Fighting using their souls was a normal thing to do. Besides, many people wanted to use more purple soul strength, so they were definitely going to compete for it. That way, they'd understand the relative principles better. Lin Feng also did his best. He wanted to become a great emperor. He was ready to do his best and use his full strength. However, he didn't know that the diviner was looking for his clone to tell him what he had read in the folder. In the fortune shrine, Lin Feng had left 2 clones in the fortune shrine. They fused together and he sat down cross-legged in the starlit sky to cultivate. The diviner slowly walked towards him without saying anything. However, Lin Feng's clone opened his eyes and looked at the diviner. "Teacher," he greeted the other. The diviner looked at Lin Feng, trying to calm down. His heart was still pounding. He said to Lin Feng, "I found the folder. I may have some not-so-good news." "Tell me, teacher," replied Lin Feng. Even if he needed years to break through to the Diqi layer, it didn't matter as long as he could someday. In the folder, there was only one sentence. "Get ready," the diviner said to him. "All right?" Lin Feng nodded. The diviner looked at him and took a deep breath. He said slowly, "Forbidden people have no cultivation level, they can't break through to the Diqi layer." Lin Feng was astonished, his heart pounding violently. He pulled a long face. Forbidden people have no cultivation level, they can't break through to the Di-Chi layer. Would he truly never be able to break through to the Di-Chi layer? Teacher, you said that back then. A great war broke out because of a forbidden person, which means that the cultivator was terrifyingly strong. What is that supposed to mean? That extremely strong cultivator couldn't break through to the Di-Chi layer? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't understand. Why was a person who had a forbidden body not able to break through to the Di-Chi layer? How would he ever be able to kill strong great emperors, or even holy great emperors as an emperor? And then saints? I don't know either. Life must be difficult as a forbidden person. Maybe you can try and find the answer in your spirit's world? Nobody knows about the former forbidden person. However, he was definitely a terrifying fighter. Rest assured, I don't think anyone or anything can stop you. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Even though the diviner was trying to cheer him up, Lin Feng had the impression his world was collapsing around him. What pressure? What would he do if he wasn't able to break through to the Di-Chi layer? What about his agreement with the Snow Clan? What about the Moon Palace? He wouldn't be able to sort out all those things. Lin Feng, come with me to the library. I'll show you some spells. Maybe you'll find something suitable for you, the diviner said to him. Lin Feng nodded. The Fortune Shrine had existed for so many years, they probably had terrifying scriptures. He might learn some interesting things. The diviner turned around and sighed. He hadn't told Lin Feng the full sentence. He had only told him half of it. But he wanted Lin Feng to understand things by himself. What happened there influenced Lin Feng's real body. At that moment, he raised his head and looked at the purple clouds. He looked confused. He said, I can't break through to the Di-Chi layer, I can't break through to the Di-Chi layer. So how will I practice cultivation? Many people looked at Lin Feng. What was going on? Why was he saying that? They thought, how old is he? He's so strong, his Dao power is incredible, his comprehension abilities are great. Even if he needs a few years, he should be able to break through to the Di-Chi layer? What's wrong with him? Someone grunted icily. His soul strength turned into a gigantic dragon which absorbed the purple soul strength. Many people's souls were also colliding. However, each time someone moved back. Some people even got injured and recalled their soul strength, after which they sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to recover. Some people are extremely strong. Their soul strength is astonishing. People weren't surprised to see that. Each time people came, they fought over the purple soul strength. It was normal. 3 people's soul strength kept roaring out and absorbing terrifying amounts of purple soul strength. Many people didn't want to take risks, so they stayed away. Lin Feng's soul was a demon shadow. It was slowly becoming bigger. However, at that moment, a terrifying dragon moved towards him and demanded icily, "Piss off!" The dragon opened his mouth. He wanting to absorb Lin Feng's soul, as well as the purple soul strength. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. His soul turned into a gigantic death demon. He stood up and looked at the enemy with his pitch-black eyes. He looked like an inky black and purple demon giant. A terrifying strength surged towards the man. The dragon roared out, now surrounded by death chi. I can't break through to the Di-Chi layer, I can't break through to the Di-Chi layer? Even if I have to defeat the gods, I will become a peerless cultivator someday, thought Lin Feng. He was unhappy. Back then, he had done the same thing, finding his own solution to break through to the Huangqi layer. Die! Shouted the man furiously. The dragon struggled to break free, but his opponent's soul looked desperate. He was going to die. Spare my life! Shouted the cultivator frantically. He was desperate and had lost all his arrogance. But a terrifying strength was converging towards his soul from every direction. The soul dragon turned into death chi and disappeared. He wasn't able to recall his soul into his body. If he managed to do that, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to finish him so easily. But he had dared act that arrogantly, as people didn't normally dare fight against such people's souls. His soul disappeared, his body turned gray, now a corpse. The crowd knew who he was, a genius from the Luan clan. He had been killed that way, what a pity, especially since he had been selected to participate. Lin Feng didn't know what the others were thinking. His soul roared out and everybody moved back. Death Dao filled the air, and he occupied a majority of the purple cloud territory. Your Excellency, leave some space. Or do you intend to absorb all the purple soul strength alone? Asked someone icily. An endless number of death spears appeared and moved towards the speaker's soul. His face turned deathly pale when he sensed the terrifying death strength. Lin Feng grunted icily. The death strength contained a nihility sword. A horrible shriek rose up. That person's soul was injured, but he managed to recall it into his body. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng's soul with murder in his eyes. Lin Feng ignored him and continued invading the area. Everybody moved away from him. Very quickly, he was almost the only one to benefit from the purple clouds. People opened their eyes one after another and stared at him icily. That guy is going too far. He's the only one benefiting from the purple strength. Insolent bastard. Unpardonable, swore someone icily. Nobody wanted to let Lin Feng benefit from the purple strength alone, but they couldn't attack using their real bodies. They could only use soul strength. The 9 people hadn't thought someone would be so aggressive and would use all the purple strength for their own benefit. Lin Feng enjoyed it all. People had been forced to recall their strength into their bodies. But what could they do against him? Those people had come thinking it would be an incredible opportunity, but found they were facing such a terrifying cultivator. In the end, the purple strength kept rising to the skies. Lin Feng controlled the purple strength using his soul. It wasn't difficult at all. His soul and the purple strength had easily fused together, and after that, it wasn't difficult at all to make that fusion of soul strength fuse together with the earth and sky. On top of that, he could easily make the whole strength do anything he wanted. This is how it feels when your soul has fused together with the earth and sky. It's a necessary step to become a great emperor, thought Lin Feng, making his soul strength rise high up in the air. The purple soul strength could easily fuse together with the earth and sky, so it gave Lin Feng a good opportunity to experience what it felt like. Everybody was looking at him icily, with murder in their eyes. Back in the ministry, 2 young people went out and bowed before the strong cultivator of Jiu Yu's ministry. Their social statuses were extraordinary. That guy is so filthy, frowned a young woman. But he's also extremely strong, replied one of the 9 strong cultivators. He's really strong indeed. His soul must be terrifyingly strong, agreed the woman. She looked at the sky and said, he hasn't broken through to the Di-Chi layer, and that isn't normal. He should join us. Join Jiu Yu's ministry? But what if he can't break through to the Di-Chi layer? Asked the other woman indifferently. She didn't really agree. Even if he can't break through to the Di-Chi layer, it doesn't matter, it can't be harmful for Jiu Yu's ministry. If he manages to break through to the Di-Chi layer, he'll become terrifyingly strong. The young man smiled. Qing Air, we'll need your help here. All right? The girl nodded. Lin Feng was still enjoying the purple soul strength. The purple soul strength was high up in the air and pulsing steadily. The purple soul strength turned into a dragon, then a sword, and then into many other things. It transformed constantly, able to transform into the 10,000 things of creation. A figure appeared in the air. It looked like a death god and roared furiously. Millions of terrifying death spears appeared. The soul attack was terrifyingly powerful. With my strength, I can easily borrow purple soul strength. Actually, in normal circumstances, I should also be able to make my soul fuse together with the earth and sky, but I can't if I don't use purple soul strength. I really don't understand. Lin Feng sighed. He didn't need to try anymore because he knew that in normal conditions, he should have been able to do this a long time before. But he was different from other people. Why? He recalled his soul into his body and opened his eyes. He looked confused. No cultivation level? He couldn't break through to the Di-Chi layer? How could he continue practicing cultivation that way? Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the purple soul strength. Years had already passed. If he couldn't break through to the Di-Chi layer, how would he be able to go to the Snow Clan? Shui-Ao had a king-type body and was terrifyingly strong. In 20 years, he would become even scarier. He couldn't win against Shuai relying solely on physical strength. He needed to break through. At that moment, Qing Er arrived next to Lin Feng and asked, "How did the purple soul strength feel?" Lin Feng turned around and saw Qing Er. She was smiling widely and looked quite charming. People usually found such women extremely beautiful. However, Lin Feng was used to such women already. He had so many in life. He just said calmly, "I'm done already." He stood up and started walking away. The purple soul strength couldn't help him break through to the Diqi layer. Qing Er's beautiful eyes gleamed. She was talking to him and he didn't react at all. "Wait!" she shouted. Lin Feng stopped, turned his head and asked, "What do you want?" "There are many geniuses in Jiuyu's ministry. If you were to join us, you'll definitely break through to the Diqi layer," said Qing Er, smiling at him. However, Lin Feng stopped looking at her and resumed walking forwards, saying, "Thank you for the offer." As he continued walking away, Qing Er's smile stiffened, and she glared at Lin Feng's back unhappily. That guy is really rude, arrogant, and overbearing, but he's only a tiny little emperor. He dares act so arrogantly in front of me. He, very arrogant indeed," said the young man, smiling thinly while walking up to her. Nobody had thought he wouldn't give face to Jiuyu's ministry. "You made me go and invite that moron." "How mean," said the woman unhappily. Lin Feng had humiliated her in front of so many people. For someone with such a high social status as hers, it wasn't good. "Forget it. That guy has killed someone from the sword sect. He refused our invitation, but when he goes out, he'll be in trouble," said that young man calmly. "We can go and watch." "All right," said Qing Er, nodding agreement. She followed after the young man. Lin Feng sighed. He looked cold and detached, but confused too. When he arrived on the ancient road, some people there looked at him icily. "The sword sect. Teacher, that guy killed our fellow disciple even though nobody offended him or said anything to him," said those two disciples who had left earlier, pointing at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with murder. Their teacher was wearing a clean white cloak and had a sword in his back. His sword intent filled the air. He was staring at Lin Feng, sword intent even emerging from his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black. He had killed the guy even though nobody had said or done anything to him? That guy had destroyed his thread of soul strength. So they hadn't said anything? Of course. Lin Feng ignored them and continued walking away. However, the middle-aged man said to Lin Feng, "Stay here." Lin Feng ignored him and continued walking. "I'm a great emperor. I don't want to bully young people." "Stop now. You have 3 tries," said the middle-aged man calmly. He didn't walk towards Lin Feng, but he sounded ice-cold, and sharp sword energies started gathering around him. Finally, he started walking towards Lin Feng, and several ancient swords appeared in the air. Lin Feng didn't stop though. He continued walking away and completely ignored the man. Behind him, Qing Er and the young man from Jiuyu's ministry smiled icily. Lin Feng dared act that arrogant in front of a great emperor of the sword sect. The sword sect was a powerful group, and that teacher had a good reputation in the sword sect. He was a great emperor, and few people could compete with him in the sword sect. Lin Feng was going to die. The 2 disciples looked at Lin Feng sinisterly, as if they were looking at a dead body. Lin Feng was feeling sad because the diviner had told him he wouldn't be able to break through to the Diqi layer. He felt desperate and hopeless. He just let the sword energies surround him and did nothing. The sword sect's teacher was astonished, and getting more and more furious. His sword energies kept getting more and more intense, humming as they gathered. Several sharp swords streaked across the sky and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued walking. Around him, Holy Spirit's lights appeared and turned into sword intent. His terrifying sword intent also became more and more intense. At the same time, he also released a terrifying death strength. "Sword cultivator. He's a sword cultivator too," remarked the crowd. "Interesting. He dared confront a sword cultivator of the Diqi layer. It didn't seem like he wanted to escape. However, at that moment the crowd was astonished. A terrifyingly sharp sword attacked him, but didn't pierce through. More holes appeared in his clothes, that was all. What a physical body! Many people's hearts were pounding. The two cultivators of Zhou Yu's ministry were astonished, too. That physical strength. He could resist such terrifying attacks. How was that possible? It was a fact, though, he had just done it. The middle-aged man grunted coldly. Energies began to hum violently. Sword intent condensed and turned into a gigantic ancient sword. The earth and sky could fuse together with that world. It could attack both a cultivator's body and soul. Lin Feng didn't move. Death holy spirits appeared and absorbed Death's strength. The atmosphere around them became dark. At the same time, a gigantic sword condensed and oppressed the atmosphere around it. The great emperor suddenly felt unsafe. "Die!" shouted that person icily. His sword moved towards Lin Feng. It was like millions of swords were moving towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the death strength descended from the sky, the atmosphere around it distorted and explosive. Lin Feng jumped and moved towards his opponent. He landed in front of him, raising his fist, which was filled with destructive death strength. The great emperor's face stiffened. He shouted defiantly and released a sharp soul sword. However, Lin Feng's fist reached him first, and there was a brutal explosion. Lin Feng's opponent's body and soul exploded instantly. The crowd around was astonished. That guy had just killed a great emperor of the sword sect with one punch? The two cultivators of Zhou Yu's ministry were astonished. How was that possible? Lin Feng continued walking away. He looked furious. The two sword sect's disciples' hearts were pounding. They wanted to leave. However, Lin Feng looked over at them icily, and their souls shook. Lin Feng stamped their souls with death strength. Instantly, their faces turned gray and they collapsed. One blink and they had died. Lin Feng still looked cold and detached. The atmosphere was gray around him. Everything in his way seemed to die. People who offended him had to die. Lin Feng left. People watched him leave, still astonished, their hearts pounding. What a strong emperor. One blink and he could kill people. He had even killed a great emperor. His fighting abilities were far better than his cultivation level. The crowd was mainly astonished because Lin Feng had killed the great emperor so easily. He hadn't used any trump card. He had almost killed him without really paying attention. In other words, before the battle even started, he already knew a great emperor couldn't do much against him. Against emperors, a simple glance was enough to kill them. And I just said I hoped he'd become a great emperor. He's just an emperor now, but he's already terrifying, whispered the young man of Zhou Yu's ministry, staring after Lin Feng's figure. He's probably a few hundred years old and he can't level up. That's why he's good at fighting, said Xianxia. She thought that Lin Feng was extremely old. In her eyes, that's why Lin Feng was a strong fighter, but she didn't think he was talented. However, Lin Feng didn't care about what those people thought. He was walking through Long Night City, feeling annoyed. Cultivation was so strange. In the past, he wasn't very strong, but at least his cultivation was normal until he reached the top of the Zunqi layer. Then, he was abandoned by the gods, and he couldn't use the cosmic energies of the earth and sky. Now, he was at the top of the Huangqi layer, and he couldn't break through to the Diqi layer. How annoying. It was even worse than the previous time. This time, Lin Feng had the impression he was at a dead end. At the same time, the sword sect learned that Lin Feng had killed a few of their disciples, so they sent some people to chase Lin Feng. In Fortune Shrine, the diviner took Lin Feng to the archive room and said to his clone, "Lin Feng, there aren't only archives from strong cultivators who were from the Fortune Shrine. There are also papers obtained from other strong cultivators. Have a look. However, you are different from other people. You are walking on your own path. You don't practice the same kind of cultivation as normal people, so you can only use other people's knowledge as a reference." "Yes, thank you very much, teacher," said Lin Feng nodded. He started checking the different books and folders. The Fortune Shrine had millions of priceless books. In the outside world, powerful groups would be ready to kill for such books. However, Lin Feng was a core disciple of the Fortune Shrine, so he could look as he wished. Lin Feng's clone went through many different books. They had been written by terrifyingly strong cultivators. All the cultivators who had written those books had different ways of practicing cultivation, each had their own ways. Lin Feng had a particularly strong impression when he read some of them. One of them had been written by a Sakyamuni. It said, "In life, there are 8 distresses: birth, age, sickness, death, parting with what we love, meeting with what we hate, unattained aims, and all the ills of the 5 skandhas. Everybody has to go through those things in life. Everybody knows the mental and physical sufferings arising from the full-orbed activities of the skandhas. Even if cultivators are less prone to suffering, they also have to go through such things. They are part of life. And by practicing cultivation, a cultivator can reach enlightenment and attain Buddhahood. The 8 distresses in Buddhism. Nobody can avoid them," thought Lin Feng. Could anyone attain Buddhahood if they understood the 8 distresses? Having to part with someone Lin Feng loved made him suffer. He wasn't with Meng Qing. It made him extremely sad. And now he couldn't break through to the Di-Chi layer. What a nightmare. Understanding the 8 distresses was important, but could Lin Feng understand them? Could he accept and even embrace suffering to achieve Buddhahood? No, that wasn't his path. He wasn't a Buddhist. He had his own path. Lin Feng continued reading. He found another interesting book. Some people did all they could to overcome all difficulties with an indomitable will, trying to become peerless sword cultivators, to become Buddhas, or to be respected by everyone in the world. However, what if a cultivator made efforts his entire life and realized things were not as hoped? How would they feel? In the book, there was the story of a determined monk. He wanted to become immortal and teach people his entire life. However, a great world war started and people fought everywhere in the world, plunging everyone into an abyss of misery. The monk became furious and started killing and caused rivers of blood to flow. He ended up in contradiction with his own self. In the end, he didn't achieve Buddhahood. He became a demon. In the book, someone had come to greet and learn from the Buddhist monk. In the end, after having gone through innumerable hardships and tribulations, he had managed to become a Buddha. He was exhausted, however, and even worse, after becoming a Buddha, he had realized that things were not as he had hoped. It was all a lie. He hadn't learned from a Buddhist monk, but from a demon. Everything he had done was for the demon. After that, that cultivator had stopped believing in anything or anyone. He had decided to have it his own way, and became a terrifyingly strong murderer. When Lin Feng read those books, he shivered. Those stories were about terrifyingly strong cultivators. He also had the impression that those people could be anyone. However, no matter whether they had become peerless Buddhist cultivators or peerless demon cultivators, in the end, those people had all had an incredible life. Their stories were astounding. To reach the top, it was necessary to go through a lot. Lin Feng's clone didn't stop. He continued reading books. Each time he finished a book, he understood something new. Lin Feng's real body was taking a walk in Long Night City. His death intent had calmed down already. His hair was still covering his sharp and dazzling eyes. Because of the death intent around him, nobody dared get too close. In the distance, some people moved towards him. They were on gigantic swords, and energies were rolling around them. Lin Feng knew that people had been following him the whole time, but he had decided to ignore them. He was in purple clouds, not in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. If people wanted to kill him here, it wouldn't be easy. Besides, he cared about nothing anymore. He was ready to fight with anyone. Energies surged up, and finally some people on gigantic swords appeared in front of him. When the people in town saw that, they were astonished. People from the sword sect. They've been chasing an emperor? So many strong sword cultivators, and they're all great emperors. What a strong force. Why did they chase that emperor? I don't know. He must be important, otherwise, why would great emperors chase a mere emperor? The crowd asked one another. A strong cultivator of the sword sect shouted, "Your Excellency, stop!" An endless amount of sharp sword strength droned angrily around them. "If you don't want to die, piss off." said Lin Feng icily. His voice carried death strength. The sword cultivators of the sword sect retorted icily, "You killed people from the sword sect, and you think you'll be able to leave Long Night City?" The 5 great emperors moved towards Lin Feng at the same time, and released even more sword intent. Lin Feng released an endless amount of death intent, his eyes growing colder and colder. He was ready to kill. Millions of death imprints filled the air and floated around him. His death intent made the earth and sky tremble around him. People on the ground who weren't far enough away had the impression they were going to die. An empty space deployment spell appeared under Lin Feng's feet, and he disappeared, reappearing in front of a sword cultivator of the sword cultivator. "Great dream of life," said Lin Feng. The sword cultivator started feeling drowsy. However, his formidable sword intent kept him awake. "Die!" Death intent descended from the sky and penetrated into his body. Lin Feng released cursing lights through his eyes. Death swords descended from the sky in all directions. "Piss off!" shouted that cultivator furiously. Sword energies streaked across the sky. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He raised his fist and condensed sword strength in it, destroying the sword intent easily. Nothing could stop him. The death intent corroded his opponent's life. The millions of death stamps hit him at the same time. He punched his opponent. The great emperor exploded loudly. The other great emperors gathered around him. They wanted to kill him. "This guy is very strong. We need assistance," said one of them, taking out a jade talisman and informing other people. Lin Feng was much stronger than they had expected. He could easily kill sword great emperors. Sword lights split the sky. The other 4 sword great emperors attacked at the same time. Lin Feng flashed away. The atmosphere around him warped as he reappeared in the distance. Sword lights appeared behind him and struck him, but nothing happened. The sword lights couldn't pierce through his defense. A strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng released an incredible amount of wind cosmic energies and moved faster than they could see. The 4 great emperors had all used their jade talismans to call for assistance from the sword sect. After seeing how fast and strong Lin Feng was, they didn't feel confident anymore. They had to join hands, that was certain. Just one against Lin Feng, he could kill them all. But because they were several people and together, Lin Feng thankfully couldn't kill all of them at once. How fast! The great emperors of the sword sect chased after Lin Feng, but they realized he was faster than they were. Besides, the fastest ones didn't dare go out in front alone. They had to stay together. Death intent kept emerging from Lin Feng's eyes. Millions of death stamps floated around him. He looked like a death god. Holy spirit lights condensed around him and turned into a gigantic black death sword. The atmosphere became oppressive. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned around and flashed back towards them. He raised his hand, his gigantic death sword dominating the earth and sky. 2 great emperors were stunned. The death strength bore down on them. They had the impression they were going to suffocate. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. The millions of death stamps descended from the sky towards those 2 great emperors. "Be careful!" shouted the other 2 frantically. However, it was too late. The death stamps bombarded the 2 men, and they exploded. The 2 other great emperors were stunned. Lin Feng was stronger than them in all aspects. As expected, no ordinary great emperor could compete with him. Blood splashed everywhere. The 2 other great emperors' faces paled. They couldn't defeat Lin Feng. He could defeat them in one strike. When Lin Feng appeared in front of them, they felt chilled to the bone. Death chi surrounded them. Lin Feng was staring at them with his terrifying ice-cold eyes. Lin Feng released more death stamps in waves. The stamps moved towards one of them. His face turned deathly pale and his whole body stiffened. He knew that he couldn't do anything against Lin Feng. He suddenly jumped backwards, but he also looked at Lin Feng's eyes. Death Dao intent descended from the sky and crushed him. He immediately died. "Piss off!" shouted the other sword cultivator desperately. He released as much sword strength as he could. Golden lights crossed over into the space and sliced through the air. The great emperor's sword strength was terrifying. However, he was facing Lin Feng. During the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, Lin Feng could have already destroyed ordinary great emperors easily. A few years had passed since then. Even though he hadn't leveled up, his death Dao had already almost reached perfection. With his physical and soul strengths, he was even more terrifying. His eyes had also become even scarier. Now, he could easily destroy great emperors unless they were geniuses. Of course, Lin Feng felt pressured when he faced celestial emperors. Their cultivation was much more stable, especially in terms of soul strength and spells. Right at that moment, a celestial emperor had appeared in the distance, and Lin Feng sensed his terrifying energies. After killing the two sword cultivators, Lin Feng turned around without hesitation and fled using short-distance teleportation deployment spells. The people found the scene strange. A celestial emperor from the sword sect was chasing an emperor? Strong cultivators from the sword sect were arriving from every direction, their swords humming furiously. Some people stood proudly in the sky. Amongst them, there were two people, Xianxia and the young man from GU Ministry. In front of them was a terrifying cultivator. Even though he didn't release any kind of strength, the aura around him was oppressive. That's the celestial master of the Seven Knights, a celestial emperor. He's soon going to become a holy great emperor. Ordinary celestial emperors can't compete with him. According to legends, his death Dao has reached the last level already, and will soon be at the top of the last level. He can instantly kill countless people with the power of his mind. Surprisingly, he's here. I wonder whether it has something to do with that emperor? Gossiped the crowd on the ground. The celestial master of the Seven Knights glanced at the corpses on the ground calmly, but on the inside he was surprised. He said indifferently, "That cultivator's death Dao is terrifying. He's only an emperor, but he can kill great emperors this easily. He's a terrifying genius, but he's very old and still an emperor. He's probably been an emperor for hundreds of years," said Xianxia. An emperor is an emperor. No matter how long he's been an emperor, his understanding of cultivation is incredible, especially his understanding of Dao. Many people fail to understand Dao properly. Look at other emperors at the top of the Huangqi layer. How is their understanding of Dao power usually? Replied the celestial master of the Seven Knights calmly. Xianxia remained silent. Outside of Long Night City, Lin Feng had re-entered the gloomy forest. He released a special qi around him, the qi of his spirit's world. In his spirit's world, his soul could fuse together with the earth and sky easily. My soul can't fuse together with the earth and sky in the outside world, but it can in my spirit's world. However, I want to do things properly and become a real great emperor, thought Lin Feng. He forgot that a bunch of terrifying cultivators were chasing him. Suddenly, he jumped onto a mountain and stopped breathing. It was like he had disappeared suddenly. After a short time, the strong sword cultivators arrived and inspected the area, but found nothing at all. His qi had simply disappeared from there. The strong cultivators were stunned. They glanced around and started destroying some mountains nearby. However, they couldn't see Lin Feng. After that, more and more strong cultivators arrived, but they didn't find Lin Feng either. He ran away? The cultivators were shocked. So many strong cultivators, and still he had escaped? However, had Lin Feng really escaped? He didn't want to escape. He wanted to break through to the Di-Chi layer. In his spirit's world, Lin Feng was seated cross-legged. He released his soul. It could easily fuse together with the earth and sky here. In his spirit's world, if such a concept existed, he would have become a great emperor. However, such a thing didn't exist in his spirit's world. Lin Feng didn't feel any different. I made this world. There are cosmic energies. In the past, I could use the cosmic energies of the outside world, and I could use the cosmic energies here, too. And now I can make my soul fuse together with the earth and sky of my spirit's world easily. But I can't become a great emperor. Lin Feng raised his head and sighed. In this world, there are no emotions or feelings like in the real world. It's not complete. This world improves as I level up, as I become stronger, as I progress in my studies of cultivation. Maybe someday this world will be complete when I reach the maximum level on the path of cultivation, just like the man who achieved Buddhahood, and in the end turned into a demon. When conditions are ripe, success is naturally achieved. Maybe someday, my soul will be this world. Maybe then, in the twinkling of an eye with the power of my mind, I'll be able to change everything in this world. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as if he had suddenly understood something. In his spirit's world, Lin Feng calmed down. I can't break through to the Di-Chi layer because I am not ready. My understanding is deficient and my state of mind as well. I am too irritable and impatient. I'll level up when it's time. He calmed himself down. To become a peerless Buddha and attain Buddhahood, a Buddha had to go through the 8 distresses and understand reincarnation. They had to understand these things to become a Buddha. They had to understand Buddha's strength and purify people. They had to teach other people, too. If a Buddha could become a peerless cultivator, Lin Feng could too, right? His path was different. He had his own destiny. In the fortune shrine in the archive room, Lin Feng's clone was holding a book. He put it down, took a deep breath, and said to the diviner calmly, "Teacher, I know what to do." "Oh, that's great," replied the diviner. When he saw that Lin Feng had calmed down, he smiled. "Your cultivation levels are different from other people. If you can't break through to the Di-Chi layer, maybe you'll find another way." Lin Feng remained silent. He looked at the diviner in a meaningful way and nodded. There were still many strong cultivators where Lin Feng was. They kept destroying everything around them, looking for Lin Feng. The Celestial Emperor was there, proudly standing on sword intent in the air. Lin Feng's chi had suddenly disappeared from this area. He was hiding his chi, but no matter what, they were going to find him. The Celestial Emperor suddenly gazed into the distance. A thread of chi appeared and suddenly, sword lights emerged from his eyes. That person had reappeared. He was hiding really well. The sword sect watched Lin Feng. This guy probably had a treasure which allowed him to hide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hide so well. People moved. Sword strength descended from the sky. It was terrifying. "You're the one who killed people of my sect, the sword sect?" asked the Celestial Emperor coldly. Lin Feng didn't reply. He glanced around, counting many sword great emperors. He said calmly, "Your sword cultivators are too weak. The great emperors of your sect can't compete with me. I'll give you one opportunity now. You and me, we fight, one-on-one. What do you think?" How arrogant! When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they were astonished. He had challenged a celestial emperor. How humiliating! This outsider was just too arrogant. The celestial emperor looked amused as he stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was arrogant. It was the first time that he had heard of an emperor challenging a celestial emperor. He waved, and the great emperors around Lin Feng moved away and gave them space. The celestial emperor walked towards Lin Feng and said solemnly, "You killed 5 of my great emperors. I'll kill you." Lin Feng released earth and demon cosmic energies. He wanted to see how strong a celestial emperor could be in a battle. That way, he would also be able to see how strong he could be with the strength of the Huang Qi layer. Would he ever be able to, as an emperor, kill celestial emperors easily, like he had killed great emperors? This celestial emperor was extremely strong. If Lin Feng managed to resist him, it would mean that he was able to fight against celestial emperors in general. However, Lin Feng couldn't afford to be careless. He had to focus on defense rather than offense. Demon and earth cosmic energies were perfect for defense. "Your cosmic energies are not bad, but do you think you can resist my attacks that way?" said the celestial emperor icily when he saw Lin Feng's demon and earth cosmic energies fill the air. "You, a celestial emperor, are fighting against me, an emperor, and you seem so proud," said Lin Feng mockingly. His opponent looked surprised, but then he smiled indifferently. "Indeed, as a celestial emperor, fighting against you, a tiny little emperor, is nothing glorious. However, I will kill you mercilessly. Are you ready? Attack!" replied Lin Feng calmly. The celestial emperor nodded. He released strength in waves and roared loudly. His energies turned into ancient swords. The Celestial Emperor remained motionless, as if the earth and sky were attacking, not him. An incredible amount of strength turned into a deadly gigantic sword. Lin Feng felt oppressed and threatened. That gigantic sword was also oppressing his soul, not just his physical body. Great Emperor souls have fused together with the earth and sky. He's a celestial emperor, so his soul and the earth and sky are really in symbiosis. It's like he isn't the one who is oppressing me or my soul. It's like it is the earth and sky. However, I know it's his soul strength which has fused together with the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng. The atmosphere around him turned into swords and moved towards him. Could Lin Feng block such an attack? Lin Feng waved his hands and ancient words appeared around him, resonating at the same pace as the earth and sky. He released a terrifying sword intent, but it was useless. His energies were destroyed by the gigantic sword. Die! A massive amount of strength filled the air. Lin Feng raised his fist in an ancient punch. Contained an incredible amount of strength. He attacked the gigantic sword continuously, but it continued moving forwards. Lin Feng's sword qi continued surging out from him. How strong, thought Lin Feng. He continued punching the gigantic sword and finally, the gigantic sword stopped 3 qi in front of him and broke. A strong wind pushed Lin Feng back and made him step back 3 times. He was staring at the Celestial Emperor. He sensed the Celestial Emperor's strength and indeed, a great emperor couldn't compete with a Celestial Emperor. Besides, it was just the beginning. Sword strength continued condensing in the air. Suddenly, there were many swords around and all of them were dangerous. Kill! Shouted the Celestial Emperor icily. The gigantic swords descended from the sky and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's qi rolled around him. It looked ancient and immortal. He used an ancient punch again, and millions of fists appeared in the air. Space was riddled with gaping wounds. Humph! The Celestial Emperor grunted coldly when he saw that Lin Feng could block his attacks. He was surprised. His hands streaked across the sky. Sword trails appeared in the sky behind it. It looked like the edge of the horizon. Lin Feng paid attention. His punches all disappeared. Lin Feng knew that if he used his physical strength to stop the attack, he was going to get critically injured. Am I really unable to resist a Celestial Emperor? He wondered. Actually, he could resist Celestial Emperors, but the Celestial Emperor he was facing was extremely strong. Ordinary Celestial Emperors couldn't compete with him. There was a huge difference between ordinary Celestial Emperors and his opponent. He condensed Holy Spirit swords and finally their energies collided. However, the Celestial Emperor continued releasing more sword attacks, which streaked across the sky. He could release sword attacks instantly. At the T&D level of a Celestial Emperor, many powerful spells, skills, and techniques could be carried out by fusing the soul together with the earth and sky. Using the power of one's godly awareness, one could carry out attacks in the twinkling of an eye. Lin Feng's cosmic energies turned into empty space cosmic energies which then turned into a curtain of light. The cosmic energies kept changing and allowed him to block some attacks. Around the Celestial Emperor, the sword sect looked calm and serene. Nobody intended to attack, they were just watching the battle. They were convinced that Lin Feng was going to die any time now. He couldn't escape and he couldn't defeat the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor looked at Lin Feng mockingly. He disappeared from where he was and turned into a beam of light. He raised his hand, and sword lights pierced towards Lin Feng. His sword lights looked like a rainbow, and the sun shone upon his attack. It was an incredible thing to see. Lin Feng was staring at the attack, and suddenly released even more empty space cosmic energies, dazzling golden lights intertwining. The distance between him and the attack seemed much bigger, as if he had appeared in another world. Lin Feng used the great empty space technique which he had obtained from the Fortune Shrine. It was similar to the so close yet so far technique. Of course, with empty space cosmic energies, it was much more powerful than the so close yet so far technique. At a certain cultivation level, it was easy for enemies to break free from the so close yet so far technique, which is why Lin Feng had stopped using it at some point. However, the great empty space technique was from the fortune shrine. It was extremely efficient. Of course, against much stronger cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't use it for an extended period of time. An incredible amount of sword lights passed next to Lin Feng, but didn't touch him. Many people frowned when they saw that. Even the Celestial Emperor was startled. That spell was powerful if it had allowed him to dodge the attack. However, he didn't lose hope and continued attacking. A gigantic hand hurtled towards Lin Feng. Sword strength appeared and turned into a cage, trying to imprison Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He couldn't compete with a Celestial Emperor. However, he could try various attacks and see if they could pose a threat to one. Die! Death Dao moved towards his opponent. Millions of death stamps emitted furious droning hums. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death intent. At the same time, 9 explosive words floated around him, and an ancient chi filled the air. A gigantic sharp sword moved towards his opponent as an evil shadow appeared. Humph! The Celestial Emperor grunted coldly. He was staring at Lin Feng aggressively. Lin Feng's Dao power had really reached the last level, it seemed. His death intent was powerful. It could even corrode some of his own life. His death stamps and his death swords were also scary attacks. No wonder he could kill ordinary great emperors easily. No emperor could compete with him. Shadow sword, said the Celestial Emperor icily. Many shadowy swords appeared around him. Lin Feng pulled a long face. He couldn't resist this attack. Go! Lin Feng released as much death strength as he could, and then started running away. He understood that he could not defeat this Celestial Emperor. However, when Lin Feng turned around, he also felt unsafe. His heart was pounding. Someone's sword moved towards him. His attacks have already started to regain a natural state. Our teacher's brother is slowly becoming stronger, and he'll soon become a holy great emperor, thought a great emperor. He was amazed. His teacher's brother was so impressive. However, the most fearsome part was that Lin Feng, a trivial emperor, could hold on so long against him. Just a moment before, Lin Feng's attack had even posed a threat to their teacher's brother. He was insane, and he had incredible fighting abilities. Lin Feng broke a talisman and disappeared. Only whistling deployment lights remained behind him. He was gone from their field of vision. Empty space deployment talisman. The sect members were astonished. That was a teleportation empty space deployment talisman. They couldn't see where he had gone. A sword light streaked across the sky. It was initially supposed to attack Lin Feng, but instead it just pierced through nothing. But the Celestial Emperor didn't stop. He continued chasing after Lin Feng. He was a Celestial Emperor. He had to kill Lin Feng now, or he would lose face in the sword sect. Lin Feng moved quickly, breaking several deployment talismans and teleporting himself continuously. He soon disappeared from the Celestial Emperor's field of vision. Behind the Celestial Emperor was a group of great emperors who continued following him. Behind them, another group of strong cultivators appeared. The strong cultivators from Jiuyu's ministry. The Celestial Master of the Seven Knights was with a group of strong cultivators, and they quickly caught up with those from the sword sect. However, when they saw that Lin Feng had disappeared, they were stupefied. They continued chasing him until they arrived at the foot of a castle with some strange pillars and stones. There were all sorts of shapes. Birds, lions, they all looked lifelike. A terrifying bestial chi emerged from the castle. Great Imperial City. When the Celestial Emperor of the Sword Sect arrived in front of that castle, he stopped chasing Lin Feng. He knew what this place was. They were in the middle of the animal forest, and there were 8 great imperial cities here. Human beings rarely dared go here, including people from Jiuyu's ministry. They didn't want to offend the animal cities. After a short time, the Celestial Master of the Seven Knights and the others also arrived and stopped. They looked at the city, then at the Sword Sect's Celestial Emperor and asked, "Jian Chen, are you scared of going in to chase him?" Jian Chen was the Sword Sect's Celestial Emperor. He hesitated despite himself. There were many cities in that forest, and in many of them human beings and beasts lived together, but animals ruled over them. However, in the 8 great imperial cities, human beings were usually in danger. If they died in there wasn't anyone able to do anything about it. So the strong cultivators of the sword sect didn't dare go inside. These cities were mysterious. According to legends, there was a peerless cultivator here, the king of the 10,000 beasts. Of course, it was only a legend. Few people knew whether the king of the 10,000 beasts really existed or not. But many people thought that if people said that, it had to be true, especially since Jiuyu's ministry let them live there. If there hadn't been such a terrifying cultivator, they would not have let them live so close to Long Night City. Jiuyu's ministry were the rulers in Long Night City. Everybody knew that Jiuyu's ministry had never fought against this mysterious influential group which was situated in the neighborhood, even though they had lived next to one another for thousands and thousands of years. Of course, maybe the cultivators fought sometimes, but nobody knew about it. Everything was kept secret. Celestial Master of the Seven Knights, are you interested in that cultivator? Why did you chase him up to here as well? Jian Chun asked the Celestial Master of the Seven Knights impolitely. The Celestial Master of the Seven Knights wasn't very friendly. Let's go, said the Celestial Master of the Seven Knights calmly, and then took his group of people into the animal city. Jian Chun was startled. His sword intent started emitting furious whistling sounds. The sword sect followed, too. However, they had wasted time, and finding Lin Feng wouldn't be easy. Actually, Jian Chun had overestimated himself once again. Lin Feng hadn't tried to escape that much. He hadn't changed his face or chi either. He was walking through the animal city slowly. He realized that this animal city was different from other animal realms he had been in before. The bestial chi here was even thicker. Surrounded the whole city. It was like a sealed animal world. The vault of heaven was made of bestial chi here too. It was impossible to break it. Lin Feng was right. The 8 great imperial animal cities were situated in 8 different positions, but they were surrounded by the same thing. There was only one entrance and Lin Feng had gone in from there. Actually, the 8 great imperial animal cities had another name when considered as an aggregate of cities. They were called 10,000 Beast City. Animals are obstinate and unruly. There's a fierce competition between them. Lin Feng glanced around. The buildings were wrecked, not maintained at all. There were holes everywhere in them. Animals liked having their own territories and expanding. Some beasts around him were walking in their human shapes, some others were in their animal forms, and some of them were even gigantic. At that moment, Lin Feng stopped worrying about not being able to break through to the Di-Chi layer. He tried to cheer himself up. He wanted to understand the world properly. Even though he had his own world, he wanted to understand the outside world. Besides, if he wanted to make his own world perfect, he needed to understand the outside world first. If 20 years weren't enough, then it would take 30 or 40, it didn't matter. Of course, that was the worst case. Lin Feng's hair was still messy, but he didn't look as sad as before. He looked natural and at ease. He had read many books about people who had had great lives, and who had accomplished great things. They had studied a lot and had become terrifying cultivators. Even though Lin Feng had been through a lot in life from the beginning, he had always succeeded. Everything had gone smoothly in his life except when he was at the top of the Zun Qi layer and hadn't managed to break through to the Huang Qi layer. Even though back then he had seen that as a failure, later on, he had solved the problem and succeeded. Ever since then, his journey had been moving forward in a very positive direction. Each time Lin Feng faced a difficulty, it was an opportunity for him to become even more determined. Many beasts had gathered together in front of him. They were close to a mountain near a frozen lake. At the top of the mountain there were a few extraordinary figures. Those people are descendants of the king of the 10,000 beasts. They have the highest potential to join his territory. A few beasts were talking. There were a few young people up in the air, all of them animals. Some of them were descendants of the great imperial city's leader, the king of the beasts. They were extraordinarily talented and strong. In ice chambers beneath the lake, there were other beautiful women wearing nice clothes. They were protectors, stronger than the younger ones. I came from so far away. Is that how you receive guests? A young man asked calmly. His eyes looked sharp and dazzling, and his arms were crossed on his chest. We told you to piss off, said the bunch of women impolitely. You're rude, arrogant, and overbearing. You're not like the former protectors," said someone else icily. An ice-cold energy moved towards them. "Insolent," said a proud and sharp voice. A dazzling finger moved towards the young man who had just talked. "Come here and we'll see who's arrogant," said the young man aggressively. His voice was sharp and collided against the lake. Ice broke and shattered loudly, audible from far away. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived and looked at the lake. He was surprised. Those young people looked extremely strong. They were all great emperors. Of course, it wasn't easy to know exactly how old they were, but most people in that group were quite strong, and there were many battles taking place around. That lake isn't bad. It's time for me to take a bath, thought Lin Feng. Since he felt more relaxed, he was also in the mood for a bath. His figure flickered. Some people turned around and looked after him in a strange way. They looked amused. "What's that guy doing?" they wondered. Lin Feng was now above the lake. Didn't he know what that place was? Lin Feng indeed didn't know what that place was. The water was ice-cold though, and Lin Feng wanted to have a good bath. He needed to feel clean. The group of women looked at Lin Feng and heard a splash as Lin Feng dove into the water. The women were astonished. Their expressions suddenly changed. They all pulled long faces. However, other people looked extremely amused. Someone dared dive into the water. Some people stood above the lake and remained vigilant, and didn't dare go inside. At that moment, Lin Feng was deep in the water, and an ice-cold energy surrounded him. He gazed into the distance, and was startled to see chambers. In one of them, there was an incredibly beautiful woman in white clothes. She raised her head and looked back at Lin Feng icily. "There's another world underwater. Are those the palaces of the beasts who live here?" Lin Feng suddenly understood. He had seen a few people around, so he hadn't thought too much. But now he understood. Lin Feng moved towards the buildings and looked at the woman, asking, "Your Excellency, is that your chamber?" The woman ignored Lin Feng, just staring at him icily. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to start freezing. At the same time, an explosive voice spread through the air. The woman raised her head and froze the water of the lake. A white layer of ice appeared with a crackle. The ice kept cracking until it broke apart, and the voice disappeared too. "Miss Bai, since you're here, why not come and stay with us?" said someone at that moment. The woman's body turned into an ice-cold beam of light and she rose up into the water. When Lin Feng saw her leave, he shook his head and resumed his bath. He took out a sword and shaved with it. After a short time, he looked handsome and clean again. His eyes were black, his hair was soft and shiny. Lights surrounded him, and he changed clothes before heading back up to the surface. Above the lake was Miss Bai and many other people. However, the atmosphere wasn't peaceful. At the same time, the celestial master of the 7 Knights and Qing-Er arrived. When Qing-Er saw Miss Bai, she looked hopeless. She felt ashamed of being inferior, both in terms of beauty and strength. "Who's that?" whispered Qing-Er. Her fellow disciple was next to her and staring at the woman. His heart was pounding. "Great Emperor Bai's daughter," answered the young man, after coming back to his senses. Qing-Er frowned. "Great Emperor Bai's daughter. No wonder. Back in the day, Great Emperor Bai was famous. Even the great imperial beasts feared him. However, Great Emperor Bai focused on cultivation. In the end, he hadn't managed to become a saint. He had tried to become one, he had fallen and left a daughter behind, Bai Yu. She was extremely strong. However, after Great Emperor Bai's death, many people had started provoking her because they wanted to get married to her. For that reason, there were always explosive battles around the lake. Then, Great Emperor Bai had returned and killed many strong cultivators, so people had stopped provoking her. Even though people knew that Great Emperor Bai wasn't the real Great Emperor Bai, they still feared him. Nobody knew what Great Emperor Bai had given to his daughter to protect her. "Everybody, what do you want from me?" asked Great Emperor Bai's daughter, glancing at the crowd icily. The temperature decreased all around when she said that. Miss Bai, before Great Emperor Bai's death, he had been to the territory of the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory, and then returned to become a saint. He became a terrifyingly strong emperor. However, you must know what happened in the territory of the 10,000 beasts. A young man spoke up at that moment. The crowd was startled. That guy knew? Many people thought that great Emperor Bai had died because he had been to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory. It was also why many people kept provoking her. No comment, said Baiyu icily. If you want to fight, come. She released a terrifying strength which filled the air. Her snowy white dress fluttered in the wind. She was breathtakingly beautiful as energies filled the air all around her. There was some loud splashing just at that moment. A figure in white clothes emerged from the water. Many people were surprised and looked at him. It was a young man. He looked handsome, and his eyes were dark and dazzling. He looked like a righter of wrongs. But he also looked calm and composed, as if all this had nothing to do with him. A man? Many people were astonished. Apart from Great Emperor Bai, there was a man down below? Haha! I wouldn't have thought you had a boyfriend already. No wonder you keep rejecting us, said someone. Baiyu looked angry though and asked, Who are you? Lin Feng looked at Baiyu and answered calmly, I just wanted to have a bath in the water. I didn't know there was someone down there. I'm sorry, Mississippi. You're the lunatic who just came into the water? Baiyu's eyes glittered with ice-cold lights. People around looked surprised. The insane man who had just gone into the water, that insane cultivator? He was surprisingly handsome. Perverted and insane? The celestial master of the 7 knights looked amused. He didn't recognize Lin Feng, though. Lin Feng had just changed his face and chi again. He looked a bit different. Could it be that one, though? The celestial master of the 7 knights didn't recognize Lin Feng, but when he guessed that it might be him, the one who had killed the cultivators from the sword sect, he looked amused. The guy was quite handsome against all expectations. Impossible, said Qing Er behind him, shaking her head. She didn't believe that Lin Feng could have changed that much. The young man in front of them looked handsome. She could admit that Lin Feng had displayed an incredible strength during his previous battles, but she couldn't admit that he could be so young and handsome. The young man in front of them looked like her fellow disciple. How could Lin Feng be so strong at the same age? The members of the sword sect looked furious. Not only had he escaped, but he had also gone into Baiyu's chamber. How audacious! According to legends, Great Emperor Bai was the only who had lived in that lake. Indeed, it's me, Lin Feng replied calmly to Baiyu. He didn't know that Baiyu's chamber was down there. He had thought it was an ordinary lake. Baiyu looked at Lin Feng and then turned around, no longer looking at him. She glanced at a few other young people. She looked extremely arrogant, as if she was the only important one in the world. Someone invaded Miss Bai's chamber and she's not saying anything. She doesn't mind her reputation being tarnished? We've heard that apart from Great Emperor Bai, nobody has ever been in the lake. A young man said to Baiyu mockingly, glancing at Lin Feng indifferently. That's my own problem. Now, you people can leave, said Baiyu calmly, controlling herself. We won't leave until you tell us what happened in King of the 10,000 Beasts town. Besides, we've heard that you were going there soon. Is that true? If it is, I'll come with you, smiled a young man smiling. He also sounded quite calm. Those people weren't old, but they were all great imperial beasts. They were talented and strong, but they also had self-control. If they were furious, though, they could slaughter uncounted numbers of beasts. They could dole out endless amounts of misery and suffering. Let's see if you're strong enough, said Miss Bai. She didn't even look at the young man talking to her. She looked at her hands, ignoring everyone else. The young man smiled and slowly walked towards her, saying, I've heard that you have inherited incredible things from great imperial city, such as the 13 destructive melodies. Teach me some things, since you have time. The young man released a sharp chi. A pair of golden wings appeared in his hands. The young man's hands streaked across the sky. The wings disappeared and reappeared in front of Baiyu. The golden wings descended towards her, fissures appearing in the air, the wings shredding the air and shaking people's souls. Baiyu released a barely discernible chi. A strange sound spread out as ice appeared around her. The space around her turned into an ice world. In front of Baiyu, A snowy white zither appeared, and she started playing. Ice-cold thunder-like energies moved towards the wings in a flash, and destroyed the wings, which instantly vanished. How strong! Such a young great imperial beast. She must be only 100 years old. She's so strong. Lin Feng watched the battle. He looked quite composed. In the past, when he saw such terrifying cultivators, he used to be astonished. These days, he was unmoved because he was also that strong. However, what was the king of the 10,000 beasts territory? The young man slowly walked towards her. More and more golden wings appeared, cutting the space around them. He could easily crush emperors with such attacks. However, Baiyu didn't even glance at him. Zither notes spread out. Icebergs appeared and flashed away. They shot towards the young man, but he didn't retreat. He raised his gigantic golden hands and the ice energies crashed against them. Baiyu didn't stop playing the zither. More and more ice appeared around her and shot towards the young man. Gigantic waves appeared on the lake. Very quickly, the young man's hands felt numb and was shivering. He withdrew to the top of a mountain. He put his hands behind his back, looking angry. He had not been able to get close to her. Miss Bai is extremely strong. Her attacks contain sound waves and invisible and intangible energies which attack people's souls, the young man said icily. The crowd was shaken. They hadn't noticed that Baiyu's attacks contained energies which attacked people's souls. They had underestimated her. People had to fight against her directly to understand how strong she was. I do want someone to come with me to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory, but you're way too weak, Baiyu said to the young man calmly. His face stiffened. Baiyu had humiliated him in front of everybody. So, who could come with you to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory? Asked another young man, standing at the top of another mountain. He must be able to defeat me at the same cultivation level at least, Baiyu said indifferently. Many people looked glum. At the same level, defeating her? That was easier said than done. She had just displayed her strength. Not many people could compete with her. King of the 10,000 beasts territory? Lin Feng was curious and asked, "Where's the king of the 10,000 beasts territory?" Many people looked at him mockingly, including some great imperial beasts. This guy didn't know about the king of the 10,000 beasts territory? The king of the 10,000 beasts territory is the main territory of the 8 great imperial animal cities. However, nobody has ever seen him. According to legends, he's gone through hundreds of different bodies, and he's had hundreds of lives. His understanding of cultivation is astonishing, Baiyu said to Lin Feng indifferently. According to legends, if the king of the 10,000 beasts acknowledges you, you will be able to meet him there. I see, so none of you knows what the king of the 10,000 beasts territory actually is, smiled Lin Feng. Baiyu looked at him strangely and nodded. Kind of. She turned around and stopped looking at him. You want to go to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory? Someone asked icily. Jian Chun rose up in the air and oppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had escaped once, he had already lost face. Now he was ignoring them again. What was Lin Feng thinking? Indeed, I'm thinking about it, said Lin Feng indifferently. You think you'll have an opportunity to escape? Snarled Jian Chun, releasing a terrifying amount of sword intent towards Lin Feng. An explosive wind also started blowing and surrounded Lin Feng. The space around Lin Feng turned into a sword world. Jian Chun didn't want to give Lin Feng any opportunity to escape. Why would I want to escape? Said Lin Feng calmly. Suddenly, a gigantic ancient cauldron appeared in front of Lin Feng. It contained incredible deployment lights as he activated the ancient cauldron. Eh? Jian Chun was startled and grunted icily. He stretched out his hand and the sword whirlwind moved towards Lin Feng. The ancient cauldron started rotating. Lin Feng jumped into it and moved towards the sword strength. The sword strength bombarded the cauldron, but it wasn't effective at all. At the same time, a terrifying amount of strength filled the air. Dong! Death strength emerged from the ancient cauldron. Coupled with Lin Feng's death Dao, Jian Chen's face suddenly turned gray. His face stiffened into a grimace. You're a celestial emperor and you keep chasing me. Show me how you intend to kill me. Lin Feng understood the 10,000 Evolutions cauldron really well. It was a powerful and priceless ancient treasure. Even the great deployment master had never forgotten about it, and had wanted to keep it. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as death. Many different types of soul strength started boiling in the cauldron. Lin Feng was burning them. Die! The cauldron shook violently. Death chi condensed all around. The celestial emperor's soul trembled. His soul had started being absorbed by the cauldron. A terrifying death chi surrounded him. Jian Chen's face stiffened in fury. He waved his hands and condensed an endless amount of sword lights, which promptly shot towards the ancient cauldron. Lin Feng was furious too. The souls in the deployment lights in the ancient cauldron were boiling angrily. The ancient cauldron was trembling and clanging wildly. The earth and sky were shaking all around him, as well. Even the people around were terrified as they felt the death chi surround them. Jian Chun had the impression something was beating on his chest. He could hear a melody of death in his head, and it made his thoughts tremble, while invisible and intangible death strength kept penetrating into his body. On top of that, Lin Feng also released millions of death stamps. And in the cauldron, a whirlwind filled with death energies appeared. Jian Chun was a celestial emperor, a very strong cultivator. He felt pressured, but he didn't flinch. Sword intent started burning around him as he flashed forwards. Many gigantic swords shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the sensation his soul was being chopped. Jian Chun wanted to attack his soul. We'll see how long you can survive, Lin Feng said coldly. His soul penetrated into the cauldron, he fused together with it, and then the 10,000 Evolutions cauldron started rotating. A terrifying windstorm filled with death strength appeared, hurtling with the cauldron towards Jian Chun. Jian Chun heard 18 funeral bells clanging continuously. The sound waves corroded his life and made his thoughts tremble. How come Dao power can't attack his soul? Wondered Jian Chun. He had the impression his soul was being drained out of his body. The death stamps were getting more and more dangerous. He had the feeling he could die anytime. Piss off! Shouted Jian Chun furiously, releasing 3,000 gigantic swords which pierced through the atmosphere at the same time. Terrifying clanging sounds spread out. The ancient cauldron turned into a beam of light, redirecting itself towards the great emperors who had come with him. Dong! Another death peal rang out. A great emperor from the sword sect turned gray. Then his soul left his body. He lost control, and the ancient cauldron absorbed the soul. His body turned gray, now only a corpse, and then the cauldron also absorbed the corpse. Horrible shrieks started spreading out continuously. The cauldron was absorbing bodies and souls. Lin Feng's soul was in the 10,000 Evolutions cauldron. The cauldron had become his body. He attacked another strong cultivator of the sword sect. That cultivator's face stiffened as he retreated, but Lin Feng didn't give him any chance to escape. The cauldron continued clanging. Death strength surrounded him. Lin Feng's death Dao was extremely effective in the cauldron. It was terrifying. He's reached the top of the last level in terms of Dao. He can kill people instantly with his Dao power, thought the celestial master of the 7 Knights, watching all this. His heart was pounding. That young man's strength was terrifying. Usually, to understand Dao like Lin Feng did, a cultivator had to have reached the Shangdi layer. On top of that, Lin Feng understood Dao power, and so even great emperors couldn't do anything against him. Even if they used great imperial weapons, they couldn't do much against him. Lin Feng could crush their souls instantly. Jian Chun looked at Lin Feng, his face frozen. It wasn't about feeling humiliated anymore. The problem was that Lin Feng was slaughtering the great emperors of the sword sect. Even worse, Lin Feng was just an emperor and he was a celestial emperor, but Lin Feng's Dao power was better than his. Each time the ancient cauldron clanged, it corroded his life a little bit. Ah! Horrible screams rose continuously. Souls kept being absorbed by Lin Feng's 10,000 Evolutions cauldron and turned into the cauldron's strength. When Lin Feng activated the soul deployment marks, the 10,000 Evolutions cauldron's power was multiplied. Jian Chun condensed sword strength, but didn't manage to break the cauldron. It was like a very high-level great imperial weapon. When the cauldron finished killing all the strong cultivators of Sword Sect, it zoomed towards Jian Chun. He couldn't break the cauldron, he couldn't do anything against it. He condensed more sword strength in the form of a whirlwind. His figure disappeared into all the energies. The death whirlwind also surrounded him. Dazzling sword lights filled the air. Jian Chun had turned into a sword. He stabbed into the cauldron. Lin Feng promptly started crushing his physical body. Lin Feng laughed on the inside. Jian Chun was courting death. A mysterious qi filled the air and surrounded Lin Feng's physical body, which disappeared. The cauldron trembled as a massive amount of explosive energy filled the air again. The strength smashed into the cauldron, which crashed down onto the waters of the lake. At the same time, the 10,000 evolutions cauldron shone brightly. Millions of death stamps emerged and attacked the terrifying sword, which turned black. Many people were looking at the cauldron in the water, trying to see what was going on precisely. Miss Bai's eyes were twinkling, and she jumped into the water. Beneath the water, the ice palaces were getting crushed. The gigantic cauldron was rotating and crushing everything in its way. Within the cauldron, the gigantic sword turned into millions of swords and struck at the deployment marks inside. It wanted to break the cauldron. However, nobody knew who had made the cauldron, not even Lin Feng, but the deployment marks inside were terrifying. It was almost impossible to destroy them. No matter how many sword attacks Jian Chun used, he couldn't break them, and on top of that the death stamps kept attacking him. He started to despair. Jian Chun in sword form finally realized there was something wrong. He had thought he would be able to destroy Lin Feng's soul inside here, but Lin Feng's soul and the cauldron were one already. He couldn't destroy the cauldron, so he couldn't destroy Lin Feng's soul, either. Jian Chun couldn't escape anymore. He had the impression he was in a deadly star-studded sky, a world made of death. The sword moved in all directions, but all Jian Chun could see was darkness and deployment marks. In other words, he couldn't see any exit. He couldn't even see Lin Feng's physical body. "Break!" shouted Jian Chun furiously, but it was useless. Death stamps continued attacking his body. The soul strength contained in the cauldron was shining darkly and surrounded his soul, corroding it. Lin Feng was annoyed because even with such attacks, it was extremely difficult to kill a celestial emperor. They belonged to different worlds in terms of strength. However, since he had come into the cauldron, Lin Feng couldn't let him out. He had to take this chance to kill him. Lin Feng hoped he'd be able to fuse Jian Chun's soul together with the cauldron. That way, he'd be able to use it as cauldron strength. The cauldron would be much more terrifying with a celestial emperor's soul. Millions of death stamps continued attacking the sword, whose qi became weaker and weaker. Gradually, Jian Chun's body slowly replaced the sword, but his body was growing transparent and distorted. Jian Chun, a celestial emperor and sword cultivator, was terrified. Was he going to be killed by a trivial and useless emperor? No matter what, Lin Feng wanted to crush him, kill him, and use his soul to make the cauldron more powerful. He was a celestial emperor, so what? Time passed slowly. Jian Chun was becoming weaker and weaker. When he saw the death stamps kept attacking him over and over again, he suddenly felt desperate, hopeless, and miserable. He sighed and said, "I never thought I'd get killed by a trivial emperor today. If your soul stays in the cauldron, if you help me become strong in the future, maybe then you won't feel sad anymore," said Lin Feng coldly, yet aggressively. Jian Chun twitched, but actually nodded. He stopped resisting. The cauldron gradually modified his soul and assimilated it. Many buildings in the water had been wrecked by the cauldron. When the cauldron finished modifying and assimilating Jian Chun's soul, Lin Feng's soul moved back into his own body, and he came out of the cauldron. His soul was shaking. He looked weak, but his eyes were twinkling. He examined at the 10,000 evolutions cauldron strength again. Since Lin Feng had obtained the 10,000 evolutions cauldron, he hadn't used it a lot. He had experimented now and then. But the 10,000 evolutions cauldron was a mysterious and priceless treasure. The cauldron's soul was becoming more and more real each time it absorbed a soul, even if it wasn't a very powerful one. Lin Feng hoped someday he'd be able to use the cauldron to fight against terrifying cultivators, so he wouldn't need to bother Xianxia each time he faced someone dangerous. The godly medicine had helped Xianxia a lot. He would be able to reclaim his power someday. Lin Feng also needed to find the rebirth scriptures for Xianxia. That way he might recover completely. Lin Feng recalled the 10,000 evolutions cauldron, his eyes twinkling. He looked at the cauldron and thought, now you have a celestial emperor's soul. When it's completely refined and modified, you will become extremely strong. If a celestial emperor attacks me again, it won't be easy for him to defeat me. At that moment, some figures in white clothes landed in front of Lin Feng. The leader of the group was an incredibly beautiful woman in a white short dress. Bai Yu. Miss Bai, I'm sorry for having destroyed some of your buildings. That wasn't my purpose at all. As you can imagine, Lin Feng apologized to Bai Yu. After all, the lake was her residence. He really felt sorry. Surprisingly, with the strength of the Huang Qi layer, you killed a celestial emperor of the sword sect from Long Night City. You're extremely strong. Bai Yu replied calmly. I used a treasure. I'm not that strong. I feel ashamed, replied Lin Feng briefly. However, Bai Yu shook her head and said, a celestial emperor could crush an ordinary emperor in the twinkling of an eye. They would just have to think about it. That strong cultivator from the sword sect chased you up to here, which means that you fought before, and you didn't use your cauldron during that previous battle. Even without using your cauldron, you can also kill great emperors from the sword sect, and those people are also strong. Well, yes, maybe, Lin Feng agreed. He didn't have much to say. Miss Bai, you said you wanted someone to come with you to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory. May I come with you even though I am a human? Asked Lin Feng. The king of the 10,000 beasts territory seemed to be a legendary and mysterious place. Lin Feng wanted to see what kind of animal world it was. I did say I wanted someone to come with me, but I also said that I would let someone come with me if they could defeat me at the same cultivation level. Even though I'm sure you would be able to defeat me if you were a great emperor, now you're just an emperor. I won't fight against you with the strength of the Huang Qi layer. Maybe I can defeat you with the strength of the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng smiled. Bai Yu smiled and said, you can try. That's exactly what I want to do. Lin Feng nodded. He released millions of death stamps which floated around him. Death Qi invaded the lake and the air, turning the waters black. Everything rotted away within the death strength. A pair of dazzling deployment wings appeared on Lin Feng's back, and deployment lights intertwined. Lin Feng turned into a beam of light and shot towards Bai Yu. Lin Feng landed in front of Bai Yu, raising his fist and punching out. Death stamps moved towards her. However, Bai Yu turned into shadows and evaded lightning fast. She was quick too. She reacts so fast, thought Lin Feng, impressed. He didn't stop moving, releasing overpowering death strength, which formed into a monster. Each time he attacked, it was like a death beast was attacking. Suddenly, the water began to churn. A loud music spread in the air. Sound waves moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched them, crushing everything in his way. His physical strength was incredible, but even so, some sound waves flowed around and towards him. His soul was trembling. He had the impression it was going to explode. That kind of attack was extremely dangerous. Soul attacks always were. Against a soul attack, physical strength was useless, and Bai Yu's music attack was aimed at his soul. If Lin Feng had been an ordinary emperor, he wouldn't withstood a single attack. His soul would have been destroyed instantly. At that moment, Lin Feng had already used lots of soul strength, and it wasn't pleasant. Lin Feng punched out again. 9 words appeared around him and fused together with the water. He roared furiously, his voice carrying cursing strength. Bai Yu's skull started trembling. She used soundwave attacks, so Lin Feng did the same. The water around them was boiling. Lin Feng jumped forwards and teleported himself using empty space strength. Bai Yu continued playing the zither, the sound waves shooting towards him. Lin Feng opened his mouth and released soundwave strength, too. Their sound waves collided. The water around them started bursting. Lacerate. Lin Feng released sword intent, and more death strength through his eyes. Penetrated into Baiyu's eyes. Millions of threads of death stamps besieged her. Her life was slowly being corroded away by Lin Feng's Dao strength. Baiyu's eyes turned black with astonishment. How could a cultivator of the Huang Qi layer resist her? She was a great emperor. In terms of speed, soul strength, physical strength, cosmic energies, and Dao power, Lin Feng was as strong as her, if not stronger. His Dao strength was incredible. "That's enough!" shouted Baiyu. Just as Lin Feng was about to carry out another attack, Lin Feng's figure stopped. Baiyu wasn't far away from him. He said politely, "Miss Bai, that's enough. I'll take you to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory," she told him. His eyes twinkled. He smiled and said, "All right, thank you for your kindness. Don't thank me. I can't go to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory alone. I'm not strong enough. I just hope I can use you and your strength. Besides, we're only 2 people, that's not enough. We need more people," Baiyu told him. Lin Feng said, "The young men outside don't seem to be weak." Baiyu shook her head. "Still not enough. Among them, only one is fairly strong. You could easily kill the others. They just have a good reputation because they were born in powerful families. Actually, in the 8 great imperial animal cities, some people can easily kill them." Lin Feng was surprised, as those great emperors were not weak. "I see. So why don't you invite those strong people?" suggested Lin Feng. However, Baiyu looked at him strangely. Lin Feng was surprised and understood something. He smiled and conjectured, "You're worried that you wouldn't be able to control them because they could be stronger than you?" Lin Feng had just fought against Baiyu, but he guessed that she hadn't used her full strength. She wanted to find someone who was strong, but she was also worried that the person would be too strong. She wanted to keep the situation under control. Lin Feng was strong, but Baiyu thought that she could control him. She didn't want to fight against people who were truly stronger than her. She wanted to fight people who were slightly weaker than her at most. "Let's go," said Baiyu, without replying to Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng nodded. When they came out of the water, the crowd noticed that the Celestial Emperor had disappeared. They frowned, especially the Celestial Master of the 7 Knights and the others. Where was Jianchen? Had Lin Feng killed him? Miss Bai came out with him. Does it mean she's not mad that he destroyed some of her buildings? Wondered many people outside. Nobody had dared go into the lake. Those who had dared go inside in the past had been killed by Baiyu. Baiyu slowly rose up into the air and landed on the top of a mountain. She glanced around and said slowly, "I have made a decision. Apart from me, I will choose 6 other people to bring to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory." When Baiyu said that, the young people frowned. One of them smiled and said, "So you mean you will let us come with you?" Baiyu slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "He is one of them. Regarding the 5 others, I have already made up my mind. If you think you can defeat them, then you can come with me." The crowd all looked at Lin Feng coldly. An emperor had been chosen by Baiyu. Baiyu was famous in the great imperial city. She couldn't do things carelessly, and surprisingly, she had chosen Lin Feng. It meant that she acknowledged his strength, that she had fought against him. But those young people were famous in the 8 great imperial cities. They couldn't accept the fact that Lin Feng might be stronger than them, even if he had killed a celestial emperor and so many great emperors, especially since he had used a great imperial weapon. "Who are the 5 others?" asked someone, without attacking Lin Feng immediately. "Qing Hai's rock," Baiyu answered indifferently. The crowd was astonished. Their faces stiffened. Qing Hai's rock? Baiyu had chosen him. They couldn't compete with him, mainly because of his speed. He just had to flap his wings twice or thrice, and he could outdistance them extremely quickly without them having the chance to catch up ever. "Who else?" "Heezy's Maharaga," continued Baiyu. The young men's faces stiffened even more. One of them said, "Miss Bai, you can't choose such monstrous people or it won't be beneficial for you." The others just took a deep breath when they heard Baiyu. Heezy's Maharaga was a terrifying cultivator, a monster. His poison could kill celestial emperors. And he was at the very top of the Di Qi layer. Heezy's Maharaga was also very old. according to legends at least. Nobody dared get close to him because of his poison. They hadn't though Miss Bai would choose such people. 3 more people, said another young man to Baiyu. He was going crazy with thwarted ambition. Dark golden pupiled king, Zishu's flood dragon, Dinua's sword. Baiyu finished calmly. Everybody around her, humans and beasts alike, was astonished. The people Baiyu had chosen despised the young people who had come here. Those who had come were already considered geniuses in the 8 great imperial animal cities. However, facing the people Baiyu had mentioned, they felt tiny and weak. Qinghai's rock, Heezi's Maharaga, the dark golden pupiled king, Zishu's flood dragon, Dinua's sword. Those 5 people were very strong. People didn't even dare mention their names. Qinghai's rock was the descendant of a terrifying blue-green bird and a great emperor. His speed and attacks were terrifying. Heezi's Maharaga had killed a terrifying celestial emperor in the past with his poison. People were really scared of him. Few people dared offend either of them. Thankfully, they rarely showed up those days because they were trying to break through. The dark golden pupiled king was a descendant of a rock and a dark pupiled king. He was extremely talented, with the qualities of both beasts. He was sly, brutal, and terrifying. Zishu's flood dragon was a terrifying flood dragon. According to legends, when he was young, he had stolen the blood of the purple emptiness dragon king, which had granted him a terrifying strength. He had real dragon blood. Nobody dared fight against using purely physical attacks. In terms of defense, nobody could compete with him at the same cultivation level. Dinua's sword was the most ordinary of all those people, but he wasn't ordinary. Nobody knew what he was. He was a beast, but he studied the sword with humans. He had studied swords for 1,000 years. People said that his swordsmanship had reached the peak of perfection. He had killed a flood dragon of the same cultivation level. After that, he had become famous in the animal world. Miss Bai was great Emperor Bai's descendant, and even though she was famous, she couldn't compete with those people. She had invited those 5 people, and it was dangerous for her. Any one of those 5 people could crush her if they wanted to. Because of those 5 names, the young people who had come felt powerless. When Lin Feng saw those people's reactions, he understood how terrifying those named were. The 5 people Baiyu had invited could easily kill these young people. They were all at the top of the Di-Chi layer and could easily kill ordinary great emperors. It was thus obvious that Miss Bai wasn't a simple cultivator. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared invite them. Miss Bai, I would feel ashamed of being inferior in front of such people. It's just that this guy is a human and he only has the strength of the Huangqi layer. Why would he go with you? Asked someone at that moment. It was a young man in cyan clothes named Qingyi. As Baiyu had said, if one of those young people was stronger than the others, it was him. He had the body of a blue-green bird, and was from the same sect as Qinghai's rock. However, he was much weaker, and would never be able to catch up with him. Despite that, he actually was really strong. If you don't agree, you can fight against him. If you defeat him, you can replace him, said Baiyu carelessly. Qingyi was surprised. From the tone of her voice, Qingyi had the impression she didn't believe he could defeat Lin Feng. He was a genius and he was a great imperial beast, while Lin Feng was merely an emperor. Qingyi couldn't imagine that. With only the strength of the Huangqi layer, Lin Feng could defeat him. Of course, I don't think you need to fight because apart from me and the 6 other people, I also need 2 substitutes because anything could happen in the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. Therefore, I hope we can be 9 people. Qingyi, you're also on my name list. Baiyu continued calmly. However, Qingyi didn't feel happy at all, as being a substitute was nothing glorious. Besides, how could he accept having a lower position than a cultivator of the Huangqi layer? However, Qingyi accepted coldly. I see then. I feel honored. Baiyu knew he wasn't happy, considering his tone of speech. But she didn't care and said, since you agree, let's get ready to go. Go where? Asked Qingyi. Go and see those 5 people, replied Baiyu. Miss Bai, do you know where they are? Asked Qingyi. He was surprised. Even if Qinghai's rock and Qingyi were from the same sect, He didn't know where Qinghai's rock was. The other four were also enigmatic. How could they find those people easily? Naturally, replied Baiyu. She sounded convinced. Miss Bai, isn't there one last spot? Asked the other young people. They didn't feel happy. They had come to Baiyu, and they wanted to give her some presents. Now they had arrived, and she didn't care about them. Those people were all geniuses, but Baiyu kind of despised them. Yes, my maid, said Baiyu indifferently. Those people were dumbfounded. No spot for them. We'll see if relying on your sense of judgment was a good idea, Miss Bai, said one of them, staring at Lin Feng coldly. He was furious. He released explosive bestial qi, which surrounded Lin Feng. His hands turned pitch black and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored the strength which was coming towards him, flashing forward as death stamps attacked the young man. Piss off! Shouted the young man angrily. His oppressive strength surrounded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng resisted using his physical strength. He moved lightning fast and raised his fist. Death Dao and death stamps pounded at him. You really want to die? Shouted that young man furiously. He punched out and his energies turned into a cage. He wanted to prevent Lin Feng from moving away. The atmosphere around them turned into a dark world. Sword energies appeared. Mighty punches collided loudly. The pitch-black hand exploded. Lin Feng shouted, and lightning swords appeared. Holes appeared in the sky around them. A terrifying death Holy Spirit smashed into his opponent and corroded his life, turning his face gray. He shouted furiously as his body turned into a black ox king. The atmosphere became oppressive around him, but Lin Feng landed in front of him. He raised his fist and punched the ox violently. Blood splashed everywhere, astonishing everyone. How brutal and explosive. He's scary, whispered the crowd. That human strength was more explosive than a beast's. After Lin Feng punched his opponent, the latter fell from the sky, reeling. Everybody was surprised because the ox had a terrifying physical strength. He was an ox after all. The crowd thought that Miss Bai had a good sense of judgment after all. Lin Feng was really impressive. He didn't need to use his cauldron to be extremely strong physically, and could easily defeat a great imperial beast who was considered as a genius. The crowd was astonished. Do you have anything to say? Baiyu asked the ox indifferently. She had anticipated the result of the battle earlier. The gigantic ox frowned and said hoarsely, Since Miss Bai can go to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory, I can go too. I don't need to go with you, Miss Bai. I'm sure we'll meet again. After that, he turned into a human again and left, feeling ashamed and humiliated. The other young people left too. Only Baiyu and Qingyi were left behind. Qingyi asked Baiyu, Miss Bai, are we getting ready to go now? Yes. Baiyu nodded. Who are we going to look for first? Qinghai's rock. Even though you don't know where he is, I do. In your nest with Princess Qinghai, replied Baiyu evenly. Qingyi was surprised and pulled a long face. Qinghai's rock was with Princess Qinghai? Qingyi liked Princess Qinghai. It wasn't a secret. Many people knew that. But Princess Qinghai wasn't interested in him, and now Qinghai's rock was with her. How could he be happy about that? You others, stay here and protect the lake, said Baiyu to the other people left behind. Her figure flickered as she left. Only one girl whom Baiyu had invited came with them, the maid she had talked about. She was a substitute like Qingyi. Of course, in case Baiyu needed her, she would also be able to help. Lin Feng and Qingyi followed along. However, Qingyi unconsciously glanced at Lin Feng. He was a substitute, and if he had the chance, he would be able to replace the human. He had seen how strong Lin Feng was a moment before. He wouldn't be able to compete with the 5 others, but if he seized an opportunity, he might be able to replace Lin Feng. Qinghai was a vast sea, and there were many palaces under the water. In one of the palaces, 2 people were snuggling. The young man was seated on a throne. He looked sharp and was wearing a cyan robe. Each time he moved, a mysterious qi appeared around him. He looked like a great scholar respected for learning and integrity. He resembled nature itself. On his laps was a woman. Even though she looked extremely strong, she also looked like a docile and gentle little girl. "When will you propose a marriage alliance to my father?" asked the beautiful woman at that moment. The young man gazed into the distance. He looked extraordinary. He said, "Wait until I break through to the Tiandi layer. Then, I'll propose a marriage alliance immediately. That way, nobody will be able to refuse." "All right," agreed the woman. "It's just that Qing-Yi is pestering me. He keeps courting me. I'm not interested in him at all." "Ignore him," said the young man indifferently. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and noticed something in the sea. "Who's there?" The water opened itself. He turned into a beam of light and rose up into the water at speed, carrying the woman with him. He crossed a distance of several thousands of meters in the blink of an eye and saw some people. "By you, Qing-Yi." The young man frowned and asked coldly, "What do you want?" As expected, when Qing-Yi saw the woman with the young man, his face turned deathly pale. He clenched his fists. He wanted to be with that woman. Many people in Qinghai agreed with him, but now it was impossible. He would never have a chance again because she was with that guy now. When the woman saw Qing-Yi, she pressed her body against her boyfriend and smiled widely. "Qinghai's rock. I want to invite some people to come to the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. Do you want to come with me?" asked Baiyu. She wasn't the kind of person who spoke around a point. "King of the 10,000 Beasts territory." Qinghai's rock's eyes twinkled and he asked, "Who else is going?" "A few people. Heezy's Maharaga, Dark Golden Pupiled King, Zishu's Flood Dragon, Dinua's Sword," answered Baiyu. Qinghai's rock remained silent for a few seconds and said, "When?" "We're gathering now and then we're leaving," said Baiyu. Qinghai's rock took out a jade talisman. Baiyu understood. She took out a jade talisman as well. They exchanged a thread of godly awareness. "When you're ready, call me and I'll come," said Qinghai's rock calmly. Neither of them talked for nothing. "All right, goodbye," replied Baiyu. They left as quickly as they had arrived. Qing-Yi's muscles were still twitching. He clenched his fists powerlessly. In Heezy, Baiyu and the others arrived above a black hut. Lin Feng looked at that black hut and sensed a strong wind. It was sharp and stinky. His blood started boiling, and his hair bristled at the stench. "That's powerful poison," thought Lin Feng. Some people came outside, and energies emerged from the black hut. Lin Feng released sharp sword lights. At the same time, Baiyu took out her zither and started playing her melodies transcendental. The energies continued emerging from the black hut, still smelling badly. "Buddy, are you coming to the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory or not?" asked Baiyu. The black fog stopped and dispersed at that moment, and a Maharaga slowly appeared in the doorway. He slithered over to them. His eyes were filled with poisonous energies, and he kept hissing. "Explain," said Heezy's Maharaga indifferently. "I've invited Qinghai's rock. I'm about to invite the Dark Golden Pupiled King, Zishu's Flood Dragon, and Dinua's Sword. Are you coming?" asked Baiyu straightforwardly. Heezy's Maharaga hissed. His eyes twinkled and he said, "When you're sure, send someone to inform me." Then he disappeared in black fog, like he had never appeared. "He's so rude, arrogant, and overbearing," swore Qing-Yi. Then he realized he better shut up. "Next one," said Baiyu indifferently. She already had 2 people, 3 more to go. They went into another sea. Baiyu quickly found Zishu's Flood Dragon. He was a flood dragon with purple antennae, looking sly and dangerous. He immediately accepted. The Dark Golden Pupiled King was practicing cultivation in a volcano. Baiyu found him anyway. She had prepared everything and could easily find everyone. The Dark Golden Pupiled King accepted too. The last one was Dinua's sword. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a mountain. At first glance, he saw nobody. After a few hours, still nothing or nobody. Finally, Baiyu lost patience. Why was he wasting time? "Are you coming to the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory or not?" asked Baiyu straightforwardly. However, this time nobody paid attention to her. Dinua's sword was there, gazing into the distance. Is he practicing cultivation? Wondered Lin Feng. Dinua's sword looked ordinary, but he was bathing in a special qi. At first glance, he looked ordinary, but each time Lin Feng blinked and looked at him again, he had the impression he was looking at someone or something different. How extraordinary! You didn't say anything else useless. Dinua's sword was gazing into the distance. However, at that moment, Dinua's sword turned to Bai and said, "I'm coming." When? "We're all ready," said Bai. The 5 people had agreed. Nobody had refused. Nobody had talked nonsense. Since everybody was ready, Bai informed everyone else, and on the day after, they gathered together outside of the king of the 10,000 beasts territory. "Old poisonous monster," said Qinghai's rock to Heezy's Maharaga coldly. "Little birdie, you're here too," said Heezy's Maharaga smiled. They knew each other. Heezy's Maharaga had been famous for a while, and when Qinghai's rock was young, people were already terror-stricken when they saw the former. Back then, he had almost killed Qinghai's rock. Then the latter had grown up and they had stopped fighting. They were both dangerous, one was fast. "Dark golden pupilled king," said Qinghai's rock, glancing at the dark golden pupilled king. His eyes were dark and golden. He looked sly and strange. They had a similar bloodline, they both had rock blood and thus both were fast. However, apart from rock blood, the dark golden pupilled king also had blue-green bird's blood. So he was even faster. "How exciting! You're all here," said Zishu's flood dragon. All those beasts were terrifying people. If people from the 8 great imperial animal cities saw this, they would be amazed. Dinua's sword looked calm and serene, completely ordinary. However, the others kept some distance. Those 5 people were all terrifyingly strong, and they were all vigilant. Even though they were self-confident, they didn't dare underestimate people who were as famous as themselves, including Bai. However, they ignored Lin Feng, Qingyi, and Bai's maid. They didn't even look at them. They only paid attention to the few great emperors who were already there and people who were stronger. "All right, get ready. We're going to enter King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. The people there are crazy," said Bai calmly at that moment. "Hee. Let's go and have some fun. I've heard that the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory is divided into several small powerful groups. Weak beasts keep fighting chaotically. Bai, your father came here a short time. How was it?" asked Qinghai's rock. Not just anyone dared go to the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. Inside, there were many terrifying, cunning, and cruel beasts. Bai had decided to ignore all those young people who had potential to go to the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory, opting for Qinghai's rock and the others instead. "We'll know how it is once we're inside. You won't be disappointed," said Bai calmly. Heezy's Maharaga hissed and said, "Since it's that way, let's go. I can't wait to see what it's like inside, and finally, I found some people to go there with me. Perfect. It won't be easy inside." "Let's go and we'll see," said Dinua indifferently. He slowly walked towards the door. They crossed the door and disappeared. They reappeared in a place where bestial qi hummed and filled the air. The atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Many people stared at them as soon as they entered. "So many beasts," thought Lin Feng. He was surprised. The atmosphere was taut and ready to explode with violence. Suddenly, beasts roared, and his hairs bristled. He felt unsafe. "Since we're here, be careful. Otherwise, we'll be like them, and we'll never come out," Bai advised plainly. Lin Feng's face stiffened, now realizing how dangerous this place was. They could get stuck inside. However, they had accepted Bai's invitation without hesitation, and the 5 strong cultivators had wanted to go there for some time already. They had just never found anyone to come with them. It was why they had accepted immediately. For them, cultivators at the top of the Di-Chi layer, it was difficult to find enemies who were as strong as them. This place was an opportunity. Everybody nodded agreement and continued walking. This was the legendary King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. According to legends, battles were bloody and difficult on the periphery, But cultivators had to go through those fierce battles to get to the central part of the territory. Bestial chi became more and more intense. They heard some birds flapping their wings. They were all emperors, powerful, with gigantic wings, frozen in some half-human, half-beast forms. I've heard that there were many terrifying beasts in the king of the 10,000 beasts territory. It wasn't a lie. The great imperial beasts behind them must be their leaders, said the dark golden-pupiled king, looking far into the distance. Let's go and kill the great imperial beasts, said Qinghai's rock calmly. He opened his cyan wings and slowly rose up into the air before shooting ahead. How fast? Murmured Lin Feng when he saw Qinghai's rock leave. There were tens of thousands of beasts there. Lin Feng hadn't imagined there were such places. It was an ocean of beasts. Pitch-black claws moved towards Qinghai's rock. However, he was too fast. He opened his beak, sharp cyan lights emerged, and in the blink of an eye he destroyed an ocean of beasts. Interesting. Gizi's Maharaja laughed. He also moved forwards. He spat poison far into the distance. His poison invaded all the imperial beasts who got too close and destroyed them. They fell from the sky one after another. The dark golden-pupiled king also rose up into the air, his eyes shining. A strong wind swept across the area. The atmosphere became distorted, and it started raining blood. Beasts' corpses fell from the sky, one after another. Dinua also rose up into the air, and a sword streaked across the sky. It killed all the beasts in his way. Lin Feng watched calmly. There was an ocean of beasts, but these posed no threat to them. Those 5 people were too strong. For those 5 beasts, this place was like the celestial country for Lin Feng. When he was there, mountains of corpses quickly appeared around him wherever he went. Baiyu was also extremely strong. Sound waves kept spreading out all around her. Imperial beasts couldn't stand a single attack against her. Thousands of beasts fell from the sky one after another. Lin Feng also flashed forwards. He released death lights around himself and death stamps, which turned into a river and slew an incredible amount of beasts rapidly. He controlled Death Dao. He didn't fear those imperial beasts. Why would he? Lin Feng and the others wouldn't have been able to resist against thousands of beasts attacking them at the same time. But they were extremely fast, especially Qinghai's rock. He was a great emperor and his speed was unparalleled. In the crowd, no attack reached him. Each time he flapped his wings, many birds fell from the sky. Gizi's Maharaja kept spitting out poison clouds around many imperial beasts, and each time his poison exploded, they rotted to death and fell from the sky. The beasts roared furiously. Lin Feng's death strength surged. Millions of threads of death stamps and deployment lights swept everything away. Beasts kept falling from the sky. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death strength. He looked at a beast, and that beast died instantly. One glance and he could kill imperial beasts. At the same time, he continued releasing death lights. No beast could stop him. The 9 cultivators were a terrifying force. Very quickly, there were tens of thousands of corpses on the ground, forming small hills. Blood rivers quickly appeared around those mountains of corpses. We just entered and the first wave of beasts was so impressive. I wonder what awaits us, mused Lin Feng and the others, even though they had done pretty well already. They didn't relax. On the contrary, they were even more vigilant. This was just the beginning. If the simple soldiers in these armies of beasts were already this terrifying, how strong would the leaders be? Baiyu, before Great Emperor Bai died, he came here. However, do you think we can really succeed and get to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory? The dark golden-pupiled king asked Baiyu at that moment. Since we're here, we'll see, replied Baiyu indifferently. They continued moving forwards, following Baiyu. After a short time, they arrived in a foreboding place. There was nothing on the land at all. There were millions of dead strong cultivators on the ground, but there was no beast in sight. Sometimes the group noticed fires, but otherwise nothing. They could sense resentment and hatred. What the hell is this place? A ghost place? Asked Qing-Yi, feeling cold and scared. He had the impression he was facing an army of ghosts. Shouldn't we make a detour? You can take a detour by yourself, replied Bai Yu without even glancing at him. Qing Yi's grimaced. He had to control his fear and follow along. This place just seemed extremely dangerous. They continued moving forwards. The resentment and hatred seemed to be intensifying as they moved forwards. They even saw some lights moving under their feet. What the hells is going on? Said Heezy's Maharaga, spitting out poison chi. The white lights instantly disappeared. Maybe there are avenging spirits here. There could be a monumental number of them, mused Dinua carelessly. The others shivered. Avenging spirits? Ah! Qing Yi shouted. White lights crawled up on his body, and he was covered by them. Piss off! He shouted, releasing bestial chi. An invisible and intangible light crawled up his body. A blade appeared, and strong wind started blowing. The white lights slowly disappeared. However, strange white lights appeared in Qing Yi's eyes. Die! Shouted Qing Yi, closing his eyes. He seemed to be fighting inside of his head. After a short time, he reopened his eyes. He looked normal, save that his eyes still looked strange. Evil, avenging spirits. They're terrifying. They want to devour our minds. Be careful, whispered Qing Yi. Everybody knew they had to be careful. They continued walking forwards. Each time they took a step, lights twinkled. As they moved forwards, the white lights grew faster and more intense. Lin Feng sensed that many invisible and intangible avenging spirits wanted to penetrate into his body and occupy his brain. Lin Feng's heart was suddenly filled with resentment and hatred. He wanted to kill. He was depressed, furious, and unhappy. The invisible and intangible strength was influencing him. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng. His body turned gray. He released death stamps inside his own body. His Dao power destroyed the avenging spirits instantly. They could not resist his Dao power. Lin Feng and the others gradually sped up. However, that place was vast and boundless. Even if we kill all the avenging spirits, the resentment and hatred will still influence us, thought Lin Feng. At that moment, a terrifying white avenging spirit penetrated into his brain, and he immediately released his soul. Piss off! Using his soul, Lin Feng bombarded the avenging spirit with death stamps. However, the avenging spirit just howled furiously. Surprisingly, it spat out an incredible amount of resentment and hatred strength, which collided against his death strength. At the same time, the ghost released more resentment and hatred strength which drove into Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng shivered. Death stamps surrounded the resentment and hatred strength and pierced through the avenging spirit's invisible body. It wanted to destroy his soul. That ghost looked like a ghost king. Die! Lin Feng released death culpa swords. Lin Feng's soul had gone through a lot, and he had been cleansed by Devamara culpa strength. His jet-black death culpa swords were deadly. He slowly destroyed all the threads of resentment and hatred strength, and then they drove towards the avenging spirit. The avenging spirit howled furiously. It wanted to escape, but Lin Feng didn't let it flee. He released his godly awareness and his sky palace, as well as terrifying demon culpa strength. They surrounded the ghost and instantly crushed it. The ghost exploded and turned into millions of lights. The threads of the ghost moved towards Lin Feng's brain again, including the threads of resentment and hatred strength. Lin Feng destroyed them again and took a deep breath. That avenging spirit was extremely strong. Apart from Lin Feng, Bai Yu also got attacked by all sorts of avenging spirits. Even though they were now expecting it, it was getting more and more dangerous. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others suddenly gazed into the distance and saw gigantic white avenging spirits. Their resentment and hatred energies condensed. Their eyes were empty and emotionless, and they were staring at Lin Feng and the others. The gigantic avenging spirits didn't only have human shapes. Some of them also had animal shapes. White lights twinkled in their eyes. They looked extremely dangerous. So many avenging spirits. Hundreds of them, said Lin Feng, releasing Devamara culpa strength. He had noticed that the avenging spirits didn't like that kind of strength. They were like us at the beginning, I suppose. And then avenging spirits occupied their brains and they turned into ghosts. If they managed to occupy our brains, we'd also turn into ghosts, said Bai. Everyone's faces stiffened, and they all released impressive energies solemnly. How exciting, said the dark golden-pupiled king coolly. He turned into a vortex. A strong wind condensed and turned into a hurricane. He moved towards a gigantic avenging spirit in front of him, and the avenging spirit instantly disappeared. How strong! The dark golden-pupiled king is really gifted. That must be one of his innate powers, thought Lin Feng. Talent was carved into Lin Feng's genetic code. It was probably the same for the dark golden-pupiled king. Dinua also attacked. He waved his hands and swords filled the air. They turned into beam of lights, and he destroyed avenging spirits one after another. He looked extremely calm and serene throughout the process. However, his strength was explosive. Qingyi was looking at the 5 cultivators in front of him. Qinghai's rock, Heezi's Maharaga, the dark golden-pupiled king, Zishu's flood dragon, Dinua's sword. They were all terrifying. The difference between them and him was huge. An avenging spirit charged Qingyi. Even though he was also a great emperor, the 5 others could easily kill the avenging spirits. But he couldn't. But since they were 9 people, they still managed to destroy all of the spirits and continue on. They killed hundreds and hundreds of avenging spirits. Nothing could stop them. They drew closer and closer to the central area of the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. Finally, the 9 people saw an ancient door. However, between them and the door, everything was colored red. Out of that redness, a terrifying chi emerged that set their hairs on end. If we cross that area, we'll reach the real part of King of the 10,000 Beasts territory, said Bai. Lin Feng and the others frowned. Finally, the legendary land, the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory. What was there? They had heard that many terrifying ancient beasts gathered there. Apparently, it was a heaven for beasts. There were many legends about the area. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others looked enthusiastic. They had killed so many beasts to get this far. What is this place? Whispered Qingyi, gazing into the distance. Nothing had surprised them so far, but they remained vigilant. Let's try and we'll see, said Qinghai's rock, moving forwards. He flapped his wings and turned into a beam of light. When he entered the redness, it felt like he had flown into moving sands. He was flying much slower. He could barely flap his wings. He frowned. Lin Feng and the others looked worried. What is this place? Repeated Heezi's Maharaga. The redness in the air turned into an invisible and intangible strength which kept attacking Qinghai's rock. But that kind of strength didn't seem to be caused by someone. It was inherent to this place. Condensation of ancient dead animals' intent. Their Tao and intent is here, said Qinghai's rock. Suddenly, the air began to hum. He was suddenly surrounded by cyan lights and moved to destroy them instantly. Qinghai's rock is extremely fast. That kind of strength can't really stop him. Zishu's flood dragon also started flying ahead. The air began to rumble and shake. When he penetrated into that strength, he suddenly started moving slower as well. He shouted loudly and struck out as hard as he could. He even managed to move faster than Qinghai's rock. Oh, he's relying on strength. A kind of strength is slowing Qinghai's rock and Zishu's flood dragon down. Because Zishu's flood dragon is really strong, he has an advantage here. Bai and the others also entered the red area, including Lin Feng. After entering the area, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying strength surround him. It was extremely heavy and made his soul tremble. Great imperial beast's thoughts penetrated into his body, and his body suddenly felt numb. He had the impression he had the whole world on his shoulders. No wonder it was composed of Tao strength and intent. Lin Feng jumped ahead, surrounded by demon lights, his eyes pitch black. Nothing could corrode his body. A red beam of light shot towards him, attacking his soul. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released death culpa swords, which attacked the ray and destroyed it. However, he didn't relax. These red energies were dangerous. The 9 cultivators pressed forward with an indomitable will. It was difficult, but nobody flinched. What is this place? How come there are such terrifying energies here? Do they really come from dead animals? Wondered Lin Feng, but it was just for a second before he refocused on the path. Dinua's sword was the first one to get close to the door. When he arrived in front of it, he immediately crossed it and disappeared. Zishu's flood dragon roared furiously, the earth and sky shaking around him. He destroyed all the energies in his way and reached the ancient door. After that, the dark golden-pupiled king, Qinghai's rock, Heezi's Maharaga, Bai Yu, Lin Feng and the others also arrived. Nothing stopped them. When Lin Feng crossed the door, he appeared on a platform. He wasn't alone, Bai Yu and the others were there, too. Lin Feng was speechless because there were people everywhere. They looked at Lin Feng and the others and seemed amused. Lin Feng sensed something. He followed the crowd's gazes and saw a curtain of light. On it, Qingyi, Bai Yu and her maid appeared. Their journey through the red area flashed up on the light screen, and everybody could see how much they had struggled. Lin Feng's face stiffened. Had the crowd been watching their journey from the beginning to the end? Lin Feng glanced around. It was a beast city and animal world. There were animal buildings everywhere. The buildings had all sorts of shapes. Some of them had the shape of an ox, thousands of meters high. Some had the shapes of apes, some of dragons. There were gigantic beasts in the air. Bats, eagles, great rocks, dragons with long black wings, all of them looking in their direction. This is the real king of the 10,000 beasts territory. It's an animal heaven, thought Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. Qinghai's rock and the others were also stupefied at this reception. "Little boy, you're here too!" exclaimed a voice at that moment. Qinghai's rock was surprised and turned around. There was a middle-aged man there wearing a cape. When Qinghai's rock saw him, he was astonished and blurted out, "You're Uncle Ox? Indeed. You're a grown-up now. You've become extremely strong. Your parents must be proud of you," said the middle-aged man. He had 2 horns on his head and was smiling gently. Qinghai's rock had known him since he was a child. Qinghai's rock's father had good relations with the ox. Now, Qinghai's rock had met him in the king of the 10,000 beasts territory. "Uncle Ox, what are you doing here?" said Qinghai's rock, looking confused. "Not only me. Your father is here too," said the middle-aged man patiently. Qinghai's rock's expression changed. He trembled and asked, "My father is alive? Of course, did you think he was dead?" "He's here, and on top of that, he's an officer here," said the middle-aged man calmly. Qinghai's rock trembled. "Since it's that way, why didn't he come to see me?" Qinghai's rock didn't understand. He was perplexed. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. "It's the king of the 10,000 beasts territory here. You poisonous vermin, here we meet again," said someone else. This time, Heezi's Maharaga was astonished, staring at a figure. That person looked horrible. He had pustules all over and he looked terrifying. "It's you. You disappeared 200 years ago, and now you're here," exclaimed Heezi's Maharaga, staring at that person. His heart was pounding. The person was extremely strong. Even though he wasn't very talented, he was an extremely strong warrior. "Indeed. I came here 200 years before you. You old poisonous vermin, you're so slow," said the one who looked horrible with a smile. "You old monster, you're a celestial emperor. When did you break through to the Tiandi layer?" asked Heezi's Maharaga. "Haha, over 150 years ago. Surprisingly, you haven't broken through," replied that person, laughing loudly. He looked amused. Heezi's Maharaga pulled a long face. "Over 150 years. How strong? What is this place exactly?" asked Heezi's Maharaga. He was annoyed. That beast used to be as strong as him in the past, and now he had broken through 150 years ago. "King of the 10,000 beasts territory. You will love it here." That person smiled. Heezi's Maharaga's heart was pounding. Bai Yu and the others glanced around. Back then, many beasts disappeared from the 8 great imperial animal cities. Did they come here? The dark golden-pupiled king to the crowd. In the outside world, many people had heard of cultivators who had died. but actually they had come to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory. But those were only legends. Now, however, the newcomers understood that many of those beasts hadn't actually died. Qingyi, Baiyu and Baiyu's maid were astonished. It was indeed an animal world, it was an independent animal world. Since we're in the king of the 10,000 beasts territory, his world, what about the king of the 10,000 beasts city? Is it a legend? Does it exist? Asked the dark golden-pupiled king, glancing at the crowd. It's the world created by king of the 10,000 beasts, replied someone. You came to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory because you want to go the king of 10,000 beasts city, right? But you'll just be like most beasts who come here. How can we know if we don't try? Said Baiyu calmly. She had come for the king of the 10,000 beasts city. Your great Emperor Bai's descendant, right? A short time ago, he left the king of the 10,000 beasts city. Someone said to Baiyu, Great Emperor Bai was a real genius, but he was too curious. He acted dangerously. The king of the 10,000 beasts is a dangerous creature. Great Emperor Bai was doomed. Baiyu's face stiffened. She stared at that strong cultivator and asked, You knew that my father was going to die? That person was surrounded by bestial qi. It was impossible to see his face. However, from the outside he looked terrifying. Of course, Great Emperor Bai wanted to break through. It was impossible. You can't escape from the king of the 10,000 beasts. Actually, the king of the 10,000 beasts attached importance to Great Emperor Bai, but Great Emperor Bai decided to act on his own. He was doomed, said that person indifferently. Baiyu's face was rigid. She was even more determined to go to king of the 10,000 beasts city. From what I know, anyone who comes to the king of the 10,000 beasts territory can go to king of the 10,000 beasts city, right? Baiyu pressed. Indeed, but only one opportunity, said that person indifferently. We want to go to the king of 10,000 beasts city, said Baiyu, staring at the man. Each time someone comes here, it's to go to king of the 10,000 beasts city. You're no exception, smiled that person. When you go to king of the 10,000 beasts city, you will discover how powerful he is. Uncle Ox, I want to see my father, said Qinghai's rock at that moment. The ox nodded and said, Naturally. Are they your friends? You can go together. Qinghai's rock looked at the others. Heezi's Maharaga's eyes twinkled and he nodded. You can meet in the king of the 10,000 beasts territory first. Come with me. The ox's figure flickered. He rose up into the air. Lin Feng and the others followed, and they flew together between the many immense and spectacular castles. How old is the king of the 10,000 beasts? Asked Lin Feng, curious now. Did the king of the 10,000 beasts really exist? Was it only a legend? According to legends, he's extremely old, but not many beasts have seen him for real. I've heard that this world is tens of thousands of years old already. Therefore, if the king of the 10,000 beasts really exists, he must be extremely old, maybe hundreds of thousands of years old. Replied Baiyu. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Hundreds of thousands of years. How impressive. Of course the king of the 10,000 beasts exists. Besides, you will also understand that he's not only the king here, he's the king of all animals in the world, said the ox with awe and veneration. The king of the 10,000 beasts was a sort of supreme god in his heart. They flew above many castles before arriving in front of a gigantic castle which had the form of a great rock. The great rock was bigger than many other buildings. The sculpted wings were gigantic. It looked like a great rock which had been petrified and turned a real castle. The ox landed with the small group and entered the castle. There were many beasts inside and many battle stages. There was an army of beasts wearing armor, too, all of them great rocks. Their eyes looked as sharp as eagle's eyes. Even in their human shapes, they had gigantic wings in their backs. They also had beaks which contained a sharp qi. Their beaks and wings were similar to those of Qinghai's rock and Qingyi. What a powerful army, thought Lin Feng quietly. The army of great rocks was formidable. The ordinary great rocks were all emperors at the top of the Huang Qi layer. The officers were all great emperors. Lin Feng sensed a qi similar to Qinghai's rock's qi emerging from them. The king of the 10,000 beasts gathered many heroes. They're all incredible, obstinate, and unruly. Therefore, they have to have a powerful army to keep strong beasts under control. They're in charge of making sure that the rules are applied, no matter how strong you are. Even though many beasts come here, they all have to respect the rules. With your fighting abilities, you could all become small leaders, explained the ox. He walked over to a small group. Your father has the highest military rank in here. He has many divisions under his control. When 100 divisions are together, they form an army. A commander-in-chief leads them. Lin Feng and the others were impressed. Lin Feng asked, "How big is the king of the 10,000 beasts territory?" Bai Yu and the others looked excited. They also wanted to know how big it was. It has existed for a very long time. At the beginning, they were bored, but then more and more beasts came and they started expanding. Now it's not a territory anymore, it's a world. A military faction consists of millions of beasts. The king of the 10,000 beasts' personal army is composed of over 10,000 beasts. They are all the strongest heroes. Lin Feng shivered. This world had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and already had billions of beasts. Beasts lived for an extremely long time, especially the strongest ones. "Are there other worlds?" asked Bai Yu. "Of course. We're not in the outside world. Everything is perfectly organized here. Because mortality rates are low, the armies become stronger and stronger, and the king of the 10,000 beasts has created rules. When people have children, they must go to other worlds. They can't keep in touch with their parents. Even officers can't break the rules. Only when they are strong enough can they return and meet again with their parents. Of course, they must want to come back. Sometimes they enjoy the worlds in which they live." "What does the king of the 10,000 beasts want to do?" asked Lin Feng. "A perfect organization, a world composed of heroes, many strong cultivators, many worlds, very old place." Did the king of the 10,000 beasts want to create a world as big as the continent of the 9 clouds? That kind of organization reminded Lin Feng of hell, rules, officers. Had the king of the 10,000 beasts world become as wide as hell, though? "How many worlds are there?" asked Qinghai's rock. "You'll see. You'll also become a member of this world." "We're here," said the ox at that moment. They arrived in front of a golden great rock building. It was spectacular. Did the king of great rocks live in there? "Officer Rock," said the ox at that moment. The army of great rocks recognizing him and letting him pass. "Brother Ox," replied a voice. A strong wind started blowing. A dignified and majestic middle-aged man appeared in front of them. He looked very similar to Qinghai's rock. However, his chi was sharper. When he saw Qinghai's rock, his eyes looked even sharper. "Father," said Qinghai's rock when he saw that person. "Good little boy. No wonder you're my son." "You're here too," said the middle-aged man, laughing loudly. All the great rocks in the area trembled. His voice was so loud. "And his son was here? Incredible. Father, I thought you were dead. But actually you were here. You never told me. Why?" asked Qinghai's rock. "I didn't need to tell you. You were strong enough. I didn't need to protect you," said the officer loudly and firmly. Qinghai's rock was stupefied and could only nod. "What about mother? Where is she?" "She's dead. She died in war," said the officer calmly, like he was talking about something ordinary. Qinghai's rock's heart started pounding. "Dead? Don't think about it. She's dead. No need to miss her. Work hard and become stronger. That way you'll become an officer like me." "You'll avenge your mother," said the officer to Qinghai's rock coldly. "Who killed her?" asked Qinghai's rock. "I'll tell you when the right time comes," said officer firmly. Qinghai's rock asked, "I'm going to king of the 10,000 beast city. How is it there?" "Since you came here, you'll go to king of the 10,000 beast city, obviously." "I'll take you there," said the officer. He snapped open his gigantic wings. The crowd sensed a terrifying wind carrying them along. After a short time, they arrived in front of a door. "That's a teleportation portal. It can take you to the gates of king of the 10,000 beast city." "There will be a few gates," said the officer. Lin Feng and the others nodded and entered the door. They appeared in another world, with 7 doors before them. 7 doors. Baiyu, was that why you wanted 7 people to come? Asked Qing Yi to Baiyu. I just knew that my father faced 7 doors. I will investigate his death. Therefore, when we come out, we'll share what we discover. All right? Baiyu asked Lin Feng and the others. We'll talk about that when we come out, said Heezy's Maharaga. His eyes twinkled. His old friend had surpassed him 150 years ago. He wanted to see what there was in King of the 10,000 Beasts City. His figure flickered, and he entered a door. Let's go in first, said Qing Hai's rock. His figure flickered as well, choosing another door. The dark golden-pupiled king also chose another door. There were 7 doors. Baiyu's plan was 1 person, 1 door. If an incident occurred, she would have gone in with her maid, but the 9 of them were safe and sound, so they needed a solution. Lin Feng walked over to one of the doors. To his surprise, a vortex appeared and surrounded him. No! Lin Feng stopped. His soul was being absorbed. His soul seemed to travel across space and time. Lin Feng's soul was outside his body. However, he realized that struggling was useless. He felt tiny and powerless. A celestial path. Continent of the 9 clouds, you created a world, a king's path, said a voice in Lin Feng's mind. He trembled as an old man appeared in front of him. He was wearing a king's robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He looked extraordinary, like a peerless cultivator. Who are you? Shouted Lin Feng. However, his voice was barely audible. Lin Feng continued trembling. He suddenly realized he was in a child's body and talking like a child. However, his soul was independent. He wasn't one with the child's body, he was just stuck in it. And just before, the child had spoken. Who are they? What's wrong with King of the 10,000 Beast City? Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. The man in front of him nodded and petted his head. He smiled and said, Little Tian, you will go to the continent of the 9 clouds and become a king. Those are your teacher's teachings. Bear them in mind, said a voice. The child smiled innocently. Then, he hugged the middle-aged man and taught the child about cultivation. Lin Feng had the impression he was personally on the scene. Lin Feng had the impression time passed quickly. He was growing up. He traveled in the continent. He had furious battles. Little Tian killed millions of strong cultivators, and suddenly, he didn't look like a child anymore. He looked like someone who had gone through lots of hardships in life. Phew! Little Tian walked into the distance. He practiced cultivation. He saw his teacher. He looked mature and cold. When he saw his teacher, he suddenly looked like a child again. His teacher loved him and taught him all he could. Time passed, little Tian was growing older and older. Lin Feng didn't know how many years had passed. He lost the notion of time. It looked fake and real at the same time. Was he little Tian? He shared everything with him. Today, little Tian became a great emperor. However, he was crying in the middle of a crowd, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. He loved her, but he hadn't managed to save her. He was crying blood. Finally, he put the woman at the top of a mountain and looked at the crowd savagely. He started killing them. A river of blood started flowing down the mountain. From that moment, he started acting coldly, even in front of the most beautiful women in the world from the pain in his heart. However, no matter what, when he went back home, he was always happy, and warmth always filled his heart, like Lin Feng when he went back to Yangzhou City. Little Tian grew up, becoming stronger and stronger. He faced many difficulties and had insane battles. Each time Lin Feng felt nervous, like he had lived little Tian's life in real time. But at the same time, he understood that to become a peerless cultivator, he had to go through such things, no matter whether someone was good or evil. One day, little Tian built his own world. Many people respected him. He already looked a bit old. His eyes were filled with stars of wisdom. Another time, little Tian finally got married. He hadn't forgotten his first love, but he loved his new wife too. He had already become a saint emperor. He had a wife and descendants. Time passed, and little Tian had many grandchildren. He was old, and at the top of the Shangdi layer. Finally, little Tian did all he could to break through, and he did. He had his own world, and he created a terrifying spell. On that day, he went back to his family. Teacher. The middle-aged man looked old now. Little Tian was surprised. He was catching up with his teacher. His teacher was old now. Little Tian, you're back, said the old man sitting at the foot of a mountain. He was smiling. Little Tian walked up to him and knelt down. No matter how strong he was, he would always respect his teacher. I'm old now. I'm happy to see you're so strong. Little Tian raised his head and smiled. You will break through, teacher. I will do my best to help you. Is that so? You will help your teacher? Said the old man, shaking his head. I will do my best, said little Tian. He was already a peerless cultivator, but in front of his teacher, he would always be a child. All right, help me. I want to see what you've gone through these years, said the old man, smiling in a gently. All right. Little Tian nodded. He closed his eyes. His teacher put his hand on little Tian's head and said, Open your mind and let me see. Little Tian nodded and let go. After a long, long time, little Tian opened his eyes. He looked extremely sad. He had tears in his eyes. He never thought he would cry again after what had happened. But he was wrong. Teacher, why? Shouted little Tian. It was the first time he shouted in front of his teacher. I can give you anything, but why? He didn't understand why he was suffering so much. His heart ached. He respected his teacher the most. When he was desperate, he thought of his teacher. Lin Feng was crying too. He had experienced little Tian's life. His heart ached. Silly boy. For strength, you must forgive everything, said the old man kindly. A terrifying strength surrounded little Tian's body, soul, and memories. After that, little Tian didn't die. He killed his teacher. He saw his teacher's desperate look, but he looked indifferent. He had no emotions anymore. He had been betrayed by the person he respected the most. He had done all his teacher had asked him. He had taken risks. He had shown him all his memories. However, the old man had attacked him. It was a true tragedy. Life was cruel. He had become cold and indifferent, apathetic. His teacher's love had become an illusion. He had created a saint's technique, and then he had killed his teacher. However, he wasn't excited at all. He was just sad and felt nostalgic. That wasn't the reason why he had decided to break through. It wasn't the reason why he had gone through so much. Suddenly, the illusion dispersed. Lin Feng suddenly felt much more relaxed. Little Tian raised his head and looked at Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's heart was trembling. Did little Tian know he existed? What had just happened? What do you think about my life? Little Tian asked Lin Feng's soul. He sounded indifferent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He hadn't had time to calm down. He had just lived someone else's entire life. How moving and touching, sighed Lin Feng. He had experienced little Tian's life from the beginning to the end. He had experienced his life as a baby and grown old with him. How could Lin Feng remain stoic? Who are you? Lin Feng asked little Tian. You arrived in my territory and you ask me who I am? Asked little Tian calmly. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He wasn't wrong. He had guessed right. Little Tian was the king of the 10,000 beasts. However, why wasn't he a beast? You're strange. Why isn't the king of the 10,000 beasts a beast? Maybe you would be surprised if you saw what was behind those doors, said little Tian calmly. He knew what Lin Feng was thinking. Who said the king of the 10,000 beasts had to be a beast? You're a human, but you're here, right? Said the king of the 10,000 beasts, answering his own question. Everything was natural. He said calmly, of course, when the king of the 10,000 beasts was a beast, perhaps his life was different from what you could experience or feel, but it's also true. A life is a life. It's the life of the king of the 10,000 beasts in any case. How many lives has the king of the 10,000 beasts had? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't understand. The king of the 10,000 beasts has lived many lives, said little Tian calmly. He didn't look sad or hopeless anymore. Lin Feng had the impression he was hallucinating. A moment ago it had felt like he had been sad and hopeless, not the king of the 10,000 beasts. Why did you create king of the 10,000 beasts city? Why do you make people come here? Why do you make people go through what you have lived? Asked Lin Feng, trying to calm down. I want people to understand what the life of a strong cultivator looks like. I want them to understand that sometimes, what you try to have in life can only be an illusion. Your world can collapse any time. I want them to understand what a life is, said little Tian slowly. Just like you, that life has had an incredible impact on you. So what? Asked Lin Feng calmly. So, you'll be even more determined in the future, and stronger. You made many worlds, which comprise the king of the 10,000 beasts world. Why? Asked Lin Feng. To understand my life. At least, you understand that no matter how strong someone is, including peerless cultivators, they can drift and live without purpose, or drag out an ignoble existence. They cry too. Everyone has similar feelings, answered the king of the 10,000 beasts. He slowly turned around and looked at the sky, continuing evenly, nobody should be arrogant. Everybody is the same when they die. Everyone becomes ordinary when they die. When you reach the top, your existence can be meaningless. Lin Feng looked at the king of the 10,000 beasts back. His heart was pounding. No wonder the beasts admired him. He was humble, an extraordinary being, but he was not arrogant. It was his conception, his perception. It applied to everyone though, whether they accepted it or not. After hearing such stories, people did their best to progress. They were determined, but they didn't take themselves too seriously. Who do you want to sacrifice? The supreme animal world? The imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds? All the shrines? Asked Lin Feng. The king of the 10,000 beasts was startled, and cold lights flashed in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Since you've had many lives, little Tian is one of your lives. It's not your current body, which means that you're much stronger now. You want to control them. You want to control everything, said Lin Feng casually. The king of the 10,000 beasts was staring at Lin Feng. He looked surprised, but smiled and said, I like you. Before you, there was another guy I liked, Great Emperor Bai. Unfortunately, he wanted to control things too much. He didn't want to help me, but I'm convinced you can help me. Even if you're only at the top of the Huang Qi layer, I can let you experience my 81 lives. I guarantee you that within 50 years, you'll become a saint emperor if you experience my 81 lives. 81 lives? You've had 81 lives? Lin Feng was astonished. How awesome! Each of his lives might have lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. The king of the 10,000 beasts had led 81 lives. He had reincarnated 81 times. His understanding of cultivation was probably terrifying. If Lin Feng experienced 81 lives, he would probably understand cultivation much better. Indeed, 81 lives. I can easily form an army of great emperors. A few hundreds of years are enough, not to mention that I've spent a long time here, said the king of the 10,000 beasts with a smile. Lin Feng found that kind of smile scary. The king of the 10,000 beasts probably knew a lot. Lin Feng had heard that there were some terrifying cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds who had lived for as long as the king of the 10,000 beasts. Were they from the same era? Did he want to surpass those people? Were they competing? In the ancient days, some shrines had been destroyed, some others had been created, some others had risen. Was it like that in the king of the 10,000 beasts world? This world is way too complex and mysterious, thought Lin Feng. There were so many mysteries in the world. Little Tian had only seen the continent a little bit. He had lived a different life. He had chosen a different path. All right, I will first let you experience 7 lives. You will understand a lot. If you want to assimilate, then learn slowly. There is no hurry, said the king of the 10,000 beasts patiently. Lin Feng sensed his soul shaking. The king of the 10,000 beasts was controlling his soul again.